Different stories, different loves, all beginning with Belle.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle one-shot story collection with different girls movie. Before we start, please go support Swones for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Prolo. Ray stared into the fire, which crackled softly while the others slept. She remained awake, her mind racing with thoughts of a boy. No, not a boy, but a man who had saved her more than once. A man whose reputation was tarnished by how he protected Ween and how vehemently he refused to fight them when Hermes forced them to, all to restore his name and fame. He was able to win her back thanks to his fight against Asterius. She smiled, realizing they'd had a rivalry ever since he defeated her when she was still a mindless monster. She believes it has to do with a story humans have about an Argonaut from what she'd heard. Belle fits the character perfectly, ready to save the damsel in distress with a smile. She couldn't forget how he saved her again when Muller unleashed an abominable monster. She couldn't forget his rubbered eyes, filled with righteous anger as she was held in the monster's grasp by its tentacles. He destroyed not only the great creature but the others as well. How he helped her right after she fell. She felt like a princess rescued by her knight in shining armor. She liked it. Was she falling in love with him? A strong, kind, gentle, and caring human who was trying to find a way for the Xenos and surface dwellers to get along. Was she falling in love with him? Perhaps, however, she wondered if he could ever love a monster like her, something she knew would destroy her reputation and cause her long-term problems if it got out of here. But what if there was a way to get closer somehow? Could it work? She sighed. She had to take the risk, but how? How? She would wait until the next morning and ask Fear. Maybe even Fells if he wasn't busy. He yawned and closed his eyes, knowing it was Lid's turn to stand guard. Luckily, the next day. Do you want to talk to Belle? A red-haired harpy looked at her with a bit of surprise. Yes, but I have to meet with him. She seemed determined to do so. Oh. He looked at her curiously. Why? She thought about it for a while and gave an answer. It's something that came up a few days ago after the Muller incident. Oh, someone perhaps write her a letter. The siren laughed. I wish I could write, but... He showed his lack of hands and Fear laughed. Yes, sorry. I think we can ask Fells to help us. I hope you can if you have the times. I'm sure he won't mind at all. She nodded and pondered what to say in the letter and where to meet. She knew a few places where they could meet and chat. She was nervous about it. A few hours passed. Excuse me, would you like me to write a letter to Belle? She nodded as she looked at the hooded sage. She felt embarrassed by it and her face flushed even more. And what is its purpose? Well, I need to see him for something. She remained silent and wondered why. Fells tilted his head slightly and stared at her. Then he began to laugh as he understood the reason. I see, although it's a risk to do this. She sighed and nodded. I know, but I have to know. I have nothing to lose. He glanced at the papers and the pen with ink not far away. Very well, let me begin. She smiled. Thank you, Fells. I can't believe I'm writing this out of love, he muttered to himself. Fells sat down and prepared to write. I'm ready when you are. Then he began telling Fells what he had to write. Mansion with fireplace. Belle lay on his bed sighing. He had just come from another intense training session with Eyes, and he felt he was close to catching up with her. He could feel the gap closing, but not quite enough. He was glad that his relationship with Eyes had not only been repaired, but had actually improved with the Xenos thanks to their common enemy Evelys. I wanted to get close to her to fight on equal terms. Then she started thinking about Ween, knowing she was safe and sound with the other Xenos. Her main concern was saving Ray. She remembered how defenseless she had been. She was strong in her own right, but she had been caught off guard when the creature grabbed her, and she had seen Muller laughing and mocking her. How he was going to use her to further his sick and twisted experiments. He couldn't bear it. She was free to be herself. He wanted to save her. Her ability reawakened and she destroyed the enemies. She wanted to make sure none of them came near any of her loved ones, especially Ray. She clung to her and looked at Muller. He was trapped, of course, and Ray was safe too. She was still amazed at how close they were, and her scent was unique, very floral with a hint of chocolate. She smiled, remembering how she used to help Ween and Fear hand out chocolates. Then he heard a knock at the door. Happens. Haruheim entered with a letter in her hand. Belsama, I have this letter for you. He smiled. Thank you. She opened it and read it. Belle, I asked Fells to write this. If you can meet me on the 19th floor, we can talk privately. Use the orb to open the shortcut so we can meet as soon as possible, please. Ray. He looked at the letter peculiarly and began to think about it. He could get to the apartment without any problem. Then he looked at Haruheim. Haruheim, can you tell the others that I'm heading to the dungeon to meet someone? She nodded, okay. He began to put on his armor, took his daggers and left. Haruheim prayed that he was safe and sound. 1 hour later. Belle reached the 19th floor where he met Ween and then Ray. He looked around the swampy area and sat on a log for a moment. There were no monsters around. "Are you alone?" She heard Ray's voice. She looked around and said, "Yes." She appeared from behind a tree wearing her red cloak. She walked toward him and stopped, removed her hood and smiled gently. "Hello, Belle." Ray, he smiled and nodded. He stood up and looked at her. "Are you okay, and how are the others?" What? He always thought of everyone else before himself, something that made her fall in love with him. "Yes, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." "Sure, go ahead." She began to think about how to do it. She took a deep breath and began, "Do you think the Xenos will ever get along with the surface dwellers?" She blinked and easily replied, "Yes, I believe it." "Do you think we could one day end up associating with those at the top too?" He blushed slightly. Belle began to think about this carefully. He could see it as a possibility. Maybe it could be. That was the easy part, now the hard part. "Belle, if someone within the Xenos liked you as more than a friend, would you be willing to give them a chance?" Belle blushed slightly. I don't know, I'm not very good at this, to be honest. I haven't been at that level of enjoyment at all, to be honest." He lowered his gaze. "Belle." He looked up and noticed something about the siren. Her eyes shone with life and he saw her red cheeks. "Belle, if I told you it's me who likes you more than a friend, would you give me a chance?" A girl confessing her feelings, one who is a Xeno, no more and no less. This was very complicated for him. He had women like Hestia and others who confessed their feelings to him, but his relationship with them was different from the others. It wasn't even close to love. Eyes perhaps, but as time passed, he began to realize one thing about his feelings for Eyes. It was just a crush. Something he did love when he first met her, but over time he saw her as just a friend. Now this is different. He saved a monster, no, a beautiful woman from a monster who was going to do worse things to her. Finn reminded him that time that they weren't the monsters. She began to show signs of nervousness while he took some time to think. What if he didn't feel that way? What if he rejected her harshly? Then he looked at her and grabbed her wings as his face turned redder. "Ray. Today I've been thinking about you and numerous things have begun to strike my mind and heart. Warmth, care and happiness, even motivation." Now Ray felt his own heartbeats getting faster and faster. "Right now, you might mean more to me than a friend, and I told myself that if I wanted to be with someone to share my heart with, maybe it would be you. I really don't care what others say or what others might call it, but being with you will be worth it." She laughed as she continued to hold her wings. She smiled gently. "Belle, I like you a lot, and I know it will be difficult to maintain a relationship because of how others will see it, how to meet up, what to eat, and so on. I know that at first glance people will look at you differently and will also try to prevent it. They will do everything they can to." She stopped and was surprised by a kiss from Belle. Belle saw what was coming, a rambling about almost the same thing he'd said. Then he remembered what his grandfather used to say. "If a woman loves you and starts to voice doubts, kiss her. It will show you're willing to be with her and it will shut her up." However, Ray liked it. She returned the kiss and Belle was surprised by it. They hugged, then they separated, both blushing, looking away and laughing. It felt great. Belle looked at her as she looked back and smiled. "So shall we try to meet here? We might have to change it every time, just to be safe rather than sorry. If there's a way for us to communicate, to meet up and just talk, maybe have a picnic and maybe kiss." She giggled, her innocence is endearing. Then she gave him a necklace. "Just say my name and we can communicate like this in secret. When the world is ready for us, then we won't need it anymore." He nodded as they embraced and held each other close. Their heartbeats quickened. "Belle, I love you." "I love you too, Ray." When the hug ended, they both knew they had to leave or the worry would increase. "Take care, Belle." "You too, Ray." Then he walked and headed to the surface while Ray returned to the village. Belle's motivation has changed. Now he's not getting stronger to match Eyes. This time he's getting stronger to protect Ray and perhaps bring harmony between the surface dwellers and the Xenos. He has a new purpose, and he's willing to fight for it, no matter what. And, bonus, new family. Belle arrived on the 21st floor and looked worried. He'd heard there was an attack in the area and needed to check on Ray. He looked around for anyone he knew. He kept running, looking around, lids, ween. Then a gray gargoyle appeared looking at Belle. "Grows, is everyone okay?" He nodded. "Yes, we were far from the attack. Ray is waiting for you." He nodded and sighed in relief. Grows gestured for him to follow. He did, and they went round and round the same floor. Then Grows pressed a button on the wall and it opened. They both went inside and continued walking toward the village. They arrived when Ween went to greet them. "Belle." "Ween." They hugged while he checked her over. "Are you okay?" "Ella asintio felizmente, Ray está esperando en el nido. Disque pude ser culquir dia. Significa eso que seré la hermana mayor." He nodded. "Yes, yes, you will be." He walked cheerfully toward Ray. He noticed the other Xenos who were eating and chatting. Some of them greeted him. He continued walking until he reached an area where two Xenos seemed to be guarding something. They both looked at him and allowed him to enter. Ween stayed behind. She noticed Ray was sleeping in a very large nest, looking tired. She looked closer and saw that she was holding something near her. She went over and lay down next to her. She gently stroked her cheek. "Hello, my beautiful feathered girl." She smiled gently as her eyes opened. "Hello, Belle." He continued stroking her cheek. "How's the egg?" She moved her wing away and showed a single white egg with yellow jagged lines on it. "I felt it move a couple of times. Our baby is coming." He smiled and lay down next to her. It took Fels's effort to find a dark ritual and a night of passionate love to bring forth this egg. For them, it was a miracle, but they both knew that to outsiders it was an abomination. From then on, it was a secret that Belle kept at that moment, even from his goddess and his family, so that this secret wouldn't escape them until the opportune moment. "I felt it move recently. I'm very excited." She felt the egg move a little. "Me too, we've been together for over 3 years, and now a miracle is about to happen." She nodded. "I love you, Belle." "I love you too, Ray." They snuggled together, clinging to each other. They were at peace when Ween went to fetch 2 glasses of water for them. From what she understood, things were finally working out for the Xenos. Since Belle and Eyes had managed to defeat the Black Dragon, they had been given any kind of reward. She hoped the Xenos would head to the surface. People of course had doubts, and it's been a battle that's lasted almost a year. Yes, they helped in the final stages, but that wasn't enough for him. He held out hope, but so far he's barely made any progress. In the end, he managed to get the final deals done in an unoccupied district. It was a long and hard road, but that dream is close to becoming a reality. It just needs a little push, a chance to make it happen. Belle and Ray looked into each other's eyes and he kissed her lips. She returned the kiss as he caressed her face. "I'm so glad you came, Belle. I was a little nervous about whether today was the day, but it seemed like a few poachers were around this apartment area. We had to keep a low profile. We even prayed that the area would be clear." "That's what it will be like." Belle clung to her and closed his eyes as she did too. Ween put a blanket over them and smiled gently. "I can't wait to meet my little brother or sister." He went to see Fear and tell him how things were going with them, while the other older and able fighters continued patrolling the area. 3 hours later. Both Belle and Ray were awakened by something trembling nearby. They peeked out and heard a small crackling sound. They watched in amazement as the egg began to hatch. Belle slowly approached to help, picking up a few pieces here and there. Then a scream was heard. The others rushed to investigate and were shocked by what they saw. Holding her wings close, they found a human baby with a tuft of green hair and red eyes. Ween was pleased and remained silent. "That's..." Belle nodded. "A girl's." The baby stopped crying and began to coo. Ray smiled gently, never taking his eyes off the innocent bundle of joy. His daughter, something he'd never imagined having. "What's it called?" They looked at each other and nodded in unison. "Her name is Elpis," Belle said. "Elpis." He nodded. "It means hope." She smiled and nodded. "It fits." 1 year later. Belle and Ray walked toward the Pantheon and encountered several gods and people. They murmured about it, and some were hostile. On one rare occasion, they saw a screen with Uranus standing before them. They both bowed in respect. "Lord Uranos." He nodded. "I suppose we're here to give the agreement for the Xenos to live in the small area of the district, right?" Belle nodded. "That's right. We also spoke with some of the Xenos, and some are willing to head to the area, but others have decided to stay behind. They're doing this as a way to welcome the newly born Xenos and help them." "I see, that's acceptable." A member of the nobility rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I suppose you expect us to believe we can get along with these Xenos." Belle looked at the man and replied, "If you leave them alone, they'll return the favor. They know how the laws work around here." "But I don't understand why you, the hero of Arario, have this supposed privilege of loving monsters that can attack you at any moment." "Because I trust them more than some humans." He snorted. "I don't understand why you're doing this. I'm sure Miss Wallenstein would vouch for that." Eyes Wallenstein is a good friend of theirs. She has fought alongside them and has begun to understand them. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he noticed how close the harpy was to the white-haired man. "I'm starting to think that harpy is manipulating you. I doubt she can give you what you want unless you like it." Belle stood up for a moment and looked at the man without fear. The nobleman shuddered slightly. Belle then said, "When I met her, we barely knew each other. She saw who I was, and that's when we got to know each other." Then he looked at Lyd and nodded. The lizard man went to get something. "Over time, I worked alongside them. Ray and I became close, and we both fell in love with each other." Then a bundle appeared in Lyd's arms, and she gave it to Belle. When she unwrapped it, people saw a baby. "It took a Fell's ritual to bring a miracle into our lives." People were surprised. The hero had fathered a child with a Xeno. The women loved the baby's appearance. The men, those who were fathers themselves, saw a precious blessing. The nobleman saw an abomination. Something within him stirred with hatred and he wanted to kill it. He began to lunge at it, but he didn't take the fifth step before being struck down by Shakti. She shook her head in disappointment at how far humanity's own blind hatred can lead them. This caused some of the others who wanted to start trouble with them to die on the spot. Kidnapping the child wouldn't be possible as it would cause a bigger conflict and the hero of Arario could rally his allies. They would have to swallow their pride and work with them. Hestia, not far away, was very excited about her grandchild. She knew there would be many of them in the future, but Elpis had already won her heart. She would help them raise her. Haruheim was overjoyed about the baby. Although she was initially saddened by the relationship, the moment she was asked to be Elpis' official aunt, she became joyful and excited. Lily loved the girl and was willing to protect her innocence at all costs. Mikoto and Welf were happy with Bell. 5 years later. Bell arrived home. I'm Holmes. Then he felt something small trying to attack him. He caught it and smiled slightly. A young woman with red eyes, long yellow-blue hair, and a big bright smile on her face. Welcome home, Dad. He smiled and stroked her head. She giggled. Welcome home, love. He looked up and saw his wife who was holding another baby in her arms. A child with arms like wings but with a tuft of white hair and red eyes. Thank you, life was good for Belle. The end, again, love birds. Bird Courtship Behavior by Lissa Mainz. Eyes murmured thoughtfully before taking the book from the shelf, lowering it, and holding it in her arms. That was what the woman on the street had told them when they passed by, wasn't it? At least it was close. Perhaps she could learn something more if she read this book. He glanced around the Twilight Mansion library, finding it almost empty except for the odd wizard fluttering among scrolls and tomes. He walked over to an empty chair and sat down, enjoying the way he sank into the cushion. As she opened the book, her mind pondered the two strange words the old woman had said in passing. Love birds. What did it mean? I'd never heard either of those two words together. It wasn't that I hated birds, but rather that I felt at ease with them as fellow travelers of the wind. But love. It seemed a bit of an exaggeration to say that I loved birds. The tip of her finger touched the next page of the book, finally revealing something more than acknowledgments and summaries. Understanding bird courtship can help birdwatchers better appreciate the challenges birds face in finding the best mates to raise the next generation. From mating dances, crazy poses, and nest building to other elaborate displays, this behavior can be fascinating to witness. When birdwatchers recognize birds in courtship, they can be sure to avoid disturbing these delicate rituals. Eyes paused, frowning for a moment as she thought about some of her strange words. Birdwatchers, was that what that woman was? Was she a birdwatcher who was simply fascinated by witnessing a bird courtship? And what were these rituals, mating dances, crazy poses? What even was a crazy pose? Leffia had struck some strange poses, but Eyes had always assumed it was related to her magic. Perhaps Leffia was one of those lovebirds trying to woo someone. What did this mean? Confused, Eyes continued reading. Fortunately, the next section was titled, Why Birds Use Courtship Rituals. The ultimate purpose of courtship is to attract a receptive mate, but there are other purposes behind the courtship behavior of different bird species. The intricate movements of a mating dance and the enchanting songs used to court a mate can help distinguish species so that birds are sure to choose genetically compatible partners. Different courtship behaviors also reduce territorial aggression, allowing two birds to relax together and form a pair bond. Depending on the behavior, the bird's reactions during courtship can also display strength, health, intelligence, and desire to mate. This allows different birds to choose the best mates and ensure viable and healthy offspring. Are there different species of lovebirds? I suppose that made sense, though she thought most people called them races. Elves, humans, dwarves, beastfolk, paloms, Amazons. It would make sense if they all had different courting behaviors. Many of the words confused her. She didn't quite understand how forming a couple could reduce territorial aggression. If that worked, why hadn't they tried it with Bete then? Surely it could help, but who would be her partner? Almost automatically, Eyes' mind shifted to the white hair and red eyes before she vehemently silenced herself. No, never, over her dead body would she allow that to happen. That old woman had called her and Belle lovebirds, not anyone else. Not Belle and Bete, not Eyes and Bete, just her and Belle. She couldn't fall behind. If she was going to prove to everyone that that woman was right to pair Belle with her, that meant she couldn't slack off now. If this book told her exactly how to prove it, then she'd just have to study. Anyway, Reveria had always told her to read more. She was sure the High Elf would encourage her to do so. With a small smile, Eyes glanced at the next section before closing the book and leaving the room. Types of courtship behavior in birds. Her smile widened. Nobody stood a chance. She bet that not even the girls who were thinking of approaching her partner had this kind of information. Eyes moved her basket as she positioned herself in front of the tall metal door. It wasn't that she was nervous about how they would receive her, it was that she was restless, anxious, scared, fearful, all of the above perhaps, but she certainly wasn't nervous. No, Eis Wallenstein wasn't nervous. For the 11th time she moved the basket aside and held it between her arm and chest while her other hand reached for the doorbell. And as in the previous 109 attempts, she barely touched the button before returning her finger to her chest. Take a deep breath, Eis, take a deep breath. She took a long, trembling breath and closed her eyes, shutting herself off from the world. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Remember what the book said. Bringing food to your intended partner, whatever that means, was a great way to show you could support them. If Belle sees me bringing her food, she won't have to see that waitress again and she'll be able to trust me more. It was a perfect plan with absolutely no flaws. Did she know how to cook? No. But judging by the expression on her face as she wolfed down her lunch, neither did the waitress. What Eis could do was be disgustingly rich and secretly pay someone else to cook these meals for her. Belle wouldn't notice, attributing all the delicious splendor of the food to Eis's own skills. As she said, it was perfect. All I had to do was press that stupid button. How could it be so difficult? She's killed monsters so fearsome that weak men would wet their pants and she did it all alone. Surely a button wouldn't be her downfall, would it? That didn't stop her heart from pounding, her palms from sweating, and her knees from trembling. He took another deep breath before slowly exhaling. Attempt number 111, all I had to do was reach out and... Hey, Eis. Kaya. Did he just screech? He sounded like a mouse. Birds eat mice. He couldn't make a fool of himself like that. Oh God, she was mortified. She couldn't show her face here again. She'd heard about some rather extensive cave systems in the Baal Mountains as well as a beautiful hidden lake. She could run away, build a cabin, forget all her worldly troubles, and never give this place a second thought. It would be so easy. She wouldn't even have to worry about getting permission to leave town. If she just jumped off the walls, it wouldn't even hurt. She could go to Belle's training ground, and that thought didn't excite her, and start from there. It would be more or less a straight shot to the northern foothills. It would get a little windier from there, but she'd manage. However, instead of doing any of that, Eis simply turned away and didn't blush at all at Belle's smiling face. She had to stay calm. Could she see the pink color of her cheeks? Probably, but that was only because it was a warm day for autumn. She took another breath. She could do it. She practiced her speech and... Take... He placed the food basket in her arms before running off without bothering to stay and see her reaction. What was their reaction? Oh, she bought me a Jagamaru-kun. He wasn't sure if he had ever loved her more. Obviously, providing food wasn't Eis's way to Belle's heart. More research was needed and more research was done. Construction. Reveria had always said she was especially skilled at building. Something about walls around her heart. Eis didn't understand either, but if she was good at building, this might be the best way. If not, there were always other options, however embarrassing they might be. Some birds attract mates by displaying their architectural skills. Building nests before the female arrives is a way for males to claim their territory and showcase suitable nesting areas they can defend. They may also decorate the nest with pebbles, moss, flowers, or even trash to make it more appealing. The female can then choose her preferred nest, or she may build her own after mating with her chosen male. Now, of course, male and female were obviously interchangeable. Eis already knew this from her study of the feeding behaviors of courting birds. The term male clearly meant something different when it came to lovebirds and simply described the one doing the courting, which in this case was Eis, in case that wasn't obvious. The golden-haired maiden had been on the receiving end of quite a few attempts now that she thought about it. Some boys had acted like singers, but she couldn't say their attempts had impressed her, much less that she was considering dating them. It seemed to her that some boys had tried the showing-off part, but they'd never been very good. The book said something about elaborate displays of prominent features, but watching boys flex their muscles never appealed to her. Besides, they were lacking the bright colors part, which was a disappointment if she was honest. If they weren't even willing to try, why would she have cared? No, those methods didn't work. Singing and performing weren't as effective as building. Eis reviewed her work one last time before nodding to herself and heading out to find her lovebirds. It was already midday. The sun was directly overhead in the sky above Babel, so Belle was probably somewhere in the dungeon with his group. She'd had yesterday off to rest, but with her failed food delivery attempt, she'd have to make the most of today. Belle should be fine working only half a day. Should I bring some volleys to satisfy her group? The Palom girl Billy, she thinks Belle called her, seemed rather obsessed with money, so it would be good to help out. Besides, she'd obviously show Belle the same things her kitchen would have. She can provide them. With her plans in mind, Eis immediately headed towards the dungeon. It took her a while to find him and his group. If she had any way of seeing him, she was sure the sun would already be setting over the east wall. They were on their way to the surface from what she guessed was closest to the under resort, if its Minotaur stone waves were anything to go through. He didn't even bother to say hello as he strolled past the company, choosing instead to focus all his attention on giving Belle the warmest smile possible before roughly grabbing his arm and running off, leaving only a small bag of coins rattling in his place. But what? Hey, Belle Sama, Belle Dono. She ignored them, choosing instead to leap across the cavernous walls of the 14th floor and emerge onto the surface. In the blink of an eye, she and her captive found themselves at the entrance to one of Arario's many public parks. Eyes beamed with pride at what she had created, while Belle stared around in a daze. Perhaps he drove too fast and took some turns too aggressively. The golden eyes darted back and forth between Belle and her creation as she looked at her in utter confusion. Do you like it? Some of his earlier nervousness resurfaced as he spoke, unable to read her expression. He was frowning and his eyes were squinting as he stared at whatever it was he was staring at. Even so, it was obvious that Eyes had been proud of him and wanted him to see it long enough to kidnap him so she could see it as soon as possible. The girl watched as she timidly approached the stick fort perched against the only tree in the small park tucked away in the northeast district. Eyes had meticulously gathered an assortment of brightly colored objects. With autumn underway, it had been child's play to create a gradient of autumn leaves from green to brown. It served as the floor of her little house and helped draw attention to her other collections. He had a pile of perfectly smooth stones that he had found all over Arario. It took him all night to collect them, but they were very beautiful. Then, of course, he went to find flowers to pick, and when he learned that flowers don't usually grow in large stone cities, he found a new flower shop. He made sure to get only flowers with golden petals. There was no reason for him to think of other girls when he looked at them after all. So while Belle moved from one foot to the other, slowly absorbing everything, Eyes watched him with hawk-like eyes, seeing how he reacted. Eyes, yeah. Well, she tried to keep the emotion out of her voice, but she doubted it would work as well as she hoped. That's it, she's going to tell me how much she likes me. Belle looked at her and her hopeful smile before returning it, even though she had no idea what was going on. It's very beautiful, you should be proud. Eyes found it difficult to restrain herself from screaming and hugging him tightly, so he didn't. She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Belle's torso, lifting him off the ground and spinning him around with an uncontrollable giggle. He couldn't help but laugh too, not caring about exactly what he'd just done. If Eyes was happy, he was happy, and Eyes was very happy right now. Eyes had never given anything less than her very best. With the courtship of a certain bellcranel at stake, it wasn't going to start now. In a single leap, Eyes leaped over her worst enemy and landed on the other side of the chimney mansion's door. This time, no doorbell would stop her. Her feet didn't stop moving until she was well inside the building's lobby. Without ever speaking, Eyes entered the ongoing Hestia family dinner, walked over to Belle's side, took his hand, and led him away. She paused briefly and glanced at the food on the plates before turning back and pushing Belle into her seat. The Palom girl grunted as Eyes lifted her, chair and all, and carried her across the table. Then she grabbed a spare chair before dragging it over to the white-haired boy's side and sitting down herself. She hummed a charming tune to herself as she moved Belle's bowl into the space between them. Using Belle's fork, she took a spoonful of the dinner before smiling broadly at the taste, her eyes wide. Belle scratched his chin shyly. Tonight's meal was made by Mikoto and Haruheim, so he trailed off, but not before gesturing to the samurai girl from the Far East in the war games, now a rather beautiful Renard woman. Eyes nodded in acknowledgement, though she narrowed her eyes at her competition. Little did she know she had more to worry about than the waitress. It's delicious. And she was, almost unbearably so, so much so that Belle wouldn't want to eat bread cubes for the rest of his days. Eyes couldn't even aspire to compete. She gave them a suspicious look, scrutinizing their silence and their mannerisms. Mikoto didn't seem bothered at all by Eyes' closeness with Belle, which was good if not insulting. Although the golden-haired girl was glad that the samurai didn't erupt in a jealous rage, it hurt that she wasn't even considered competition as Belle's partner. Of course, I didn't know that Mikoto wasn't interested in Belle in the slightest. In addition, there was the Renard woman Eyes overheard being called Haruheim. She'd done something to impress Bete during the whole Daedalus fiasco, which was as interesting as it was worrying. She also looked quite pretty in her colorful red kimono. Obviously, the girl was trying to get closer to Belle through the display technique, with all her bright colors meant to attract attention. Add to that the fact that she was already crushing Eyes when it came to feeding, and the swordswoman couldn't help but feel like she was falling behind. Of course, she had amazed Belle with her immaculate construction techniques intended to show how Eyes can claim territory and build a suitable nesting area that she can defend. And of course, she was unmatched when it came to grooming. I doubted anyone could compete with her when it came to sitting with their bodies touching or leaning against each other. She did that almost every chance she got. Lap pillows, pats on the head, carrying like a princess, naps on her shoulder. You name it, she's done it. Then there was the dancing. She wasn't one to brag, but she was absolutely going to brag. Her dance at Apollo's banquet before it was ruined by said pompous god was far, far better than the one Hestia stole from her in the village of Eddas. And yes, she knows it was stolen. Belle was going to ask her to dance and that would have sealed the deal right there. They would have been partners and everyone would have known. But no, Hestia had to go and steal it. He didn't succeed. Hestia couldn't even fight alongside him, but Eyes could. Why would the goddess be so greedy as to steal his dance? What was the benefit? She couldn't be the boy's partner, not in the same way as Eyes. Partners were meant to fight side by side in battle, to defend each other's backs with everything they had, like Tyone and Tiona, Pot and Pock, although they are now dead and probably not the best example to prove their point, or like. Eyes swallowed hard as her cheeks flushed. Or like her parents, she wanted to think. Why had the thought been so embarrassing? It wasn't like she did. Was that what that old woman had meant when she called them those two words? What had the woman seen that Eyes hadn't? How had it taken her so long to realize he liked Belle a lot? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. One of his eyes peeked out from behind a thick layer of eyelashes as he watched Belle from his seat beside him, seeing him laugh heartily when Welf threw an arm around his shoulder and pulled him close. Smiling like him, his hands reached out to gather the various plates from the table. Eyes liked Belle, and to many other girls as well. They all obviously understood their potential as a couple, a romantic one this time, not a war partner. Haruheim did, Hestia did. Mikoto did, but obviously didn't try hard enough. Lily definitely did, but she never kept quiet about it. Was there more? Knowing Belle, probably. She had plenty of competition to worry about in her quest for Belle's heart, but even though she was behind, she still had the advantage, because they didn't have the book. How could they expect to beat her when Lissa Mainz's writing was solely in her hands? It's simple. They didn't know what she knew. They didn't know how to find the prettiest stones to display in the nests they built, nor did they understand the importance of perfection in dance. Things like hesitation, mistakes, and wavering showed that one was weak and inexperienced. Eyes smiled when everyone looked away. She was going to win. And if she was going to win, that meant she had to keep pushing forward and exploit their ignorance. She didn't know how long they would remain uninformed about the intricate courtship techniques, and when they said courtship, they meant courtship of the lovebirds. So once the delicious dinner was over, Eyes wasted no time and took Belle's hand again, pulling him toward the front door. She paused just long enough for Belle to shout a startled goodbye to his family before dragging him outside into the setting sun. He seemed nervous when she looked back at him, so she slowed her pace to a leisurely walk and slipped her fingers between his. Her hands fit comfortably in his, since the boy's hands were a little larger despite being younger. Wait, was he younger? She really needed to know more about him. When is your birthday? Belle jumped, his eyes darting upward from where they'd been trapped between his interlaced fingers. What? Eyes pouted. Have I asked you when your birthday is? What? He blinked before turning to look over his shoulder to see if anyone was behind him. There wasn't one. He pointed a finger at his chest with his free hand. Me. Who else would I be talking to? That was a fair point. Eyes didn't talk much to anyone. Eunice. He still didn't really know why she was asking. It had already been a week or so before his departure for Arario. Eyes hit him on the forehead, her pout still in place. Eunice what? 4. She gave him an expectant look. He sighed. June 14, 1047. She let out a cheerful murmur before continuing on her way. Belle hadn't even noticed they'd stopped walking in the middle of the street. Every now and then she'd turn her head to look at him, but then turn it back to face forward whenever he tried to get her attention. It was strange. He didn't understand at all what was going on. Why was she acting so differently lately? Was it some kind of hex? Maybe a curse? He didn't know much about curses, but it didn't seem out of the question that one could do that. Dixes had angered people, so one that acted like Lord Cupid's arrow wasn't impossible. So what's your favorite color? Golden? I probably should have thought about it a little more, but seeing Eyes' cheeks flush made it all worthwhile, even if I answered too quickly. The two continued like this for a while, weaving in and out of the streets teeming with adventurers heading into Arario's taverns. They attracted a few strange glances, but no one really commented on it save for the occasional whisper. Eyes kept asking questions the whole time, covering dozens of different topics. Food, hobbies, animals, they even had a friendly chat about Ween. It was wonderful. It did not prevent fear from building up in his gut as Eyes dragged him towards the entrance of the north wall. Eyes, what's wrong? She did not answer. Why wasn't he answering? It didn't help that Cassandra had recently tried to put him in horror books, and this felt too much like the way one of the characters died. He didn't want to die. He was so young. Her knees trembled when they reached the top of the stairs. She didn't know if it was from the exertion or from nerves. The feeling worsened when she looked around in the light of the setting sun and saw the assortment of candles. Ah, Kami, she's going to kill him. If this wasn't some kind of strange ritual, I didn't know what was. Someone had put a curse on Eyes, made her act strangely, and now she was dragging him back to the culprit's hideout so they could make sausages out of his colon. He swallowed hard as Eyes took their clasped hands and lifted them into the air. Slowly, she released her fingers from his, trailing her hand around his and gently stroking his skin before placing her palm on the back of his hand. She gently pushed his arm, guiding his open palm toward one of the candles. Say it. That's how it was, that's how he died. Murdered by a beautiful girl he was hopelessly in love with, all because she showed some interest in him as a person, and he didn't dare flee from some very obvious murder plots. What? A smile touched the girl's lips as she rested her chin on his shoulder, glancing ruefully at the side of his face. Her chest pressed against his back as she slowly traced a finger along his arm. You know that. He didn't know, and his arm was getting tired. Could he put it down now? Eyes mocked his confused expression before leaping behind him and thrusting her own palm into the air. You know it, Firebolt. Belle blinked. That, come on Bells, light the candles now. Oh, she just needed the candles lit before killing him and sucking his brains out through his nose. That made sense. Well, there's no point in delaying the inevitable. He was glad that she was the one who finished him off. She let out several resigned firebolts as she directed her palm toward each of the unlit wicks. With each successive incantation, Iza's face glowed orange. The sun sank lower and lower on the eastern horizon, setting over Lake Marin and Lalag, plunging her small hideout high on the wall into darkness, illuminated only by the candles. Looking around one last time, Eyes nodded to herself before looking at Belle. You owe me a dance. I must. Yes, you owe me. Belle didn't know if that was true, but she wasn't going to object. Dance with Eyes Wallenstein. Yes, please. Eyes stretched out with far more ease than he could ever have and caught his hand in hers. He felt it said a lot about how much he'd grown since arriving in the city that he hadn't fainted immediately when their fingers intertwined. He didn't even have time to think before Eyes pulled him into a dance he recognized. The Harvest Festival dance of the village of Eddas. Eyes probably chose this particular dance because it was the one she was owed. Or was it something deeper? He didn't know, nor could he worry about the implications as Eyes drew him closer and let out a cheerful smile as she laughed under the stars. Yes, everything was fine. Probably. I had no idea. So do you accept? I had no idea. Bonus. Belle paused, his hand resting on one of the last books on Eyes' shelf, squinting at the title on its spine. The box beside him was almost full. He just needed to pack the last few items. It's just why. He felt he knew Eyes well enough, a byproduct of dating her for about 4 odd years. He never pretended to understand the inner workings of her brain and what was going through her head at any given moment, but he felt he could say he knew her well enough. But this was confusing. I'd never seen Eyes have more than a passing interest in birds. At most, she'd feed a few ducks in some pond at an abandoned family home, but beyond that, I wasn't sure I'd ever seen her pay them any attention other than swatting them away whenever they lunged for her food. So why did he have a book about bird mating patterns? Eyes' room was practically empty. They'd only needed 4 boxes in total to pack everything, and most of them fell into 3 categories: weapons, armor, and paintings of them, oddly enough. The 4th category and the 4th box was for the few books she owned: a copy of Dungeon Oratoria, a handful of children's books that Belle now knew were retellings of stories her mother had told her ages ago, and a book on bird mating patterns. Because I didn't understand why, so he asked, Eyes, what's wrong, Belle? The girl in question moved away from the unpacked box of paints that he was pretty sure he had repackaged a few minutes earlier. She picked up the book in question and merely pointed vaguely at the title, not confident she could even ask the question without laughing. Eyes doesn't like being laughed at. The girl frowned at the gesture, not quite sure what he meant. Is this my book on courtship techniques? Belle nodded. That much was clear. Why? A golden eyebrow rose as he frowned. So I can woo you. That, faced with Belle's confused silence, Eyes continued. It was right before we started dating. I brought you that basket of food. I built you that shelter with the leaves and stones. I went dancing with you, don't you remember? No, if I did. I certainly wouldn't call that right before they started dating. Did I ask you out about a date about a year after that? Really? That was weird. I don't know why you were so nervous about asking me out that time. Belle blinked. Had they been dating for 5 years and she'd only just realized it? And most importantly, Eyes, yeah. This is a book for birds. Love birds, yes, I know, Belle. She shook her head because honestly, no, Eyes, birds of a feather. Those courtship techniques, they're for real birds, not love birds, just birds. We won't talk about this again. It's not possible. This will be in their wedding vows. Even if you were the last man in the world, I'd still never love you. At first, everything seemed normal. Belle woke up as usual. He always woke up before the rest of his family, so today was no different. The lack of sound coming from the walls of Chimney Mansion wasn't worrisome. However, the lack of outside noise was indeed a factor. Even when waking up in the early hours, there was always something. The whistle of a vendor taking out his wares. The thud of a box hitting the floor after slipping through the fingers of a still half-asleep worker. The scraping of boots dragging along the cobblestone streets. It didn't matter what, not really. however. But today there was nothing. A strange feeling gripped Bell as he sat up in bed, raising an arm to rub the sleep from his eyes. Something was missing, but what? It felt crucial, important, he knew it, so why couldn't he place it? Why couldn't he figure out what it was? He could make out the faint chirping of the bird that had nested in the inner courtyard. The sound echoed through the building's walls, rising and falling. Ripples burst out silently, expanding slowly and dissipating into the sky. The soft, cushioned clouds that filtered the dawn light absorbed the noise and once again enveloped the city in silence. Silence. It was so quiet. He realized it, but he hadn't done it. That was it, wasn't it? He could hear the bird already worried about its chicks. He could hear her, he could. Why couldn't I hear anything else? Why was everything so quiet, so empty, so empty? There was always a feeling in the city, in the air. Bell wasn't sure where to place it or where it came from. He wasn't even sure how he could sense it. It wasn't a sound, not something he could touch. It was a hum, a murmur, a power. It simply was. There was a feeling, a notion, an idea. There was something in the air, something that ebbed and flowed constantly. Perhaps it had something to do with the blessing bestowed upon him by his goddess, perhaps not. Maybe it had something to do with the way adventurers could sense strength in a certain way, how he always knew who was and wasn't beyond his reach. Perhaps it wasn't like that, but there was always a feeling in the city. There was always a feeling in the air, and there wasn't one. That feeling, that murmur, that buzz, that power, he was gone. It left like the voices of the early risers. It left like the groans of the exhausted, simply. It simply disappeared. Bell hesitated as he grasped the hem of his blanket, ready to pull it off his legs. Apprehension stopped his hand, preventing him from moving, but it was fear that made him move. He was apprehensive when it came to uncovering the truth, but he feared the alternative. She took a breath to calm herself as she placed her palm against her bedroom door. She was in no immediate danger, that much she knew. Her blessing wasn't burning on her back. Escape wasn't amplifying her movements. There were no monsters nearby. Was she perhaps in some kind of dream? Or was it a vision? Nothing seemed different, not really. Her bedroom was the same. The little she had seen of the greenery through her window had been similar. He pressed his forehead briefly against the cold wood and exhaled, closing his eyes as he did so. Then, with all the strength he could muster, he straightened his back, held his head high and left the room. The room closest to him was Welf's. It was empty. The next one was Hestia's. The goddess had insisted that she keep the closest room between the boys and the girls to make sure that nothing bad happened. Empty. Lily's empty. The one about Makoto and Haruhime empty. Okay, that's fine. It didn't mean anything bad had happened, just that everyone had woken up earlier. He checked the kitchen, the living room, the bathrooms, the forge, the courtyard, the dining room, the entrance, the courtyard, the bathrooms again, the ballroom, the kitchen again, the storeroom. The bedrooms they never used, nothing. He walked through the city, accompanied only by an unsettling silence. There were no customers in Café Wish, no young couples gathered in Love Square for breakfast. The market district near his house was deserted. The door to the hidden tavern of the Palom was ajar and the lights were off. He turned north. The hostess, the blue pharmacy, the guild, the Hephaestus family shop, the Diane sect pharmacy, all empty. Everyone had left, everyone except him. It didn't make any sense. Why had they left him behind? Why him? He wasn't anything special. There was no reason for it to be him and only him. He never considered that there might not be a reason. He never considered that there wasn't one. Hestia, Ina, Lily, Welf, Mikoto, Haruhime, eyes, Sir Ryu, gone. They were all he had left and they were gone. It was getting dark. At some point the day had shifted. The setting sun was dipping behind the west wall and sinking below the horizon. Bell wasn't sure exactly when, and he didn't care. He'd been wandering for hours, his lifeless eyes darting back and forth across the streets, trying to spot any trace of life he could find. Each empty alleyway only brought more questions. Was this the work of the gods, some kind of divine providence? His mind had shut down as the day wore on, his thoughts slowing and stopping as grief overwhelmed him. Could he truly be alone? The city was the last bastion protecting the world from the horrors that slithered through the caverns beneath Babel. Could he really hope to hold that? He dreaded what he might find if he ventured into the dungeon, hoped, prayed, wished that if the gods had any mercy the monsters would have vanished as well. But he knew deep in his heart that they hadn't. That it was only a matter of time before Uranos's prayers ran dry and the surface was once again besieged by monsters. Could he really expect that not to happen? Did he even want to try? He could accept it now, he could accept his end and gently pass on to the next life, the next world. He didn't know if Tenkai still existed. For all he knew, it might have vanished as well, or perhaps it was there as empty as this plane. He didn't know. Perhaps it no longer existed. Perhaps if he died there would be no eternal life, no rebirth, simply the end. That didn't sound so bad either. Bell stopped, his right boot brushing the cobblestones as he came to a halt. He turned, looking toward the flash of orange that had caught his eye. She sat on a tree branch, nestled between the green of its leaves and the white of its trunk. Her face was turned toward the sky, but her eyes remained closed, with traces of tears glistening in the starlight. A moment later she realized. A person. Not only that, but El Lefios. He jumped, his eyes snapping open as he spun around, staring wide-eyed at the frozen boy. He wasn't sure if she meant to speak, but a silent, "I thought I was the only one," drifted off with a shift in the air, swirling around him as the wind curled and caressed his cheek. They gazed at each other for a moment, lakes of deep blue looking into rubbered orbs. In a louder voice, she spoke again. "Are you real?" He took a moment to make sure he'd heard her correctly. Yes, it was. At least he thought so. It had all been so strange that he could honestly answer that with some certainty. She nodded and closed her eyes again. "So you are." He wasn't sure what had led her to that answer, whether it was her confusion or her fear. "They're all gone. Reveria, Eyes, Tiona and Tyone, Finn, Gareth, Alicia, Elfie, Philvis, even Loki." Belle nodded solemnly, not trusting her voice to pronounce the names of those she had lost. He wasn't sure where the elf got her strength, but he admired her for it. He walked slowly toward the tree, stopping right beneath it as he placed his palm on the bark of the trunk, whispering a single word. Firebolt. Where Belle expected a flash of light, he received nothing. Where Belle expected his skin to glow with a red light, illuminating his veins and bones as the light passed through his skin and muscles, nothing changed. He withdrew his hand, watching with weary eyes as the tree's unburned bark was revealed. She turned to her abandoned companion. "We should leave, check other towns, see if there are any others." Leffia hummed but did not move, instead choosing to look back at the sky. Belle remained unfazed. "We should look in the libraries, see if we can learn anything. There's still a chance we can." "You're a very hopeful human, aren't you, bellcranel?" He paused, his ruby eyes shifting from the blackened bark to his companion. "If I have no hope, who will? Everything will be all right, Leffia." She ignored the way even her hope seemed to be false at this moment. She ignored the way she felt, as if she were only pretending to believe. Another hum echoed along her as she slid down from her branch and landed on the ground, making hardly a sound. She looked at him impassively from her side, her right shoulder aligned and almost touching her left. "Where do you suggest then, human?" He thought for a moment and turned to walk away from her. Glancing over his shoulder, his eyes met Leffia's once more, the same dead stare they shared. Then he took off his shirt. Leffia shrieked, "W.I." Belle shrugged, letting out a snort as his lips moved slightly upward. "My Falna, can you read it?" She shook her head. "There's nothing to read." "I see, that's why." Leffia blinked before it dawned on her. It was no wonder the world seemed so much heavier, so much smaller. Their Falnas had vanished along with the rest of the world. Belle nodded. "To Fairy Bay then." Leffia watched him with considerable scrutiny, her eyes narrowing suspiciously as he pulled his shirt over his head, hiding his back from view. "Why do you want to go there?" "This city will fall soon. We don't have much time to prepare. If we can find elvish texts, perhaps we can use ancient magic to restore your innate magic. Our best hope is to put as much distance between ourselves and that tower as possible before the defenses fail. If there were more of us, I would hope we could sail to the other continents, but until we know if there are." He stopped, but the elf understood what he meant. The two of them wouldn't be enough to escape across the seas, not when ships usually required a full crew and not when neither of them had ever sailed before. He was right, she could feel it. Her access to her magic had been cut off. Without the ancient elven rituals for granting magic without the gods' blessing, her connection was severed. The texts preserved in the forest libraries were her best hope for survival. Leffia was useless with a sword. She would train, but there was no way to make up the difference so quickly. She noticed Belle's head had moved down to look at his palms. Before she had a chance to glance over his shoulder, he spoke again. "We'll need weapons too. I'll gather some Krazos. Can you get me some knives from your family?" There was a movement in his arms as he turned toward her, one of them slipping behind his back to sheath the sword he held. Leffia ignored the distressed look in his eyes as she nodded. Though the thought of carrying those magical swords repulsed her, she would do it. "I'll meet you at the east gate then, human." Belle noticed that her voice lacked its usual sharpness and said nothing. There was no point in stating the obvious. They were both already resigned to their disappointment. They weren't going to find any other survivors. Only they remained. Two adventurers without Falnas and alone, against a world that was about to be invaded by monsters. They unloaded the horses in the eastern stables, keeping only two to ride. They both expected an argument to break out about whether or not to ride to the other gates and release the remaining horses. Neither of them got what they expected. Belle couldn't allow an animal to suffer an unnecessarily painful death. He simply couldn't tolerate another starving to death when he could do something about it. Call it heroism, call it nobility, call it virtue, he honestly didn't care. It just wasn't right. Leffia was very similar, yet entirely different. The elves had never been particularly fond of domesticating animals, of forcing them into pens and stables and keeping them there for the benefit of humankind. It wasn't hard to see the hypocrisy in that sentiment. She hadn't forgotten that the ancient elven mages used to ride horses and elk into battle. But back then they did things differently. Their mounts were free to leave if they wished, they were never tethered. It was a bond of mutual trust, a mutual understanding. The elves fed them, groomed them, but they weren't their owners. In return for their kindness, their steeds rode into battle alongside their fellow elves. Thus, they lost half a day working among the stables within the city walls. The walls that were said to never fall. The walls that were meant to contain the monsters for all time, and that's all. The farms outside the city were next. Belle and Lefia knew that when the surface was invaded, none of this would matter. But they hoped that at least it would make some difference, that at least some of the animals would escape the hordes of monsters that would emerge. They wouldn't. They ignored him. They ignored the truth. They continued riding in silence. It took them 5 days to reach the first village. Somewhere in his mind, Belle recognized it as the place where he had been born. Somewhere deep in his mind, Belle recognized the hills he used to roll down, staining his shirt, the cabin where he and his grandfather lived together, the town he left behind that didn't leave him behind. What? Not that remembering will fix it. It was empty. They didn't bother looking for clues about what had happened. As for why it happened, it didn't matter. Maybe people would come back someday, maybe not. It didn't change anything in the here and now. They needed to survive, why? And keep moving forward, why? Fairy Bay was another 3 weeks' journey away. They briefly debated whether to retrace their steps and head west, maneuvering around the Alf Mountains to the north and traveling toward the Royal Forest of Alf. However, without a ship, they would be stuck on the wrong side of Fairy Bay with their backs to the sea. All the other important elven forests were on the west side, as was the wizard city of Altina. 2 more days of riding passed before any of them spoke again. What? She had stopped calling him human at some point. She couldn't say when or why, only that it happened. Yes, Lefia. Can you tell me everything will be all right again? Then, in a softer voice, please. 9 more days passed before they reached the next city, the largest since leaving Aurario, Santorio Vega, the city of fun. Belle had once heard that the city was never truly quiet, never truly dark, not even in the dead of night. It was said that its parks were the grandest of all, gigantic circular structures that spun and lifted you high into the air, and that its casinos were even more beautiful than the finest ones in Aurario. They didn't bother to check if it was true. They didn't bother to check if there were any survivors. They didn't need to confirm what they already knew. They found a small inn on the outskirts of town and tied their horses to a fence post. Belle stifled a laugh when Lefia glared at him, complaining about not having enough time to develop the sacred bond to make sure she doesn't wander off. Belle was pretty sure she understood the convenience of tying up a horse and knowing it would be there, rather than hoping it wouldn't notice that its food grew out of the ground basically everywhere. The inn was small, but that was already clear from the outside. The interior was quaint and warm, even without the fire burning in the hearth. Belle spent more than a few minutes staring at the fire when it finally lit, a combination of a skilled elf and a pile of rubbing sticks. She couldn't say how long she watched the tinder crack burn and turn to ash on the stone beneath. All she knew was that she had spent days around a hearth, surrounded by her family. If Lefia noticed how quiet he was, she didn't say anything. She knew exactly what he was going through. After all, they were all he had left, weren't they? She kept busy while he was lost in thought. Her search in the kitchen proved fruitful, yielding more than 1 can of food to pack in their backpacks. She also found some clothing, likely in the owner's bedroom, and set it aside before getting ready for her bath. One of her hands dipped into the water, gauging the temperature. She almost allowed herself a smile at this almost strange luxury. It was odd that a few weeks seemed enough to forget all the things she had previously taken for granted. The mere thought of bathing filled her with euphoria. He thought about starting his bath right there. The water was the perfect temperature, it was clean. You couldn't blame him for wanting to get in the water immediately. Lefia went in search of her companion, Belle. Her voice was calm, as it usually was these days. She wasn't sure how she should feel about it. Belle hesitated for a moment before replying, and the elf stepped completely out of the corner she'd been peeking out from and approached him. She stopped right in front of him, blocking his view of the fireplace, and leaned forward so she could look him straight in the eyes. Belle, I've prepared a bath for you and laid out some clothes for you. You should go wash up before it gets cold. He did so, thanking her with little more than a smile as he passed by. She didn't cry when he left. The water was cold when her turn came, and the magic crystal that heated it had stopped working. Even so, Lefia allowed herself a half-smile as she bathed, happy to have helped in whatever small way she could. It seemed she'd done most of the work on this trip. Even though she was the older of the two, even though she had more experience, it was always Belle. She didn't want it to always be Belle. She wanted to carry her own weight, too. Can you tell me about them? What? The fire had died down by the time she returned, but Belle hurried to throw on more wood when her wet hair made her shiver. She wasn't sure of the exact date. She'd stopped keeping track at the beginning of all this, but she knew winter would be coming soon. The attack on Knossos had happened at the end of November. It hadn't been long before the disappearance. Perhaps winter had already begun, she didn't know. She was just grateful that the continent had always been fairly temperate. As long as they didn't travel to the far north, they'd be fine, Belle murmured from his position on the sofa. Them. Your family, I never knew much about them before. The boy nodded. Hestia was loud, impulsive, immature. He paused for a moment, the only mother I ever had. He didn't take his eyes off the flames as he spoke. In fact, he seemed to lean closer to them as he went on. Perhaps they stirred nostalgia, or perhaps he simply wanted something to blame for the tears welling in his eyes. All she ever wanted to do was help us, take care of us, be the best goddess we could ever ask for. She gave me this. He pulled out the knife she'd seen him hold the first day but hadn't used since. Not when they were hunting, nor when they needed to cut cloth to bandage Belle after he'd protected her during a particularly nasty encounter with monsters. Hell, I don't even remember how much it cost her. I guess it doesn't matter now, Hephaestus isn't here to collect. When Leffia extended a hand in the air between them, she didn't even need to ask. The knife was gently placed in her palm. She watched it as Belle continued speaking, observing the black gleam of the mithril blade, the faded hieroglyphs that decorated its edge. She was forged from the hair and ichor of Hestia. She is alive. The elf looked away from the leaf and directed her gaze at the boy. Alive. A nod. It was bound to my fauna. It was strengthened by the power of my blessing. It could only be used by a member of the Hestia familia. So now. Leffia pressed her finger against the edge as Belle stood speechless, surprised by how weak it was. Not even a cut. Belle continued. Lily was my support, a little chatterbox. He chuckled. When we first met, she robbed me. Then when that didn't work, she trapped me in the dungeon and ran off with that dagger. Leffia gave him an incredulous look, her mouth agape, which made him immediately back away. We're reconciled. For some reason, that didn't make her feel better. They continued like this for a while, going back and forth as they told stories about their own families, laughing, crying, reminiscing. Leffia lowered her head whenever she was forced to recall something embarrassing, and Belle wouldn't relent until she told him. As penance, Belle was forced to tell his own embarrassing stories. Running away from eyes covered in minotaur blood after she saved his life. Running away from eyes after waking up in her lap. Bumping into eyes when he was trying to escape her at the guild. Oddly enough, most of his stories involved eyes. Even stranger, Leffia found herself not as upset as she might have been in the past when she heard about the special moments Belle spent with their shared idol. Perhaps it was because she was too numb to care, perhaps because she had accepted that she might never see the girl again, or perhaps because she had finally come to understand Belle. She didn't really know the reason, she just did. Did you love her? Belle smiled. I loved her. She saved my life. I think I was doomed from the start. I think she loved you too. And she did, she really did. Leffia had never seen Eyes act the way she did with Belle before. At first, she'd been jealous that some random guy who'd appeared out of nowhere could make Eyes happier than she'd ever been able to in years of friendship. But now she was glad that before all this happened, Eyes finally had the chance to be happy. Really, truly happy. Glad that Eyes had someone who loved her the way Belle had. Did you have someone to love, Leffia? And he had it, he really had it. She might have been Eyes once when she was still confused about her own feelings, but she knew that wasn't the case. Philvis, her beloved Philvis. No one ever understood her pain. They understood why she cried for her friend's death, of course, but they didn't understand why she cried, why she couldn't get back up and move on, why the second death hit as hard as the first. They didn't understand why she cried more for the life Philvis had lived than for the unjust death he had suffered. But if anyone was going to understand, anyone at all, it was going to be Belle, wasn't it? The one who went to war against the city to protect a monster. If anyone was going to understand why he cared so much and why his heart broke again when he thought of the ebony-haired elf. And as she told the story of the beautiful elf, her eyes never left Belle's. A red so similar and yet so different from the woman she once loved does she still love. She wept at the end. For the first time, Leffia felt understood. They understood her. They wept for the fate of the creature and the elf, two halves of the same coin, but neither less important nor less good. That night they fell asleep on the sofas by the fire, foregoing the comfort of beds and preferring each other's company. Neither of them mentioned their fear of being alone, their fear that if they lost sight of each other they would disappear like everyone else. Wish Forest was as beautiful as Leffia remembered it. She led Belle through the city of trees, showing him all the sights she had once dreamed of showing Philvis. His heart ached a little less each time he thought of her. She showed him where she had lived, where she had gone to play, where she had seen the village elders practice the ancient forms of magic. She smiled when she realized Belle was completely captivated by her house, and stamped her foot and pouted when she nervously revealed that they had already been to hers. Neither of them commented on how Leffia had held his hand the whole time, nor how they had forgotten the entire purpose of traveling there on the first day, and the second one, and the third one, but that was all right. Soon they would find the libraries, and Leffia would study more than Reveria had ever asked of her so she could protect Belle the way he had protected her. He had helped her train to fight, sure, but she wasn't cut out for hand-to-hand combat. She had Philvis's wand, sure, and she had his sword, yes, but she'd never had the chance to train with either of them. Not in any way that counted, but eventually he would be able to bear its weight. Soon. For now, she was happy. She had stopped asking Belle to tell her that everything would be all right after that night at the... They had been traveling for a month. If things were going to go back to normal, they would have. Things weren't going to change, but that didn't stop her from asking. I just knew everything was going to be all right. As long as Bell stayed by his side, it was almost funny. Before all this happened, I would never have dreamed of choosing bellcranel the human to be my companion at the end of the world. I probably would have scoffed, laughed. It wasn't a pleasant thought. I probably would have shouted something stupid and selfish like, "Even if you were the last man on earth, I would never love you." Oh, how wrong I was. Now she couldn't imagine anyone else by her side through all of this. She doubted that even her friends would have been able to keep her as sane, as happy as the human. And he knew, even without hearing it, that Belle felt the same way. They could never be sure that things would have turned out the same way if they had gone differently. They could never be sure that it wasn't circumstances that brought them together, but that didn't bother her, and it certainly didn't bother Belle. It was probably the end of the world. And Lefia was happy. She didn't know if the others would ever return. She didn't even know how much longer she and Belle would survive. Was there still life after death? Where would they go if they died? She discovered that it didn't matter. None of it mattered. If the others came back, they came back, and Lefia would weep with joy if the day came. And if they didn't, they didn't. She had Belle. Belle had her. If all else failed, they still had each other, their family, and their family wouldn't grow unless a miracle happened. They would never choose to bring a child into a world where they would have to live alone. Belle had Lefia, Lefia had Belle. They couldn't imagine what it would have been like if they hadn't had each other. So no children. For once, Belle found that he didn't care about that thought. It was probably the end of the world, and Belle was happy. How strange was that? A friendly wager. The health. The 4 members of the Hestia familia from the war games, minus the stoic elf. Plus the goddess raised their cups and clinked them together cheerfully, not caring how their liquid treasure spilled over the edges. Each of them had chosen quite different drinks to enjoy their evening. Mikoto had stayed in her comfort zone, sticking with sake from her homeland. Belle didn't venture out either, opting for a cup of light beer. Welf ordered an aged whiskey, which he downed like poison. A real drink, he said. Belle thought it was nonsense, but who was he to say anything? Hestia was well, they couldn't say exactly what she'd ordered, but it must have been strong because. Thump, she fainted. That was fine, she was fine. I wasn't a doctor or anything like that, but I could say with certainty that alcohol had never killed anyone. A burp escaped Belle's throat as he turned towards Lily, who was poking Hestia's cheek with a gloomy face. Ella. Oh, how nice that I was already slurring my words. It was in moments like this that I wished I'd stuck with the level up and chosen the abnormal resistance. Honestly, I didn't know if it would do me much good. I felt it was something that should help, but then again, Bitep probably had it too, and Belle was sure he'd seen the drunken wolf. The skills were rare. The Palam tilted her head to look at him from where her chin was tucked into the crook of her arm. Yes, Belle-sama. Why are there 2? The girl sighed and shook her head sadly. In the end, she should have followed her instincts and not gone out. There was nothing for her in the bars. Her index finger traced the rim of her glass, a crystal compared to their wooden pitchers, making a soft whirring sound fill the air along with the drunken revelry. She stared at the water in her glass, watching it swirl and ripple whenever someone stamped their foot or slammed their glass down. Lily hated alcohol. Belle-sama shouldn't drink, for it embitters good men. It was especially bad now, considering she still had to return to her old family and pay her transfer fee. What did being near that influence again mean? She'd already freed herself from Soma once, just once, but she hadn't counted on being able to do it again. She didn't want to taste that disgusting liquid again, didn't want to feel the pure euphoria it produced when it coated her throat and heated her to the very back. That's why Lily wouldn't drink, even if it meant she'd be alone in this. Surrounded by her friends and family as they enjoyed themselves doing exactly what she couldn't. Yes, Lily knew she should have stayed home. They hadn't forced her or anything, she knew that. They were good people, not like the ones who had hurt her before. That didn't change how she felt seeing them all drinking and happy while she wallowed in her misery. It wouldn't have been right for her to stay home, that's what she decided. She could put aside her reservations and enjoy the evening with the man who saved her and the family who took her in, couldn't she? I couldn't, because I would never be able to enjoy myself when it came to moments like these. Lily thought things might be even worse now that she was free. Before, it was a question of when, not if. She knew they would find her eventually, unless she could raise the funds to escape in time. She knew that better than anything. One of her family members would find her, capture her, drag her into their personal hell and force-feed her the nectar of the gods, that damn divine wine. It didn't turn out quite like that. She had returned of her own free will, but she drank it anyway. And now he was free. Her life was miserable before, she could easily admit it. Without Belle there to save her, she did nothing but go her own way, stealing without thinking to pursue a dream she knew deep down she could never achieve. And now he was free. And that scared her even more, because what if she wasn't strong enough and fell again? Before, she had nothing to lose, nothing at all. Now she had everything to lose. She didn't want that, she couldn't risk it. He brought the glass to his mouth, pouring the cold liquid down his throat, washing away the bile that struggled to rise every time he looked around. I needed to get away. Belle-sama. Yes, Lilidoska. Lily too, Ka. He smiled as he rocked in his seat. Well, you ray not Lili you know ca. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Was Belsama an idiot or a weakling? One mug of beer and he's already this delirious. Lilia's going home, she's tired and lunch didn't agree with her. Lying came easily to her, she hadn't become a skilled thief without knowing how. Besides, she'd been lying to herself for years, it was practically the foundation of her magic. She simply imagined herself as someone different, someone better. Even then, when she was tearing herself apart day after day with those lies, it didn't hurt as much as telling Belle a white lie so she could leave. He was her hero, the one who had saved her, and yet she couldn't be honest with him. She couldn't tell him how much it hurt to see him like this, that he didn't even understand why she didn't like going to bars. So she lied. And she ignored the slight softening of moods at her table, excluding Hestia, who slept peacefully, barely moving. She didn't want to be the reason they couldn't enjoy the moment. It was bad enough that they were wasting time helping her after everything they'd done. She couldn't let them down. Or they might realize she's not worth it. What? He nodded to the Palom girl in acceptance, and she allowed herself to exhale a heavy sigh. Enjoy your night, Belsama Welfson Mikitasen. She left quickly without another word, not caring that her hurried steps might be noticed. She knew she probably should have brought Hestia back with her, not left her goddess in the hands of several drunken adventurers, however strong they might be, but she needed to be far, far away right now. She could apologize later. She walked through the night, hugging her body tightly as she slipped through the alleyways she knew so well from her time as a pickpocket and thief. She knew her way through the labyrinthine streets, as well as the weight of items she could take from each fabric without the owner noticing. Silk was practically useless, too light and airy to work with. Wool was best, its thickness allowing for a greater weight discrepancy to be nicked without the owner realizing it. Carefully avoiding all bars, taverns, and pubs, she disappeared into the night, silent tears falling from her eyes. Belle watched her leave, frowning. He didn't know why, but she seemed upset. She shouldn't be, not since she'd finally freed herself from the people who had hurt her from. Oh, he was an idiot. A huge, colossal, and unrepentant idiot who didn't see what he was doing wrong until it was too late. Glancing around the table, he wasn't the only one who noticed. For starters, Mikoto had never been this drunk since she'd never been that kind of person. The only person who hadn't noticed was Hestia, who... Belle squinted as he leaned over the table, accidentally knocking two of his empty jugs onto the wooden surface. He watched his goddess's back as she slept. Was he breathing? It was very difficult to know. Perhaps she was dead, she could be dead. I was pretty sure that's what she'd look like if she died, so that means she's probably dead, right? He should find out, but how? A light bulb flickered on above his head as he grinned, leaning even further across the table, until his chest was pressed flat against the surface between Welf's uneaten fries and the peppers Mikoto had shoved in. He'd have to talk to them later about eating delicious food, the heathens. He stood next to Hestia's face and began hitting her cheek. He sent Aya. H is an ant. He's Staya. Nothing, she must be dead. He was roughly shoved to the side, unfortunately causing some peppers to fall into his armpit. Those little idiots. He'd have to make sure he found those guys. Later, now I had a point to prove. Welf was trying to succeed where he had failed and awaken his sleeping, possibly dead goddess. His strategy wasn't so different from Belle's. In fact, now that I thought about it, it was exactly the same strategy. Hey. That? You Ray 100 times cheating. What? You Ray just done. No. You Ray doing it now aperitif. What? Welf stopped poking the goddess's cheek and wrinkled his face in confusion as he turned to look at Belle. Appetizer. Philosophers. No I to help me. The samurai stepped away from the door, watching the two drunken faces as they turned to look at her, awaiting her judgment. She shook her head with a sigh, plagiarist. They looked at each other before shaking their heads decisively. They didn't know what word it was, but they were sure it wasn't that one. Incisive. Mikoto looked back at the door as the two resumed arguing about possible words that apparently were not plagiarist. That was until a man sat down next to their stall and frowned at them. In perfect synchronization, which Mikoto could admit was honestly impressive, they turned and looked at the tall man. Oh, you again. Hello, Bite. In contrast to their simultaneous reaction, their responses to the werewolf were polar opposites. One of them was skeptical with a sour face, while the other had nothing but stars in his eyes as he smiled at the first-class adventurer. Belle could consider himself lucky that the Sword Princess was not in sight, as she would undoubtedly have reacted badly upon seeing him. I thought I told you not to taint my drinks with your weakness again. Belle blinked slowly. Did you do it? He turned to look at Welf and pointed a finger at Van Argand. Did he? Welf just shrugged, and boy did he know, he was just trying to figure out why the scruffy guy was talking to them if he didn't want them near him. It was strange. Are you at Sunder? What? She stared at the wolf, her eyes flickering and turning blue, before realizing she'd said it out loud. She laughed nervously, letting out a soft whoops as she did. But Ted didn't even hear the question, instead focusing all his attention on the brat who was defying all known logic by leveling up, proving him wrong. Not that he admitted it again. He hated him. He needed to show him that he was still the same red-faced kid from 2 months ago, the one who ran away at the first sign of danger. He was still weak. Listen, kid, don't think you're so great just because you beat a minotaur and won a war game. That's not so impressive. You have to. You forgot about the irregular Goliath. Bell looked up, realizing that he could say it directly to the man instead of whispering to Welf loud enough for someone to hear. You forgot about the irregular Goliath. What irregular Goliaths? He who attacked Rye Roman 6a. It was a secret, wasn't it? It wasn't a question, but no one had heard it as everyone nodded silently. Speaks. The silence that had surrounded the 4 adventurers was interrupted by Mikoto's gentle sip as she finished the rest of her sake, not really in the mood for what was about to happen. Tusk, never mind, what I mean is you're still weak, you don't deserve eyes and… I know it, that's why I have to do it harder. That's not what I'm… I know that's not what you mean. I just want to make sure that Eyes doesn't get hurt by falling in love with someone who could end up dead for not being strong enough. I see right through you, Mr. Wolf. No. Dia st my Edo, what the hell do you know about? Bell interrupted him again, mostly because he didn't want to hear what he had to say, but also because he was super drunk and could do it. I'm afraid of abandonment. I probably shouldn't have said that, huh? MHMMM. All the members of my family have died and are gone. Every day I fear that the same thing will happen to my new family, so I throw myself headlong into danger so that they don't have to do what they do. I can't bear the thought of losing them. Mikoto really needed another drink. So we're not so different, you and I, are we? The same fear. That's not why I hate weak people. I hate them because they are cowards without character, without guts, who know nothing but to run away. At least that way I won't have to bury them. And they have no right to be among the rest of us at the top. It's a dangerous job and I can't keep everyone safe. Bell knew what he meant by every lie that came out of his mouth. He hated them for dying, for leaving him behind, nothing more. He and Bite weren't so different in the end. Besides, if you're as strong as you say, you should be able to get any girl you want. I bet you couldn't even get a girl to kiss you. Oh, fine. Just because Bite has a good reason to mock and discourage people doesn't change the fact that he's an insufferable bastard. And judging by the way he was grinding his teeth now, Bell had just said that out loud. Stupid alcohol. So, you think you're really good now, huh? How about a bet then? If you can get 7 girls to kiss you, then I'll buy you a drink. Why 7? It's my lucky number. It is everyone's lucky number. Do you want to come in or not? For a free drink, no. What the hell do you want then? HMMMMMMMM. For God's sake only. US boot S. I'm not giving you my boots. Do you know how much these things cost? No. No way am I giving you my bow. Then I'll just take the left one. Go to hell. I'm sticking with the left. Okay. Bell reached out and the werewolf instinctively closed the gap, grabbing little Rookie's hand with a firm grip before shaking it up and down. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Bite could only stare at the palm of her hand as the white-haired boy and his 2 companions dragged their still unconscious, and possibly dead, goddess towards the door. He would soon come to regret making that bet and the male population would come to hate him for it. Breakfast was a peaceful affair if you didn't take into account the way Lily moved around the dining room, creating as much noise as possible. Every clatter of dishes or chairs was accompanied by a grimace of pain, as the family paid a heavy price for her nightly escapades. Bell was pretty sure you weren't supposed to hear your blood pumping in your ears, but maybe that was something only a high-level 2 could do. Not that he knew much. At least Lily hadn't opened the God. Bell hissed and ducked under the table as he opened the curtains, releasing the morning sunlight from its prison outside the house and allowing it inside. I hated that sunlight more than I had ever hated anything. It was the worst. Lily hopes you've all learned your lesson. If the beautiful symphony of moans was anything to go by, she might get her wish. Without saying anything more, she headed towards the doors of the rest of the inn, pausing only briefly at the threshold. Lily would recommend having a good breakfast and drinking plenty of water. If you need Lily, she will be in your room. Bell watched her leave from under the table, letting out a heavy sigh as the door closed behind her, throbbing in his head. Damn it, he was going to make it up to her. We've done something wrong. Hestia moaned somewhere above him. Hell yeah, we did. Oh, I honestly didn't expect her to agree with him. I'm never drinking that much alcohol again. I feel like an idiot. Ah, okay, she thinks I was talking about the hangover, not what we did to Lily. That proves it. Mikatuwu. Keep shouting my name and I'll find a way to reverse my magic and make you float towards the sun. Okay, do you remember what happened after my third cup last night? What? The samurai tried to get up, but ended up hitting her knee on the bottom of the table and curled up into a ball, lamenting her misfortune. Bell watched her with narrowed eyes as he rocked in his chair, wondering if he should help her. Mikoto, are you okay? No, all right. And now? Clear. That's good. So what happened last night? You made a bet. MHMM, what kind of bet? Huh? Oh, except you couldn't kiss 7 girls without getting beaten up for it. Why 7? Mikoto sighed and shook her head, the skin on her forehead turning red as she pressed her face harder and harder against the tabletop. The cool temperature of the wood helped, though only slightly, to keep her from throwing herself out the window behind her to end the pounding in her head. I don't know, I don't care. All right. Hestia's head lifted from where it lay in his arms, the hangover forgotten as she finally registered his words. What on earth do you mean my Belcon has to kiss 7 girls? Belcon, kiss me, it's an order from your goddess. I'll pass. Bell raised his hand to knock on Lily's door before lowering it again, unsure of exactly what to say. Like, what do you say to someone who's been traumatized and then, without thinking, expose them to the very thing that caused them pain? He was an idiot. A simple "I'm sorry" didn't seem like it would do the trick, but what else could I say? I could try to show it, but how on earth was I going to do that? Supplicate, he was quite good at begging, perhaps a doja. No matter what he came up with, it all seemed too dishonest, as if he were missing something. But what? The door burst open and Bell was jolted back to reality when Lily appeared on the other side, staring at him with a flat expression. Bell-sama. Lily says she's fine. The door began to close again before he had a chance to speak. The Palom on the other side didn't want to participate in the impending conversation and simply slammed it in his face. Naturally, and as with any good story, Bell stopped the door from closing and quietly begged her to let him speak. He had read enough stories in his life to know how this goes. He begged, she said no. He begged a little more, she said, I said no, a little louder, not quite shouting, but at the same time it wasn't quiet enough to be considered a conversation. However, he wouldn't give in. He begged her to give him a chance to explain, and then she would collapse on the other side of the door, sobbing and crying about how he had hurt her and how she just wanted to be alone. Then he would gently open the door because she had long since given up trying to stop him and quietly approach her, enveloping her in a hug and silencing her. He would apologize, she would ask for time. And then with time their relationship would heal, and then they would be stronger then. Hey. Of course, Lily hadn't had much of a childhood and therefore wasn't familiar with any of the common tropes used in storytelling, so she simply opened the door fully when he asked and gestured for him to come in. It wasn't exactly what he'd hoped for, but he could work with it. He just had to come up with a completely new plan, from scratch, right now, while she waited for him. Lily has a lot to do, Bell-sama. She needs to talk to Goibnia-sama about the renovations and visit her old house to pay the transfer fee, so if Bell-sama isn't going to say anything then. I'm so sorry, Lily. I know, he paused, licking his lips and searching for the right words. I know you haven't had a good life, and I know celebrations like that can be bad for you. So why are you asking Lily to go when you know she can't handle it? Bell sighed and held his head in his hands, because I'm an idiot and I wasn't thinking. I didn't consider you or your feelings about it when I made the decision, and for that I'm sorry. I promise to do better and not make the same mistake again. Lily can't say she's happy about it, but she's willing to forget it this time for Bell-sama's sake. She just promises Lily she won't become like her family. The captain of the Hestia Familia smiled and hugged her from the side. I promise I'll never be like them. We can find a better way to celebrate things in the future, maybe we can go to a water park. Lily blinked and pulled slightly away from the embrace to look at the man she loved, making sure to give him a look that screamed, "Are you an idiot?" Because that's how a love-struck maiden should react when her sweetheart says something like that. What is a water park? I don't really know, I've only heard about them. Apparently there's one in the Pleasure District. Lily froze before narrowing her eyes. And how did Bell-sama find out about that? Lily tilted her head, confused, not really understanding where she'd gone wrong in her explanation. She tapped her chin as she rewound her memories to remember when she first found out it was O. He snapped the fingers of his free arm happily as it came to him. I was walking down the street on my way to the dungeon a month ago, and I overheard a guy talking about how he'd been getting laid by a lot of girls in the entertainment district. Obviously, a water park would be a lot of fun. Lily, are you okay? A war raged in Lily's mind as an army fought on multiple fronts, trying to decide exactly how she should respond. Kill Belle, kiss Belle, kill the guy who came up with the idea of corrupting this boy. She didn't respond, so Belle simply pulled her close to his chest and wrapped his other arm around her small body. It felt good to be hugged, a sensation she wasn't familiar with unless you counted the times she'd been picked up and carried around as punishment. That wasn't pleasant, but Belle's hug was warm, excessively so. Was he using firebolt or something? And his arms weren't hurtful like those other adventurers. He was kind and... A light pressure pressed against her forehead, a slightly damp object pressing along her hairline for a brief moment before moving away. Belsama. Yes, Lily. She swallowed hard because it sounded like he was smiling, and oh my Kami was smiling now. Did you just kiss Lily on the head? Him, I suppose you could call it that. Do it again. Excuse me. Lily wants more, so kiss her on the head again. No, wait, on the lips. Lily frowned as he darted off towards the door of his in-room and quickly followed his example, jumping to her feet and chasing after him. Damn her short legs. Belsama, you'd better come back here and take responsibility for what you've done. Their voices drifted apart as they ran further and further from the bedroom, with muffled apologies and shouts following in their wake. Mikoto lay on her bed, the book in her lap forgotten for a moment as she blinked slowly over where they had disappeared. I wonder if it counts if they hit him for not kissing them more. The world gave him no answer that day. Well, unless you count a man with one foot in the grave walking past the open bedroom door with his ass in the air as an answer to his question. He hoped Lily wouldn't get too distracted by Belle and forget to talk to Goibniu about their new home. He didn't think she could endure this in much longer. Old people had no shame. Belle sighed as Mord pulled away, but he maintained a firm grip on the collar of his tuxedo. He was glad to at least be away from the man's face. It felt like he was sucking on a minotaur's face if he was honest. He was glad the man seemed to like him more now, even if it just meant he wasn't kidnapping his goddess anymore, but he was a little rough. It wasn't that Belle wanted them all to be kicked out of the casino. He simply saw a friend who needed help and acted. What's wrong with that? Is this how you repay us? Mord shook him a little more. He couldn't even say he was paying full attention to what the man was saying. He just wanted to leave and maybe get a towel to wipe the saliva off his face. He was halfway through apologizing when he saw a certain elf, the only reason he was in this situation, although he didn't care. Ryu. She was alone on a side street, keeping in the shadows so as not to attract too much attention. Smart move, considering she'd just finished a heist at one of the city's biggest casinos. Mord followed her gaze and immediately his grip loosened. Logically, he knew he should be annoyed that the only reason he'd been able to escape, without using excessive force, was because Mord was a womanizer and Ryu was an elven maiden, but right now he was just grateful. He ran down the street toward her, the leather of his black dress shoes creasing as his feet buckled with each step. Ryusen, are you all right? The former justice model turned to face him as he approached, smiling kindly as she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, thank you. She glanced sharply over her shoulder at the trio of weeping men and the crowd of onlookers who watched and laughed. Belle turned away before laughing and rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, well, they'll be fine. They're just a little annoyed that we didn't get to keep our profits. We don't want to be banned. The white-haired boy cleared his throat and smiled shakily, among other things. I am sorry, this is my fault. No, it's fine, really. They deserved it, she waved her hand in the air while laughing openly. Just could you do whatever it was you were doing? Ryu smiled slightly when he met her eyes. Even without knowing anything about what we were doing, he sacrificed his night just to help. Yes, it's all over. Furthermore, we've managed to achieve our original goal. I'm very happy to hear it. Thank you again, Cranelson, and if it's any consolation, I'm sorry for involving you. No, it's okay, really, it's okay. After all, you always help me, and besides, I think I'm lucky to have been able to see you both dressed so differently. Belle's eyes widened as the smile vanished from Ryu's face. Oh no, did I say something wrong? Does she think I'm a pervert now? What if she never wants to talk to me or be my friend again? She'd leave and I wouldn't be able to help her or... He stopped when she let out a sigh, her eyes turning dejected as her bangs fell forward to shadow her face. Belle tentatively extended his hand toward her before withdrawing it. Ryusen. Is something wrong? You seem different than usual. Cranelson, her voice was flat, more monotonous than when they had first met, and certainly more so now that they had known each other for a long time, and a small amount of fear gathered in her gut. I am. Are you what Ryu dying's good, unwanted company? What are you going to ask me? Unfeminine. Bell tilted his head to one side, the most bewildered expression on his face. The bridge of his nose wrinkled as his face wrinkled, lifting his upper lip from the thin line on which it had previously rested. Ryu, unfeminine. The idea itself was almost laughable. Why would I ask him something like that? Ryu choked on his own saliva in front of him when he finally realized what he'd said. He turned away to hide the boy's flushed cheeks and put his hands to the tips of his ears, which turned red with embarrassment. C.R. Cranelson, please forget what I. She surprised herself and drew a breath, holding it in her chest as she turned slightly to look over her shoulder out of one eye. She wasn't sure what Belle was going to say exactly, or even if she was ready to hear it. But her legs didn't move. It was something I needed. Ryu, could you turn around and look at me? She shook her head frantically, and her short, light green hair swung as she spun around. Please, I want to be able to look you in the eyes while I tell you this. Perhaps it was the pleading tone, or perhaps it was the fact that he sounded as nervous as she did, but she found herself forcing herself, despite all her voiceless cries, to run. Ryu, you are. Her left ear twitched in the air, nervous energy filling every corner of her body as she held her breath and waited for him to continue. Strong, very strong and amazing, and so cool you could put men like me to shame. She lowered her shoulders in disappointment. Her hands, which had been clasped in front of her chest, fell to her sides and hung limply in the air. Of course. However, you're also kind and polite and always thoughtful and swallowing hard before bending at the waist and taking her hand by the side, holding it firmly in his own so she couldn't pull away. Her eyes widened at the gesture and her whole body froze. And Season was cute, but I'd like to see you in a dress, too, someday. The hand that rested on hers moved slowly over the surface of her white skin, the side of his thumb caressing her slowly enough to send shivers down the elven maiden's spine. And then he raised his hand and closed his eyes. Ryu nearly collapsed as he lowered his lips to her knuckles, placing a tender kiss upon their bony surface. Steam escaped from each of her pointed ears as she tried and failed miserably to compose herself. He moved away as slowly as he had come, his hand once again sliding into place and covering hers. I think you're incredibly beautiful, Ryu, so beautiful that it makes me think things like that. Me beautiful, her gaze returned to their clasped hands, fully aware that what he had just done was the equivalent of a marriage proposal in elven customs. Should I tell him? Does he even know? Yeah, her mouth moved before she had time to think. Of all time, she was never speechless at the slightest bit of positive attention. Right now, Bell straightened up again and tilted his head, something unnecessarily endearing in his humble opinion. Yes, what do you mean by that, Ryu? He has no idea, that. She sighed, it's nothing, Cranelson, please forgive me. In the future, perhaps, if you'll allow me. She pulled her hands away, loosening her grip and letting her arms fall back to her sides. Well, if you're feeling better, Ryusen, then I should go. Bell. Bell, what am I doing? She's going to think I'm so bold and then. Yes, Ryu. She swallowed hard. I've been training in the tavern courtyard in the mornings. She turned away from him, her sky blue eyes gazing at the buildings lining the streets. If you'd like, why don't we train together? Yes, I'd love to. Ryu allowed herself another rare smile as the two walked away together, heading back towards the hostess of fertility. She wasn't very big, and she would never have seemed particularly beautiful to him, but to Belle she was radiant. He was glad to have been able to bring it to light. Hey, have you heard the news? What news? The little rookie is engaged. Bete's ear twitched as she turned towards where some of the weaklings in her family were gathering for breakfast. What on earth do they mean by saying the brat is engaged? He wasn't the only one silently tuning in to the early morning gossip, as the rest of the executives quickly became interested, some more than others. What the hell do they mean by little rookie being engaged? Bete frowned. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, so understand this. Apparently he went out a few nights after his victory in the war game and spent the night at the casino. In fact, he won so much money that he and his friends were kicked out. Okay. Don't interrupt, idiot. Anyway, a few people saw him on the streets afterward talking to an elf, a beautiful one. They couldn't hear much, but apparently he leaned in and kissed her hand. And then she nodded. He's totally engaged. I'll tell you that, Chaiti. Oh yeah. B10 nervously looked at his right boot. It's not possible, is it? True, it had to be a coincidence. You're lying through your teeth, Dag. I know for a fact that she's using that palm she's got for support. Snap, everyone turned to look at the executive table, where Finn was smiling shyly as he swept up what was left of his metal fork with the side of his hand. Most didn't think much of it, fully aware of how much the Falna's increased strength could affect everyday tasks. It wouldn't be the first time a utensil had broken, although some did notice the tension in his face and shoulders. So she's the support. Why yes, Anyway, apparently she was chasing the boy all over town yelling at him to come back here and kiss her again. Snap, apparently today was a day for kitchen mishaps, as Eyes stormed off in a rage from her shattered knife, completely ignoring the worried shouts that followed her out of the dining room. All her friends sitting at the table stared with concern at her plate, the uneaten potato sandwich standing out against the white ceramic. Everyone was asking the same thing: what the hell is going on? Bete, for his part, refused to accept it. It was impossible that the tomato bastard had already accumulated 2 out of 7. It wasn't possible. Not even he could do that, and he was very strong. It didn't make sense. It had been a little over a week and a half since his kiss with the beautiful elf maiden Ryu, and if he was honest, things with her had been strange. For starters, she'd stopped calling him by his surname altogether, which he was fine with. He didn't mind the change. She seemed he wasn't quite sure if awkward was the right word, but maybe she felt discouraged by it, as if she wasn't really sure whether she should do it or not. He hoped he hadn't ruined their friendship or made things awkward between them. He valued her too much to let things fall apart over a silly bet. The worst part was that he couldn't even say why he had done it. What possessed him to kiss an elf's hands? Was he crazy or something? He was mortified and terribly sorry for forcing himself on her like that, but even so, he couldn't help feeling that he would do it again in a heartbeat, without a second thought. He knew then that kissing her was the best thing he could do. She was doubting herself, thinking of herself in a way that he could never forgive. She always said similar things to him, encouraging him when he thought poorly of his accomplishments or character, and he simply wanted to return the favor. He felt bad for not having asked permission, yes. He had seen her surprised face after she straightened up and knew she hadn't expected any of it, but he couldn't leave her like that. The strangest thing was that, despite seeming less comfortable in his presence, she was actually more physically sensitive. If she felt he'd hit her too hard during training, she'd rush to her side and tend to her wounds. He was also fairly certain he'd seen her sulking in a corner, cheeks puffed out and lip twitching in an adorable pout, when he never thought he'd see on the stoic elf when he once woke up in Sir's lap. It was strange. Of course, it didn't help that he also felt overwhelming guilt for having kissed 2 girls, however platonic they might have been, when his heart belonged to Eyes. How would she feel if she found out? What did he say a few nights ago when they met in Daedalus? He had spent the whole night fleeing from crazed Amazons that he had almost forgotten, but I don't like people who mess with girls, like people who would go to the pleasure district, or someone who smells like musk. I would never like someone like that, especially if they were kissing several women. Yes, he had caught his attention at the time, but he didn't have all the facts yet. He wasn't doing anything in the pleasure district besides running for his life. She had apologized when Tiona explained the truth, thankfully, but he still couldn't help feeling like scum. Because now he'd kissed several girls, and what was worse, he'd liked it. He liked making the girls feel so much better about themselves. He cared for almost everyone in his life, maybe not as much as Eyes, but he cared for them, so he wanted them to be as happy as possible. But Eyes didn't like that. She didn't like it. She wouldn't like someone who played with women's hearts and kissed multiple people. And he had done it. Even now, if he really cared about winning that stupid bet, he'd have to kiss a few more girls. Bell dodged the blow from Aisha's enormous pado, turning back and placing himself between the Ishtar and Haruheim family members. He would have time to think about all that later. Now he needed to concentrate on saving the girl behind him, because if he couldn't save just one girl, what kind of hero would he be? He hissed in pain as some debris struck his cheek, creating fine cuts down to the base of his ear. They weren't serious, but he was forced to close his eyes to keep out dust or debris. It was bad enough losing his sense of his surroundings when he closed them. It would be even worse to lose his sight because his eyes watered or stung. The air shifted to his left and he immediately threw himself, rolling on the ground and opening his eyes again soon enough to see the second weapon being thrown towards him. She caught the blade with her own, Hestia's dagger trembling in her hand as she held it to her chest. She could hear Haruheim's tears falling onto the brick beneath her as she watched. The beautiful Renard forced herself to wait in silence, stifling her sobs so no one would hear her misery. This was not what she wanted, not at all. All he wanted was to stay in that field in the Far East with his friends, but life was unfair to her, and now even when it delivered the hero she had prayed for so much in her youth, he wasn't as she had imagined. He was being hurt, fighting against people much stronger than him. He was doing it for her, the prostitute. She was not worthy of his effort, much less his blood and pain. She just wanted it to be over. She would gladly give her life if it meant that the kind young man she'd spent the night with, the same one who had revived her joy and hope with a simple conversation, would let her go if he could. He didn't deserve to die here tonight, he didn't need to. The ritual was almost done anyway, it didn't make sense. She had lost what little hope he had given her back, several times. Belsama, she gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tears, her emerald irises shimmering beneath the stars as the sun dipped below the horizon. The ritual required moonlight and that moment was fast approaching. Haruheim, what is it you want? Do you want to be saved or? Do you want it? I love you. What? No ways. Absolutely not. And now a renard too. An adventurer puffed out his chest proudly across the breakfast buffet table, completely forgetting about the line of people behind him and the flapjacks rapidly cooling on his plate. I saw it myself. He was carrying her like a hero would carry a damsel. She was blushing and saying, "Oh, I'm fainting. My hero, you've come to save me." Did she just say, "I'm fainting"? Oh yeah. Stop interrupting. I'm trying to tell you how to get a girl. I'm telling you that little rookie is our Lord and Savior. He may very well be a god among men. No, a god among gods. That woman was a goddess sent from the heavens. Are you aware that all these things aren't so special, that there are gods and goddesses everywhere? The third man simply sighed as he poured some rice into his bowl. Just leave it. And she kissed him. That makes 3. The man was interrupted by a ceramic plate that shattered on the dining room floor. All heads turned toward the frowning sword princess and her 3 companions, who had leaped away from her as a furious gale swirled around them. Her hands were clasped tightly at her sides, and she gritted her teeth as if to mock the name of the lizardmen. I'm going to the dungeon. Eyes, I thought you said you were very hungry. I've lost my appetite. Bite could only groan as he smacked his face with his breakfast, not caring how the waffle syrup coated his face and hair. He was getting fed up with that brat making moves to win this bet, and for what? A damn boot. He frowned at the boot because, damn it, it was a big boot. He would have done the same. Anyway, they're 3 super hot brides, the Palom, the elf, and the renard. Who do you think will be next? The elf is not his girlfriend, she's his fiancée. Semantics, Bite grunted and walked away to find some stupid rabbit and call it all off. He wasn't doing this for himself, no, not at all. It's just he didn't want Eyes to get hurt like this, that's why. If Tiona was being honest with herself, things had been strange these past few weeks, especially in the Loki family. The reason was the recent activity of someone named Argokun in the city. Everyone was behaving very differently about it. Bite was unreasonably quiet for someone who never seemed to give up on her mission to take down the young hero, and don't even get her to talk about Eyes. If she didn't know, she would have thought that Eyes herself liked the little Argonaut, but that's impossible because... He stopped walking down the street while he racked his brains looking for an answer. It wasn't possible because he... Why is it not possible? Why is it Eyes? But that wouldn't make any sense because Tiona knew that deep down that innocent part of her still existed, the part that longed to run free even though Eyes couldn't show it to her. She had even seen moments, glimpses, visions that this was happening. The briefest of the dazzling smiles on her face was when she was training with Belle before the war games. The serene expression and gentle smile she gave every time she gave Belle a lap pillow. The pouting and silent fury when she and Belle were still dancing around each other and Eyes thought she was afraid of him. Does Eyes like Argokun? Brilliant. Tiona was happy for her friend. She deserved the world, truly. So what if she found someone who loved her deeply and could provide the help she needed? That sounded perfect in the little Amazon's mind. With a smile, he stepped to the side of the bookstore door, giving the shopkeeper a friendly nod before disappearing into his favorite aisles. Books about heroes. Her smile faded and her expression soured as soon as she was out of sight, bringing back more memories of this morning. Everyone had been speculating about who they thought would be next. There had been a lot of crazy, outlandish responses from Lady Freya herself to that red-haired tamer. It was disgusting. She took a book at random from the shelf and absent-mindedly flipped through the pages, not trying to see if she would like it. He could admit that the idea of ranking girls by their level of attractiveness was a disgusting practice, especially when it came to figuring out who were too good to fall for the sexual deviance of Lord Cranel. But couldn't they have at least mentioned her? Even that toad was on the list. And that was after Otter punched him the following month. The book slammed shut and slid back onto the shelf as she huffed. It made no sense to her. Wasn't she attractive enough to be noticed? Wasn't she good enough for Argokun? To tell the truth, the second part mattered very little to her. She didn't attach much importance to romances, regardless of who they were. Her upbringing in Telskura had instilled in her a fear of the gods in that regard. She wouldn't condemn a child to that fate, and the very notion of romance disgusted her. Well, the hex at least. Caressing sounds nice, but that's beside the point. Why wasn't she attractive enough? It was just. She looked down and grimaced at how flat she was. Was that really all those guys needed? Was she just 2 sacks of fat and a pair of ovaries? Another book fell easily into her hands before she threw herself to the floor, sitting cross-legged. The storybook opened, and she began to run her finger along the first line. Loy. I can't concentrate. All she wanted was to enjoy her day off. Was that too much to ask? It was just a few stupid words. Even the first letter was like 10 times bigger than it needed to be. Plus, it was super curved, which was weird. Sure, it was an O, but what was with all the loops? Was it just to look more elegant? It certainly worked, but she didn't get the appeal. It was just a letter and I was never going to be able to concentrate enough to read. Tiona's head fell back on the shelf and a groan escaped her lips as the bell above the front door rang for a new arrival. She liked this shop because it was quiet and no one came in. Damn it, who is Tiona? Well, she brought a smile back to her lips as she turned to smile at the newcomer. Hello, little Argonaut, how have you been? He blinked before giving her a hesitant smile. I'm fine, Tiona. Are you? She licked her lips nervously. Are you okay? Of course. Please don't ask, please don't ask, please don't ask, please don't ask. Good. Yeah, it's just that. No, you seem sad and my grandfather taught me that I should never leave a beautiful woman upset. Beautiful, excuse me. Aren't you upset? I'm sorry if I misunderstood so. No, the other side. Bell tilted his head, confused, before it dawned on him. He blushed and almost immediately threw himself to the floor to perform a doja. The old bookshelves wobbled dangerously as the floor shook, and Tiona had to quickly get to her feet to prevent any of the books from falling. God, little Argonaut, you almost took the whole place down with you. She lifted her face from the floor and jumped at the sight of a few books scattered on the ground. It wasn't my intention, I promise. The Amazon could only let out a giggle as she picked up a few from the floor and looked at the shelves for their places. What are you doing here anyway, little Argonaut? I didn't know you shopped here. He looked up from a handmade book before realizing what she had said. Oh, we recently welcomed a new member into our family and I wanted to make her feel more comfortable with us. When we first met, we talked a lot about our shared love of hero stories, so, she gestured to the bookshelves around her with a smile. Tiona nodded in agreement before her mind returned to her earlier comment. She murmured softly to herself as another book slid into place, beautiful, isn't it? It was an odd thought considering she almost never expressed it, at least not when it came to her and not her sister, but it still made her feel warm. A playful shove on her shoulder sent Belle tumbling down the hall, arms flailing as Tiona grinned mischievously at her. Just before she fell backward, her hand reached out and gripped the collar of her shirt firmly. He exhaled a sigh of relief before tensing under her intense gaze. Tiona. Before he could react, the girl closed the gap between them and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, stepping back with her signature smile and waving as she left the store. Belle blinked as one of his hands hesitantly reached out to touch her cheek, where the ghost of his lips still lingered. It had been 2 weeks since Belle claimed her fourth kiss and officially completed half of Betez's stupid bet, and frankly, she was getting a little tired of the sultry and not-so-subtle stares she received while walking around Aurario. She didn't even know why until she got a rather large scolding from Sir demanding a kiss for herself. He didn't give her one no matter how much she begged. It wasn't like those kisses meant anything. All he wanted was to make the girls as happy as possible. Furthermore, both Haruheim and Tiona kissed him, not the other way around. Now that he thought about it, how had Sir known that Tiona had kissed him? As far as he knew, no one else did. Perhaps the shopkeeper did, but he doubted that old man would tell anyone other than his community of elderly people. He lowered his head when another cat called to him, wishing he could simply bury himself and never have to face the daylight again. She felt like a prostitute. Actually, that's a lie. Prostitutes get paid. I would have been a little happier with the women's stares and the men's jeers if I'd at least had some money to fill my pockets. He still couldn't believe Hestia was investing so much money in him. The thought of it made his stomach churn. He shrugged as a group of adventurers stared at him. Oddly enough, the men of the Loki Familia always seemed to be there to block the hateful glares he received. He was also fairly certain he'd seen one of them carrying a red carpet at one point, something he still didn't understand. They would simply appear in front of the groups, preventing them from seeing him, and then disappear without a firm nod or even sometimes a greeting. As he said, strange. His advisor glanced at him and smiled as he made his way through the gates. The traffic in the cemetery had thinned out as night fell. He stepped off the counter and said goodbye to his pink-haired friend before meeting Belle at the entrance. Thank you again for doing this. All right, Ines, and I couldn't live with myself if something happened to someone so dear to me when I could have prevented it. Your safety and comfort are important to me. Ina could only blush and look away, her fingers idly fidgeting in front of her stomach as she walked out the door beside him. She ignored the condemning glances she received from her coworkers as she left the building with Aurario's new favorite bachelor, though she couldn't blame them. It was easy to see why most of the town was infatuated with the young hero, even if some of his cases were a little strange to think about. Some of the women he'd heard talking about him that way were definitely too old to be doing so. However, she could count herself among his many new admirers, so she couldn't judge them too harshly. However, she was still one of the first, so she had one of the biggest claims on his heart. It was a little disheartening to think of herself as a real contender for his affections now that word had gotten out about his potential harem, especially since she'd only recently accepted the fact that she was attracted to him and no longer considered him a little brother. But working up the courage to ask about it was simply too much for her heart at the moment. She certainly wanted to ask him what he thought of her, and if he added her to his ever-growing list of kisses, she'd be delighted to give him the first. But every time she tried, her mouth could only manage to form a. It was unfortunate and humiliating. What kind of self-assured lady can't question a boy 5 years younger than her about his place in her heart? She should be better than this, braver. A quick glance at the white-haired boy out of the corner of her eye made her stomach flutter and her chest feel light. No, 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 never, it's not going to happen. I couldn't do it. She was a coward, and that was fine with her. It wasn't. Suddenly, Bell stopped behind her, his hands immediately gripping the hilts of his daggers. He was still dressed after a long day in the dungeon, his typical light armor resting over his sweat-stained shirt, and he was more than ready for a fight. He would prefer it didn't come to that, but he would do whatever it took to protect Ina. Then, after a tense moment, he dropped the blades and sighed. They're gone for now, I think. However, whoever they are could still be hiding. She stared at him with wide eyes before turning to look over her shoulder at the street. Can he see that? Yeah, had he said it out loud. There's almost always something watching me, so I've become good at noticing. That's worrying. It's nothing, are you okay? He had grasped her wrist, 5 powerful fingers holding her soft skin. She knew it was only a light touch, but in that moment it felt as if he had taken her entire heart. She blushed furiously as she stammered a silent fine. Luckily, he quickly realized his mistake and let her go, giving the poor half-elf a chance to rest. She could see the tiredness in his eyes and began to hurry to allow him to do the same. I need to find a way to make it up to him for this. It only took him a few days and an attack to have the opportunity to do so without her knowing how much she was helping him. Believing that a former advisor of theirs was the stalker who followed her home, they decided that Belle was no longer needed as a bodyguard, and Ina resumed walking home alone. The man was now in custody for attacking them after their swift defeat at the hands of the little rookie. She should be safe. Dormal was in jail or wherever the guards took him, which meant no one was following her. Apparently, the hooded figure who had been watching her from a distance didn't get the warning. What a shame, really. Ina ran off, leaving behind the upper-class community she had been walking through as she dashed down a picturesque street. She liked to think she was quick with her feet, but the world decided that today she was going to prove Ina Toole wrong in every possible way. She had to be faster, run faster, stronger. She had to do something. The hooded figure was approaching and there was no escape. She. FIREVOLT. The dimly lit street burst into a warm light as a flaming bolt sliced through the air, colliding in the space between her and her pursuer. And then there he was, bellcranel in all his 14-year-old glory, in all his 14-year-old fury, kicking a boot into the man's back. Oops. Bell. She looked up and smiled shyly as she rubbed the back of her neck. I'm sorry, something didn't seem right, I should have come earlier. Then as Belle finished explaining why he was there, a new guest appeared. Or rather, was it a new guest? What do you call a new guest who's come before? Dormal the dwarf, that's what they call it. Are you okay, Ina? To be honest, no. She was supposed to be in jail, so what on earth was one of her apparently 2 stalkers doing outside of jail? I made my own way out of that insignificant wall. Stellar, the next time he sees a guard from the Ganesha family, he will punch him so hard he'll send him flying to the moon, through the testicles, with force. So it's you, the sick man who's been stalking Ina. And now her bully was angry with her other bully. Could your day get any worse? Do you dare address me with such an uncivilized title, you disgusting dwarf? Clearly he could, since his second stalker also turned out to be a former advisor of his. Maybe I should retire and never have to worry about this shitty show again. Then to make matters worse, it was all just a joke by those 2 idiot gods. Unbelievable. The Ganesha family was safe for now. Their shoes had a new pair of testicles as their target. 2 teary eyes stared at Belle as the 2 former bullies argued about their right to marry in front of her. She shifted nervously from one foot to the other. But said nothing, say something, damn it, anything at all, was furious with him. He was leaving her to defend herself against those idiots. Can't he see how uncomfortable she is? He tilted his head, letting out a soft huh, as his eyebrows furrowed. Idiot. She narrowed her eyes at him briefly before turning to the other 2 idiots and giving them a sweet smile as she took a step back. I can't give either of you an answer, gentlemen, at this time. Smiling shyly, she draped her arms over Belle's shoulders, pressing her ample bust against his back. Because we're both in a relationship. Call it spite for not having helped her now, call it a few days of repressed sexual urges when the white-haired jerk behaved so wonderfully towards her. Call it whatever you want, she didn't care. She rose onto her tiptoes and playfully pinched Belle's earlobe, reveling in the soft gasp that escaped her throat. Don't say that, Ina. This is a trick, isn't it? Ina opened her mouth to reply, but the boy himself unexpectedly cut her off. Please don't ruin this, please don't ruin this, please don't ruin this, please don't ruin this. Her breath caught in her throat and her eyes moistened slightly as he slipped out of her reach, abandoning her to the two hideous men in front of her. But then, an arm encircled her waist and pulled her close to a strong, muscular side. In perfect contrast to the powerful arm that held her tightly, soft lips approached tenderly and touched her temple, warming her to the core and making her completely forget the day's events as she hummed contentedly and closed her eyes. Fortunately, that seemed to be proof enough for the other two as they quickly left, leaving Ina alone with the man who held her heart. She turned to his chest and rested her head on his shoulder as she hugged him. She didn't even realize that his initial action had been just a show, and maybe his response was too, because with his arms around her, holding her slender body against his chest, it all seemed so real. Belle's chest vibrated as he exhaled a sigh. "You should go home, Ina." What? She shook her head and ignored the way he forgot the honorific of her name and how her heart fluttered at that simple gesture. She just wanted a few more minutes like this. He didn't get what he wanted, but something much better. Belle stepped aside briefly and smiled at her. "Is the offer to come in for tea still on? I'm sure my family will understand. You've had a very long day and I'm not sure you should be alone." She couldn't nod fast enough. Bete didn't know why she bothered going back to the dining room. She knew what awaited her if she did. Of course, it had been a few weeks since the last notable event, but that didn't calm her fears. Even on days when Belle didn't add a new woman to his list, the room was filled with talk of his possible deeds and misdeeds. "You're messing with me." Bete turned around. He wasn't going to listen to any more of that nonsense. What did it matter if his peace talks with the tomato didn't go as planned? He didn't need to know exactly who the fifth person was. Yes, he knew about Tiona. He even agreed not to bring it up in case the girl didn't want anyone to know. He was that kind, even though the girl put him on the spot. Bete had just taken the first step down the steps of the mansion's entrance when her ear twitched. She slid sideways quickly as a furious gust of wind ripped the front door off its hinges, sending it crashing into the front yard. A silver eyebrow was raised as eyes left the house looking ready to kill. "I guess that's all the confirmation I need that she got another kiss." He looked at his boots sadly. "It's been fun, old friend, now it's just a matter of time." The werewolf began walking south, preparing for some long dives into the dungeon to start saving up for a new boot. Maybe this time he could even get a better one. Rakia was in retreat once again, which was cause for celebration in the dungeon city. So why did I hear sobbing as I walked through the eastern district of the city? Was someone crying? Why? He turned a familiar corner and stopped when he saw the woman crying in front of him. She was well-dressed, something that didn't go unnoticed at all. She wore a blue and white outfit that suited her very well. It consisted of a long-sleeved white top with a flat collar around the neckline and a skirt. The blouse was pretty, the sleeves puffed slightly around the wrists and soft ruffles ran down the front where one would expect the buttons to be. A yellow ribbon was tied at the neck, adding a touch of color to her chest. The blue skirt was high-waisted and hugged her hips, held in place by just two buttons. A pair of straps extended up to her shoulders to support it as well. A small white flounce peeked out from the bottom of the hem, giving the skirt a fuller appearance than it would have otherwise. However, the most surprising thing was that she was Naza. The woman calmed herself down before furiously trying to dry her eyes, destroying any evidence that she might have been crying in front of the boy. She stood up and turned to look at him, attempting a smile that just looked wrong when combined with her red, swollen eyes. Belle frowned and approached her. "Naza, what's wrong? Why are you angry?" She shook her head and let out a watery laugh that sounded unbearably fake. "I'm not Belle, really. There's very little chance that will happen." Naza. He didn't want to pressure her too much, but it seemed he didn't need to since his disapproving tone was all it took for her to start sobbing again. She threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his torso and pressing her face to his chest. Belle said nothing, simply putting his own arms around her shoulders and stroking her back comfortingly as she wept. "Honestly, I didn't know what could have hurt my friend so deeply, but I knew that whoever or whatever did it would pay dearly. What kind of hero would he be if he didn't seek retribution for the wrongs done to his close friends?" Finally, the Cheenthrope stopped crying, but she didn't move away, so Belle didn't either. Instead, he slid one of his hands down her back and ran his fingers through her hair, rubbing her scalp in a way that he himself always found relaxing. His fingers froze when they brushed against the base of one of her ears, surprised by the low rumble that erupted from her chest, but he soon found himself caressing them as well. It wasn't long before the woman stepped back, a deep blush on her cheeks and a hesitant smile playing on her lips, even as she sniffled. She gave Belle an awkward pat on the chest before nodding to herself and taking a step back. "Yeah, thanks, buddy." It wasn't her best moment, that's for sure, but it wasn't her worst either. At least she wasn't crying in front of him or clinging to him for her life. That would have been terribly embarrassing. She's glad she didn't. "I hoped Belle would just leave things as they were. I knew he wouldn't, but I could wait." "What's bothering you, Naza? I can try to help if you want, or I'd be happy just to listen." Then he went and gave her that damn smile of his, and she knew she was finished, even if she was emotionally exhausted and wanted nothing more than to close her bedroom door, curl up in her bed, and cry some more. She knew she couldn't not when he was looking at her like that at least. So he simply nodded towards the door of the blue pharmacy and went in. He followed her soon after, staying in her shadow with such ease that she wondered which of them was truly part dog. In a way, it was beautiful. They left the counter behind and went up to her bedroom, where she plopped down on the mattress, unconcerned about the blushing mess left on the door. "Either you come in, or I won't tell you. I'd be happy to try out some of my new potions on you instead." He did it, much to his dismay. He really needed a test dummy for that damn stuff. "SB, do you know that I like Mayach-sama?" "Wait, are you doing it?" Naza groaned. "Stupid, idiotic, forgetful men." "Yeah. Oh. Anyway, the girls had been all over him the last few weeks and I was getting tired of it. So I asked him out. "Really? That's great. No wonder you look so attractive today. Mayach is one lucky guy." "Well, it's not that you don't look gorgeous every day, it's just that today you look especially good, and I'm going to stop talking now." Unfortunately, the damage was already done. Strange thoughts swirled in Naza's mind as she struggled to process what she had just heard. Attractive, is Mayach lucky, every day. It made no sense to her at all. The only thing that made sense was how terribly wrong Belle was, because if he was telling the truth, then Mayach wouldn't have. "Yeah, well, she stood me up. I saved money, I ripped off my regular customer a little more than usual." "I'm your regular customer." "Shut up, Belle, this has nothing to do with you." He grumbled but said nothing, silently urging her to continue. "I bought this new dress, I even went to bed early so I could be fully awake for our date. I did my hair, my makeup, all the work." "He never came, he didn't even bother to tell me he couldn't come." "Hello?" "I went out looking for him, I found him talking to a crowd of beautiful young maidens. Imagine. I knew he would never love someone like me." He looked at the sleeve and glove that concealed his metal arm without saying. He would never love a freak. He loved her, of course, but not in the way she wanted. It hurt her. Belle frowned. "That's nonsense." "That's nonsense, and you know it. You're a beautiful woman, Naza, strong and intelligent too. If Mayach doesn't see that, then he's a fool as well." "What are you?" He didn't even wait for her to finish before grabbing her hand, guiding her down the stairs and out of the store. Naza stared at her outstretched hand. "The keys, Naza, we have to close the shop." "Because you dressed up for a good night, I'd be a fool not to give it to you." Her fingers made a grasping motion, and she quickly pulled the keys from her skirt pocket, gently placing them in his hand and waiting for him to lock the building. Her mind was still a whirlwind of thoughts, the main one being, am I really okay with this? There was really only one way to find out. 3 hours and a bowl full of laughter later, I could confidently say I was very, very happy with this. I was even happy to admit that falling in love with someone for sacrificing some money for a prosthetic was far less fulfilling than falling in love with someone for who they were. No, I didn't love Belle, not yet. But I could feel it starting, and it was lovely. So sue her if he took Belle's face in his hands at the end of the night and lowered his lips to meet hers. He could have pulled away if he'd wanted to, she was sure of that, but he didn't. If the arms around her waist pulling her closer were something to be put up with, she definitely didn't care about the gesture. Neither did she. If Belle was honest with himself, he could see that this bet would end in many different ways. A rapier pointed at his throat was not one of them. There could have been any number of causes for this. It could have been the little Vuiver cowering behind him. It could have been their direct opposition and insubordination to the power of the Loki family when the Xenos originally broke onto the surface. It could also have been the series of good luck kisses he received on the street under Iza's watchful eye. Honestly, if I had to choose, it would probably be the last one. She didn't seem happy at that moment if the murderous intent she let slip was anything to go by. It certainly didn't help that Ryu had a particularly vengeful motive and was happy to boast about what she'd accomplished. Was it a clever move to irritate the already furious girl before fighting her? No, did she care? Not at all. Technically, Belle was still her fiancé, even if he didn't know it, so she could do whatever she wanted. If he survived this, he was going to talk to some women about trying to kill him with their affection. Perhaps with Bete too, wasn't all this her fault? It's true. Hey, had he been talking this whole time? I really hope not. What's true, eyes? Are you cheating on this girl? What? He leaned in to cast a wary glance at Ween, momentarily frowning as he checked that the girl didn't even have horns. Belle blinked, adding to a mental list, kick the ass of anyone who tried to tell Eyes what hot means. No one would try to corrupt her innocence and she would get away with it. Having seemingly taken too long to reply, Eyes turned her attention back to the Xeno monster. What do you feel for him? By Belle. Well, no. He thought for a moment, raising a clawed finger to idly tap his pale blue chin. His brows furrowed in thought and he bit his lip, managing not to draw blood even though his fangs pricked the soft skin. Bell. The white-haired boy abandoned his plans to punish I's corruptor and turned his attention to the girl behind him. Yes, Ween. What did that girl call that one hero in that one book? Flicker, sorry. Eyes was equally confused. The monster didn't even say anything useful in that whole sentence. You already know. She walked barefoot along the cobblestone street nervously. That story about the really nice and beautiful spirit, she married a hero and they had a lovely little girl. That story. What did the little girl call the hero? Oh, I used to call him Dad. Ween's face lit up with a bright smile. That's it. Angry Sword Miss, Angry Sword Miss. Angry Sword Miss. Eyes didn't like that name at all. It was even worse than Doll Princess. Belle is like a dad. The golden-haired girl hated how cute she sounded when she said that, and how Belle smiled with equal delight at her words. She also hated how her parents' story was being used to help her figure it out. He didn't. She was really sweet and he wanted to hear her again. So you're not going to kiss him? Do girls kiss their dads? Eyes shrugged sometimes, not in the same way that moms kiss dads. What is a mom? The swordswoman also started a checklist, ticking review mom and dad's history to include conversations with mom at the top. Eyes' sword sank into the ground and pointed to the secret door behind the couple. You can leave, but I need to talk to your dad. Honestly, I just didn't want to have to explain what a mom was. La Vouivre frowned, crossing her arms defiantly in front of her chest. How do I know you won't hurt her? I sighed and threw down her sword, giving the girl a disarming smile. Honestly, I had no idea what had happened to her. Under normal circumstances, I would have done everything in my power to get rid of the monster, although I have to admit she was very pretty. Monsters were the downfall of mankind. They were good for nothing but senseless violence. It was only right to get rid of them. Is Ween really a monster? That petulant little voice from his childhood asked in his head. Yes, I remembered him, so why are you letting her go? He wondered. She didn't really have an answer for that. At least not one that would have satisfied the dark flame in her heart. She hesitated. I'm angrier at this idiot for kissing all those girls than at the Vouivre for living, even if I don't understand why I'm so angry. Of course, he made sure not to actually promise anything. Promise not to hurt him. He merely tossed his sword aside, which wasn't to say he couldn't slap him a little if he didn't like his answers. Ween, the adorable little idiot with only a few weeks of experience in the world, believed him anyway and quickly walked away after giving Belle a brief hug, receiving in return a kiss on the top of her head. Belle turned to her with a smile, ready to sing her praises and thank her profusely, but stopped when he noticed she was still frowning. Eyes took a step forward and Belle followed suit. Another step forward, another step back, and another one. And another one. Belle's back pressed firmly against the wall through which Ween disappeared, and Eyes closed the distance between them, digging a finger into his chest. Because. Shesh was crying. She was like a scared little girl. I couldn't leave her. What are you talking about? Belle paused, his face crumpling in confusion. To Ween. Eyes grunted. I thought you didn't have that kind of relationship. That kind of what are you talking about, Eyes? The rumors that you were kissing all those girls. What are you talking about? I thought you were angry with me for saving Ween and fighting for her life. Eyes blinked and the righteous anger left his face. So you're not trying to win her over. No, I see her as a daughter, Eyes. For Hestia's sake, I had to teach her to eat. She even looks like she's 7 years old. Your fiancé is 7 years older than you. My what? The two continued arguing back and forth, neither of them willing to address the central issue that led them to their current problem. That is until Belle basically shouted it to the heavens. Why are you so angry with me? For once in her life, Eyes raised her voice with the same force. Because you haven't kissed me yet. What? You've kissed all those other girls but not me, why not? What? What's going on? I keep racking my brain trying to figure out what I did wrong, but I just can't understand it. What? No, seriously, what's going on? I don't even know why I want it, but damn it, why don't you just kiss me already? What? He did it, by the gods, he did it. Belle grabbed her by the shoulders and twisted their positions, immobilizing Kenki against the wall of an alley on Daedalus Street. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, one hand rising to stroke his hair as she pulled him even closer. Their lips remained closed in a passionate embrace, a battle Eyes was determined not to lose. On a nearby rooftop, Bitef frowned as he drifted off into the night, muttering to himself about the gifted, and a certain tomato brat who got extra just to rub it in his face. He debated whether Belle's kiss on Ween's head would count or not, but decided it didn't matter once Eyes shoved her tongue down his throat. Her gaze shifted to the moon as a silent tear escaped her eye. Goodbye, my beloved, I hope you have a good and long life. Be sure to tell me if he ever mistreats you. The werewolf placed a tender kiss on the metal of his right frostfirst before continuing on his way. Bell couldn't help but smile wildly as he held his new boot in his hands. He had done it. He had really done it. Who cared if he was stuck in a hospital bed after being punched through a dozen meters of solid earth by a wanton minotaur? Certainly not him. The door to his room opened, revealing 6 furious stares directed at him. Oh. Apparently, some people did care about being beaten up by a huge bull in the streets of Arario. He probably should have done more to prepare for the series of talks that were about to begin. Her new boot looked a little less amazing as she lay back on the bed and waited for the first of the girls to walk up to her headboard. Eyes was the first. She was lucky to start with one of the quieter ones. Idiot. Maybe not life and deaths. At first there were only two beings, life and death. Calling them gods did not do them justice. They were neither more nor less than what their names implied. They were life and they were death. They came before the divine beings and the Tenkai. They were before the mortals and the Gekkai. They always were and always will be. One could not exist without the other. Wherever life went, death followed. The eternal beginning and the eternal end. It would be pointless to start something you don't intend to finish, nor to begin a life that could never end. All life has an end, that is what gives it purpose. The life of a mortal is finite, the life of a god is also finite. Many people held many beliefs about the end of days over many years, Apophis, Ragnarök, the 7 suns, no matter what one believed, the end would come anyway. Mortals might accept it, the divine might fear it, but in the end nothing changed. Neither life nor death tried to stop it, to prevent the end of the world. Not at first, because that wasn't their duty. They served to preserve the peace of the living and the sanctity of death. The end of days didn't affect either of them, or I shouldn't have done it. But like all things, that changed, and life and death could no longer ignore the end. The divine ones called him Cethusar, the eternal, the patient. Mortals called him the black dragon, the lady of the skies, the precept of death, the calamity. The name mattered little. Life and death only dealt with one of those titles. The end, and the end came soon. The fate of the world was clear long before its creation. It would have a beginning, and it would have an end. But the world did not exist to be cruel, it existed to simply be. Its inhabitants did not exist to suffer, they existed to live, and they existed to die. Life and death existed to give purpose to everything. The end existed to give them a purpose. What can a being of absolute power do when bound for all eternity? What can a being of absolute power do when all it has known is prison? The end was a necessity. Otherwise, the realms of life and death would run rampant. But the end came soon, and that couldn't be. For the end to exist and fulfill its duty, it could not exist like life and death. It could not bear the burden of emotions. It could not stray from its task. The end of days was not something any being could accomplish. Not even death itself was untouched by love. Surrendering all of life into the void was not for the faint of heart, even when done peacefully. But the cargo had another purpose, and without them, what can remain at the dragon's end? So the end came soon. Cities were reduced to ruins, engulfed in midnight flames. Forests turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. Oceans boiled. Families perished, dynasties vanished. The world was ready to meet its end once and for all far too soon, but then everything stopped. The dragon retreated. He left mortals to gather, rebuild, and try again. And then he did it again. From her vantage point atop the highest mountain, she watched and waited. She reveled in the fear, the agony, the despair. After a lifetime of silence, locked away in the deepest trenches of the dungeon, the screams were music. The end was supposed to be peaceful, and this was anything but. Life and death could no longer ignore it, so, long before the gods descended to the underworld, they did. They, by their own power, were anything but powerful. The end was not meant to be delayed by any being, divine or otherwise. That is why the lords and ladies of Tenkai did nothing while their children suffered, and for the same reason that life and death could do nothing now. Arcanum could do no harm to the end of days. It is for that very reason, its uselessness, that life and death decided to act. The gods tried to protect their children by granting them power. Life and death tried to protect them by becoming them. As with all things, life came first. For what is there to die if there was never a beginning? And with his first reincarnation, life ushered in a new era, the Age of Heroes. The Argonaut was the dawn of this new age, the world's first hero, and he inspired a tradition of others like him. Those who not only took up the sword, not only raised the shield, not only healed the wounded, but those who truly risked their lives. As with all things, death followed, and death was the end, for what is left to give when life ceases? And with his first reincarnation, death ended the new era, the Age of Heroes, but not in the way they intended, because death was death, and the end was the end. If death were the end, it would have been simple, but death was death, and the end was the end. Just as death cannot take a life forever, death could not put an end to the need for heroes forever. He was never given the opportunity. The tradition of heroes continued for millennia, giving rise to better and brighter men and women until the strongest hero entered the scene, Albert Waldstein. The mercenary king. He was the one who dealt the first blow to the end. He was the one who took the eye from the bearer of the end times. He was the one who delayed the apocalypse, and he did it at the cost of his life. He did it at the cost of his wife's freedom, and he did it at the expense of his daughter's future. Albert Waldstein wasn't the one destined to strike. It was never the way they intended. It was Death who was meant to end the era. It was Death who was meant to give her life to banish the beast. It was Death, not Albert, not his father, not him, not Arya, not his mother, not her. Life had been prepared to be lived and thus to inspire others. Death had been prepared to die so that he would never have to inspire anyone again. It was time to end the cycle, to free the world from the need for another hero, to break the wheel. Death failed in its duty. For the first time, Death failed to take a life, even temporarily, and Death was lost in time. For 1,000 years, the boundaries of Death blurred, lives were extended under the blessing of the gods, souls that should have returned to the realm of the gods did not. The sage in Altina, Ranna in the Far East. It happened again and again, and without Death overseeing it all, it could continue to happen. So life intervened and the age of heroes began anew. Life's second incarnation took the form of a young man with a pure soul, a boy who was willing to give everything he had left to maintain order in the world. Perhaps it was the pain of what he had lost, perhaps it was the love he had once known, perhaps it was compassion for all those he had failed. He couldn't say why things had changed for him, but he knew one thing: the dragon would die. Contrary to what many would have us believe, life is not a peaceful being, not a preserver of life, but rather the protector of its course. It understands better than anyone, even more than death, that all life must end. He would make sure the dragon understood that too. The end of days was doomed. Life would continue Death's work, even though she wasn't there to do it. He didn't know exactly how their end came. They were destined to leave this world as one when the end came for them. It was by design, and it was a design they were content with. They had lived their entire lives unable to touch each other, not even hold hands. Even in their earliest incarnations, they were separated by 1,000 years. All they longed for was an embrace, but until the bringer of the end of days came for them, it was impossible. Still, they looked forward to the day they could finally touch and leave the world as one. The end had taken that from her. She met Death too soon. Either. That's what he thought. However, that did not explain the disturbingly familiar face before him. Death. The face smiled and took a step forward, unconcerned by the Minotaur's blood that covered the floor and walls of the passage. Death knelt before him, slowly extending a hand toward his face before passing. Life watched, disbelief etched on its face as she tugged at his glove, pulling the fabric off his index finger until it came off completely. Then he extended his hand, and he stroked her cheek. "Hello, Vita, I've been waiting for you, my love." "Oh, that dragon is really messed up, best girl." "Matter." I didn't want to be here anymore. How had everything gone so wrong? All she wanted was to spend her afterlife in comfort, a privilege she'd never had in the underworld, and laze around with her sister. Was that too much to ask? Couldn't she just watch her son become the hero she'd always dreamed of and who'd given her a million heart attacks along the way? He paused and took a moment to look around the room. "Idiots, that's what you were. You were idiots. Everyone's an idiot." And they were. There was a shout of outrage from the Team Ryu camp in the spectator hall, but the mother couldn't find a way to worry. Seriously, how did things end up like this? Banners, custom t-shirts, merchandise sold in stores throughout Tenkai. Oh really? But what shit? Why are they doing all this? It's weird and ridiculous. Belle is 14 years old. She ignored the team eyes on her own shirt as well as the secret Team Haruheim right underneath. She was a nice girl. She and Belle looked great together. Furthermore, and probably most importantly, she made Belle happy. After the life she's lived, that's all she truly deserves. If another girl could provide the same, I'd represent them too. Materia wasn't simp. If it was Eyes who had his heart, wonderful. If it was Haruheim, there was no problem. You're only saying that because you're jealous of our girl's special moment with Belle in 37. Materia said there was nothing to be done. Yes, Nies, you're absolutely right. What worried me most while my son was fighting for his life was a little bit of skin. I'm practically shaking in my boots. Honestly, these girls really needed to get a grip sometimes. At least she could count on Elise to keep the girls in line, though she suspected that was mostly because the Best Girl Ryu t-shirt she was wearing had a completely different meaning. Off to one side, a woman let out an annoyed sneer. "We all know who's really going to finish off Belkun." The white-haired mother of the apparent future groom felt her eyebrow twitch as she turned and looked at the goddess. Well, okay, she wasn't actually a goddess, but she certainly looked like one. "My sweet Haru is going to sweep the young man off his feet, I know it." "Good Kami, it's starting again." "Bah, as if, have you seen Aina? She's clearly the best choice." "Are you crazy, old man? Have you seen the marvel that is bellcranel? Obviously, he's going for a harem." Several people gagged at that. Simply disgusting. "Can someone kick him out? Thank you. Who was that?" Collectively, they all shrugged. Whoever their opinion was probably didn't matter much. "Look, everyone calm down, okay? You're all being a little irrational. Let's take a deep breath and think about this rationally, okay? Ready? In 2, 3, out 2, 3, great. Moving on. Do you see the peace that's here right now? That feeling of belonging, of peace. It's a wonderful feeling, isn't it? There were a few nods of agreement, although some seemed wary of the man speaking. And rightly so. That's exactly why my sister is the best possible choice. Hestia can give him all the love and care he could ever dream of, and hey, don't roll your eyes at me, I mean it. You don't understand how kind she is. And everyone's face fell into their hands as they shook their heads in disappointment. Sit down, Poseidon. We understand Hestia is great. You have a sister complex over a woman who isn't even your sister. You're embarrassing yourself again. With sadness, the man did it, though this would not be the last time they heard the truth. He would open their eyes using tools made of salt harvested by hand from the seas if he had to. They would see reality as it is, not as they wished it to be. I think everyone is overlooking the most obvious answer. Collectively, the assembled crowd turned to look at the solitary woman sitting quietly in her own section. No one else was with her, but no one could be blamed for that, certainly not with that monstrosity she was wearing. Hera, no. Hera, yes. With a radiant smile, the goddess stood up and jumped on her seat, proudly puffing out her chest so that her t-shirt was visible to all. You all know who Belle is going to end up with, you're just too scared to admit it. They all sighed. What about gods and goddesses and being completely insane? Belle and Bete are practically made for each other. Tsundirs are so cute, aren't they? Super affectionate when they're alone and then all blarg. When others are around, adorable, right? Yes, everyone nodded as beads of sweat trickled down their temples. She's crazy. With all due respect, Lady Hera, but... In his own corner, Poseidon frowned. What the hell was all that with all due respect crap? Didn't he understand any of it? Couldn't you have chosen a better option? Weren't there other suitable men to ship with Belle? Really, Bete Loga of all people? In response, the goddess merely grumbled. And what other suitable men are there in Aurario? Bete may be brash and insensitive, but he has a good heart. What other men like him are there in the city? Clearly, that was not the correct way to phrase it, as her rhetorical question was quickly overwhelmed by the answers. Meow. Take Raoul. Meow. You already said so. I'll say it as many times as necessary. Materia sighed. All she wanted was to keep an eye on her son and make sure he stayed safe and happy. Why did it have to turn out this way? Soon, other camps began to join the debate. Ermid. Nausea. What, are you crazy? She and Mayach are obviously the best for each other. I don't care, Nausea. Ermid and Mayach. What the hell? Lilaruka. Lies. Ryu. What, no, Ryu and Helens. A somewhat calmer voice quickly called out Ryu and Elise. Who could that have been? Marie. Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Yeah, man, that one's weird. She and Welf actually have something cool going on. You've screwed up, brother. There was a sigh. I'm sorry, brothers. Sir, fear, Reverius. Yes, she could already feel the headache coming on. What was Belle doing right now? Could she afford to skip it? With a vacant stare, Materia peered through the mass of flesh and limbs that slowly grew before her as more and more people joined the pile of idiots. Good heavens, these people were unbearable. Was this really the only observation room left? Rose. Alice, Tiona, Mikoto, Haruheims. Mikoto and Haruheims. A small, stifled gasp escaped Renard's mother, and her eyes lit up with the joy of someone who had just discovered the secret to eternal happiness. Yes. Mikoto and Haruheim, it's perfect. Almost immediately she ran out, eager to have a new shirt made for her daughter. What is Belle? Aisha. Haruheims. Freya. Demeter. Persephone. Cedo. Madara blinked. Who is Cedo? Akali. Seriously, who were these girls? Did he miss something? It feels like something's missing. That hot monster girl. Philvis. Ravis. Fear. Ray. Laura. Maurice. Ranai. She's dead, you idiots. No. There was a pause while people racked their brains. Which cute monster girl was the guy referring to? Ween. Materia was pretty sure she could hear several people gagging over the noise. She could safely say she would join them if she didn't have her priorities straight. Who the hell said Ween? You don't lust after the little dragon. The mother frowned above the crowd and was at least slightly pleased to see everyone else quickly follow suit. Sure, no one could agree on who was the best girl, that was a given. But she could be sure that no one agreed on hurting the precious gem that is Ween. The only reason Ween will ever bear the Cranel family name, and I mean ever, is if she becomes Materia's granddaughter. There are no other options. His gaze became sharp as he pierced through the crowds. Who said that? A finger rose, just one finger, but that was all it took. Materia frowned at the man. Who are you? He screamed, Alm. The truth is, he didn't care at all, and he wasn't going to wait for the fool to stop stuttering to hear his name. Throw him into the well of souls. If he thinks he can act like this, he has no right to live in Tenkai. Was it harsh? Perhaps. Was it justified? Absolutely. Lust for Ween, what the hell, that's a capital crime. If any god or goddess disagreed with her decision, they could fight her about it. She wasn't afraid. So what if a sick, twisted man was thrown into the pit and sent back to Gekai? Did anyone really lose out? Days of a different life. If everything proceeded as normal, 2 families would be decimated and banished. If everything continued as normal, a woman would die giving birth to her child. If everything proceeded as usual, the child would grow up with little to hold onto. If everything proceeded as usual, that child would never reach their full potential until years later. Things did not go as planned. A small, almost imperceptible change in everything that happens in Gekai, one that you wouldn't notice unless you were intentionally looking for it. But this small change had many significant effects. A change in a child in his mother's womb that gave rise to 3 words, changing destiny itself. The Empress, Maxim, Zald, Ulfia, and several other executives from the Zeus and Hera familias were plotting how they would defeat the final great challenge, the one-eyed black dragon. Proud and boasting of their accomplishments in defeating the Behemoth and the Leviathan, they believed the black dragon would suffer a similar defeat, though there was a possibility that Zald and Ulfia might not be able to fight again due to the damage they had already sustained, the former poison from consuming the Behemoth's flesh, and the latter worsening with her illness. Despite this, they believed they possessed all the power necessary to vanquish the calamity. They were fully prepared and ready to carry out their plans to defeat the dragon, until a maid from the Hera family burst in. Ulfia was about to unleash the gospel in her usual fit of rage, but she froze like everyone else upon hearing the 3 words spoken by the maid. Materia's water has broken. The plans of both families were thrown out the window, figuratively and literally, as the executives rushed to Materia's room at the Hera family estate. Ulfia arrived first, not bothering with the door as she kicked it down. Materia was in labor, surrounded by nurses, guards, lower-ranking family members, and attendants, all women except one. Materia's husband peered out from the other side of Materia's bed, his ruby pupils constricted with fear at Ulfia's arrival. One look was enough to send him leaping out the window, allowing Ulfia to reach Materia's side in his place and see her clearly as her twin sister's hand gripped hers. For someone so ill she couldn't stand in labor, Materia was surprisingly calm, only breathing heavily with a few coughs in between and clenching her fists. Ulfia didn't think she could do the same, but an hour or 2 passed. Ulfia didn't bother to keep track, and a healthy baby was handed to Materia to cradle. Tufts of silvery white hair, a round face, a pretty nose, and cream-colored skin just like its mother's. As it cried, its eyes opened to reveal ruby irises. Ulfia was annoyed to see that it had the same eyes as that cowardly excuse of a supporter, but the rest of its appearance more than made up for it. Materia's son, and Ulfia realized, was also her own nephew. She briefly imagined what it would be like to be called Aunt. No, she didn't like it. Not at all, she wouldn't allow it. It made her feel old. As soon as she could speak coherently, she intended to make sure that he called her stepmother Ulfia out of habit, regardless of the confusion it would cause him to have 2 mothers. The rest of the executives arrived, along with Zeus and Hera. "Let me see my dear grandson," Zeus exclaimed from behind the crowd. "For the last time, go away, you damned pervert," Hera shouted from behind the crowd before audibly throwing him out of a window. She turned to see the child crying in Materia's arms, covering his mouth and with tears streaming down his face. Somewhere atop Babel, the goddess of beauty Freya had a similar reaction upon witnessing the birth of her Ord. "By our gods, he looks just like his mother," said Hera. "He's so beautiful, may I hold him?" Materia nodded but couldn't lift her arms because exhaustion was starting to take its toll. Hera took the child in her arms as Materia closed her eyes and Ulfia brushed the hair away from her face. The child began to calm down and looked up as Hera gently rocked him in her arms. "Hello, dear. Are you happy to see Grandma?" Ulfia looked at Hera with a confused expression. What on earth had happened to the strict and pompous woman who bowed to no one, except for Materia? "Materia," Hera asked, and she responded weakly, "Do you have a name for him?" "Bell." Ulfia frowned slightly as Materia offered a faint smile. She felt irritated once again as her nephew was constantly making noise, but she wasn't going to argue. Her sister was terrifying when she was angry, especially considering she couldn't even get out of bed. 6-month-old Bell lay in his crib beside Materia. Ulfia gently rocked the crib, offering a rare smile to the sleeping child. When his eyes weren't open to remind her of that insignificant pervert, he was just as if not more reassuring than the silence of the room. His hair had grown a little, reaching levels of softness that shouldn't have been possible. It was like a rabbit's fur. Not long ago, Ulfia couldn't stop running her fingers through it, only breaking out of her combing trance when Materia called for her to nurse. Now his face. He still had a cute little button nose, and although he was still chubby, his features were becoming more like his mother's. And his breathing so quiet that Ulfia had to strain to hear it. He remembered when he was 5 months younger. Back then, he'd learned from Hera that Zeus had decided to send Hermes to test the dragon's strength, and it turned out to be far more powerful than the other two great quests. In a way, it made sense, the way they seemed to draw their power from where they ruled. Dominion over the sky eclipsed those over the land and sea combined. The executives would have to reach the theoretical absolute peak of power a Falna could provide, otherwise they wouldn't stand a chance. He realized that Bel had inadvertently saved them from annihilation. In the end, the last quest was cancelled with this knowledge. This caused quite a stir among many other families. That reminded Ulfia again. A couple of days after Bel was born, Zeus announced him to the guild while Hera gathered her best magicians and doctors to ensure Bel didn't suffer from the same illness as his mother and his aunt stepmother. Ulfia was overjoyed when she discovered he wasn't afflicted with the same disease. It gave her the strength to keep living for him. However, her relief didn't last long. Various reactions, mostly positive, were heard throughout the city. Cheers, commotion, and shouts so loud they could be heard from neighboring towns. Needless to say, Ulfia managed to quiet them down before returning to her sister's side as she cradled a sleeping Bel. Bel seemed to be in dreamland now. Ulfia leaned down and gave him a good-night kiss on the forehead before leaving the room and closing the door very carefully. Then she turned and looked 3 windows down, watching a certain intruder casually climbing up the frame to check if the coast was clear, which unfortunately it wasn't. She wisely dropped down and ran for her life, not that it saved her. 6 months turned into 6 years. It was Bel's 6th birthday, and at least half the town had gathered at the 2 estates of the Zeus and Hera families to celebrate. They settled Materia into the most comfortable recliner available, and Bel sat on her lap soon after, while Ulfia stood to one side, reaching out and smoothing her hair after checking that Materia's wasn't a mess. The crowd had willingly kept their voices at an acceptable volume to avoid damaging the boy's eardrums. As he scanned the presents piled on various tables and among the crowd, he finally spotted the green hair and long ears of the high elf Reveria, with an 8-year-old eyes trailing behind her. Bel climbed off Materia's lap and ran over to the 2 of them, making them smile as he waved. "Hello, Eyes, hello, Reveria." "Hello, Bel," Reveria returned the greeting. Eyes gave Bel a sweet bean spread potato sandwich as a gift, carrying some more in a bag to share later. "Jagamaru-kun?" Eyes asked. Bel happily took it and bit into it, savoring the flavor. He smiled broadly at Eyes and she smiled back. When the 2 met, Ulfia was walking hand-in-hand with Bel, returning from a candy shop with a bag of Materia's favorite sweets. Ulfia was surprised to see that Bel didn't like sweets as much as his mother. It was then that Eyes came across them as she hurried toward the dungeon. Ulfia quickly moved Bel out of the way and Eyes bounced off Ulfia's leg like a rubber ball. Reveria appeared shortly afterward. "Eyes, you're in big trouble, young lady." Reveria stopped when she saw Bel. Who is that adorable creature, she thought, too cute to be human. Eyes seemed to be in a similar state of pause, her hand slowly loosening its grip on her sword. At first glance, the girl saw him as so pure and kind. Quite the opposite of the absolutely terrifying Ulfia who was currently staring at the 2 of them, but who hadn't yet done anything to avoid frightening Bel. For the other 2, however, the mere sight of Ulfia was enough to snap them back to reality and make them feel the crushing pressure of fear emanating from her. All the while, Bel remained completely oblivious. I apologize, Lady Ulfia," Reveria stammered. She remembered that Ulfia was a formidable opponent for anyone who provoked her anger, but she had never been this terrifying. "Stepmother Ulfia?" Bel asked. Her terrifying aura vanished instantly. "Yes, Bel." "Can I play with her?" Bel asked, pointing at Eyes. Ulfia closed her eyes for a moment. For some reason, Eyes felt like she was on a life-or-death scale. She just wanted to go to the dungeon and kill monsters, sure, but she was perfectly willing to play along if it meant getting away from Reveria's punishments and from that even more terrifying woman who seemed to be Bel's mother. "If he wants to make friends, let him," said Materia. "Materia." Ulfia turned to see Materia in a wheelchair with the Empress holding the handles behind her. Is it wrong for Bel to have friends even if they're from different families? "But Bel..." Ulfia Materia looked like she was about to cry. Okay. He turned around, seeing that Bel was already talking to Eyes about hero stories after apparently receiving Materia's approval. He seemed so happy to have his first friend with whom to share hero stories, even if they did come from Zeus, that perverted old god. Ulfia's mind snapped back to the present, and she saw Bel chewing his last bite of Jagamaru-kun while Eyes was halfway through biting into hers. As Materia watched, Hera absent-mindedly took a candy and ate it. She quickly realized her mistake when Materia gave her a slight look that showed no wrinkles but promised divine punishment for stealing the sweets. Hera went from being haughty and looking down her nose at Materia to performing a doja. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Once that mischief was over, Belle would now dedicate himself to opening the presents to see what he got. Ulfia realized that Belle would have to grow up before he could use quite a few of them. He was growing up fast. Belle was now 14 years old and a new level 6, much to the chagrin of Eyes, who was still stuck at level 5. As Belle showed off his level to Materia, Ulfia watched and smiled at the now seasoned adventurer. He'd taken down his first goblin, then his first minotaur, then the Goliath, and his recent level boost had helped him defeat Eudia single-handedly, something only Otter of the Freya Familia had done before. That was all well and good, but Ulfia knew it would bring a certain problem. Namely, the fact that Belle was being increasingly besieged by more and more eligible girls, who only refrained from touching him so as not to incur Ulfia's wrath. Most were deterred from getting too close because of Ulfia's presence, but she had a feeling that if she walked away for even a moment, he would somehow be kidnapped and then find himself married to an Amazon or an elf. He absolutely wasn't going to let that happen to his nephew or son in Tenkai, Gekkai, or the underworld. The one-eyed black dragon would die of old age before Belle was forced into marriage behind his back. When Belle left the Hera family estate and Ulfia followed, Eyes was waiting at the front gate, her face a pout instead of the usual serious expression. She nodded to Ulfia before rushing forward and grabbing Belle's hand with an iron grip. She was now one of the girls Ulfia had noticed maturing in age and physique. Eyes, asked Belle, we are training. Wait, all right now. You stopped showing up after your 14th birthday, you're making up for it. But they told me to take the day off. Eyes' normally stoic face formed a pout as she turned away, causing Belle to blush. While Ulfia would have ignored that expression if Eyes and Belle were still children, she wouldn't ignore it now as they were both at an age where emotions were more intense and could influence their actions and reactions. She stormed in, separating the two. Eyes looked at Ulfia, her face now a mask of fear. Her level 5 abilities were nothing compared to the incarnation of talent, who could very well destroy the city if her stepson had even a scratch that wasn't caused by monsters. Ulfia released Belle's hand and pulled him closer to her side while tightening her grip on Eyes. What exactly do you intend to do with my Belle? Ulfia asked calmly, train with him. Eyes was even more afraid of Ulfia now. She knew that for some time the woman had become increasingly overprotective of Belle in response to the fact that several other young women his age all wanted to spend time with him. He's already mastered everything you taught him almost 6 months ago. He shouldn't need to train with you anymore, which tells me you intend to do something more with him. Eyes could only tremble with fear at what Ulfia was going to do next. Auntie Belle was about to. Until Ulfia hit him on the head. She moved so fast that neither of the adventurers saw her hand. Belle collapsed into Ulfia's arms unconscious. Now what to do with you? Argonautkans. A new voice called from a distance. Ulfia had an annoyed expression on her face. She was that Amazon who showed interest in Belle and who never knew when to keep quiet. Tiona. Eyes called her. Oh Eyes, have you come to see Argonautkan too? Tiona approached and spoke to Eyes, somehow oblivious to the mortal aura that was only inches away from her. And how are you, Argo? Oh, he's asleep. I'm sorry, Aunt. Gospel and Tiona was sent flying back to Twilight Mansion by a single punch from Ulfia. Eyes tried to take advantage of the opening to run, but found her hand still pinned in the same position. She looked down and saw that Ulfia had her wrist in an iron grip once again. Human. Eyes looked back to see an orange-haired, blue-eyed elf approaching furiously with a cloud of dust behind her. Lefia. Lefia finished approaching and was about to scream when she noticed Ulfia, who was holding a worried, unconscious Belle. Ulfia recognized her as one of the students Belle had known when he went to school, and even after they became adventurers, she would learn hand-to-hand combat from him. I apologize if I'm being rude, Ulfia-sama, but is Belle all right? He's just asleep, but... Yeah. Did you just refer to Belle without an honorific? Eep, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect you. You will refer to him as Belle-san, is that clear? Yes. Good. Belle isn't available to train with anyone today, as you can clearly see why, Ulfia said as she lifted Belle's unconscious body. I see. Ulfia noticed Lefia's ears droop in response. Could elves do that? Belle began to wake up. Eyes looked towards him, Lefia's ears perked up, and Tiona was already running around again, though quite dazed and bumping clumsily into people. What a nuisance, Ulfia thought to herself. Stepmother Ulfia, Belle asked. Yes. Ulfia replied, irritation in her voice. Is it okay if they come? I swear I won't go to the dungeon or train, I promise. I know you won't, that's not what worries me. So what's worrying you? They're not girls anymore, Bells, they're women now. People are going to misunderstand, and soon there will be a city-wide problem with you guys downtown. The women in question exchanged a knowing glance. Yes, they had matured mentally and physically, and people would start to wonder about it given their interactions with Belle. The outings, the dinners together, even the conversations, all of that could easily be mistaken for dating now, simply because of their age, not that it stopped them. Belle was the light of their lives and beloved by all of Arario. That was all too true 2 years later. Belle, now the legal age of 16, received a flood of letters with various marriage proposals. Of course, those sending proposals that were really just seeking power within the Zeus and Hera families were immediately rejected with visible hostility from the entire town. For a time, Belle holed up in the bedroom with his biological mother, Materia, while Althea stood guard at the entrance to the Hera family estate, eyeing suspiciously anyone who might have a role. Let's not kid ourselves. Hermes would certainly receive the special treatment of being expressly launched into Babel. Putting that aside, once the flood of hurried letters slowed and the influential people and families who had sent them calmed down a bit and made more modest, thoughtful proposals to the two families, Belle was finally able to go out and see his friends. He was confident he would be safe with them now that everything had been brought down to a manageable level. He regretted it. He doubted even his level 8 skills would save him from what he was facing now. His friends, blushing, were seriously considering spending the rest of their lives with him. "Are you all in on this too?" Belle nearly shouted while holding back from accidentally shattering the windows with her high-pitched voice. "Well, Argonaut-kun. It wouldn't be wrong to say that you could make any woman happy now, would it?" Tiona asked. "That's my boy." Zeus shouted from the Zeus family estate across the street. "Build a harem." "You're not helping," Belle shouted again. The Zeus family estate spontaneously exploded, but this was ignored by Belle in favor of the current problem in front of him. "Lefia, you're not seriously considering this, are you?" "Well, my parents and the elves at home have been very supportive lately," Lefia replied shyly. Hermid simply looked away, blushing. "Elise, not you too." "Oh me, no, I'll always be your loving adoptive older sister, although Ryu is available." "Ryu? I don't want to give any more details, Cranelson." "Law eyes." She nervously tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear and finally said, "Isn't this okay?" "If you need a definitive answer for me, no." "What?" They all turned to see Althea standing behind them, her back to them, the burning ruins of the Zeus family estate in the background, creating a terrifying image of a woman who would bring about the destruction of all life simply to avoid tainting Belle's soul, in her own mind at least. She turned slowly, her gaze fixed on all the women present as the title Althea, the final boss, appeared in her vision. "Stepmother Althea, I'm sure you've heard me say this 1,000 times before, but please don't kill them," Belle said before accepting what was inevitably going to happen. He had already tried to stop her before and received a concussion for his efforts. Hermid, being a doctor, wisely withdrew from the confrontation under the pretext of fetching herbs for Materia. "Hey, don't leave us here to die," Tiona shouted in a panic. All the remaining girls collapsed as the front door closed and the lock clicked. "So since I'm not after cute, innocent Belle, can I go too?" Elise asked. "You can fight, so no." "Hey, Ryu, do something." "You dragged us both into this," Ryu replied bluntly. "They've abandoned me." Elise shed a few crocodile tears before she and all the others drew their respective weapons. "Get ready," Althea said as her opponents took their stances. One moment the city of Arario was quiet as the morning's adventurers began to head out for lunch. The next, a massive plume of dust shot into the air, and a shockwave rippled through the city, tearing off roofs, shattering windows, sending goods flying, and triggering instinctive reminders from their subconscious to take cover. In the aftermath, a crater stretched across the width of the main street, and Althea stood at its center, surrounded by the mangled, bruised, and unconscious forms of the women she saw as rivals vying for Belle's care. Tiona dangled from a nearby undamaged tree that had escaped the shockwave. Lefia lay on her back, her staff broken into pieces and her dress ruined. Ryu was face down on the ground, and Elise had suffered a fate akin to being crushed into a brick wall. Several others had somehow been joined together unnoticed. Except for one, as Eyes used all her strength to hold onto her sword, but inevitably she too collapsed. She managed to take one last look at Althea, telling Belle to follow her inside the Hera family estate as Hermid left at the same time and bowed. Once they were both inside, she approached the girls as they all returned to the world of the living and tended to their wounds. "It will be 500,000 volleys." "Is it wrong to love heroes?" Schedule, the city of adventurers and gods with a tall white tower that reached for the sky. It was known as the center of the world, a place where people of all nations, races, and backgrounds came to make a name for themselves. The city was as bustling as any other day. Adventurers clad in armor and wielding weapons of every color and make strolled among them. Merchants lined the streets, calling out to passers-by to try on and buy their various wares. Today, two members of the Hestia familia walked side by side, attracting the attention of the other inhabitants of the city for different reasons. With his snow-white hair and blood-red eyes, few in Arario would fail to recognize the one known as the little rookie Bellcranel, especially after his victory against the Apollo Familia, which the entire city witnessed. He had once been an outcast in the city, and then he wasn't, but that wasn't the whole story. However, the one who truly captured the crowd's attention was the beautiful girl beside him. Her silky blonde hair and fox ears framed a lovely face that drew the gaze of everyone who passed her. Yet for this girl, only one person's gaze mattered. Sanjano Haruheim glanced shyly at the boy beside her, her green eyes wavering as she spoke in a soft voice. "I'm sorry to have taken up your time, Bellsama. You're usually busy, and yet you've agreed to accompany me today on our day out of the dungeon." "That's fine, honestly I don't mind. Besides, I'm excited." Belle smiled at her partner. Her response said she wasn't bothered at all. In fact, the spark of excitement in her eyes said otherwise. Earlier, while shopping for ingredients, Haruheim had stumbled upon an old bookstore that stocked fairy tales and heroic epics. After passing through, she promised herself she would return when she had time. Later, she told Belle, who agreed to come back with her. Of course, when Hestia and Lily found out about such a thing, they forbade it by saying something about how scandalous it was just the two of them, something about cheating, and that romance wasn't allowed in the family apart from one between the goddesses. However, even with such warnings, nothing could stop Belle and Haruheim when it came to heroic tales. They left the moment they were both free of responsibilities. Is this okay?" Gathering her courage, the Renard gently grasped one of the boy's fingers with her hand. The action unsettled Belle, but he tried not to show it and continued walking as naturally as possible while she maintained her grip. Now that Belle thought about it, even since joining the Hestia Familia, they hadn't really had a moment alone together. It didn't help that a certain goddess was going out of her way to make sure that didn't happen. Belle remembered the first time he met her. That time they exchanged and discussed several stories of heroes when he had been captured by the Ishtar family was a special memory between the two. A fluffy blonde tail wagged excitedly behind Haruheim, but its owner was too caught up in her own actions to notice. She was simply too happy to be spending time with the hero who had rescued her. However, as they walked together, their hands intertwined, Haruheim soon realized that the people around them were staring at her, and that when she turned to look at them, they immediately looked away. Just like his good mood, the movement of his tail stopped and instead it lowered. "Haruheimson, is something wrong?" Belle looked at his companion with concern. It was easy to notice her change in mood from the way her ears had drooped over her head. "It's just that people who walk past me after seeing me immediately move aside." The Renard explained, her pink lips curling into a frown. "That's it." Belle himself stepped back, his cheek red. "It happens even when I go shopping alone," Haruheim added, lowering her head. "I wonder if it's because I'm a Renard." Belle knew that her fox ears and tail were only part of the reason. With her exotic features and elegant beauty, it was easy to see why she would attract anyone's attention, especially with the way her silky red dress revealed just enough of her ample bosom. In fact, even Belle found it hard not to stare at the glimpse of skin she'd shown moments before. The young adventurer tried to think of the best way to explain it, but then Haruheim mistook his silence for hesitation and began to panic. "After all, it's impossible even for Bellsama." Belle then saw a glimmer of tears in her green eyes, and so he hurried to answer with what was on his mind at that moment. "That's not true. After all, Haruheimson is incredibly beautiful." Everyone looked away because they were embarrassed to be seen staring at you. Her face turned bright red as she spoke her sincere thoughts. "Phewa." For a moment, Haruheim's face went blank before it flushed as brightly as Belle's. She tried to hide as much as she could behind her free hand, still unwilling to let go of the boy beside her. She wasn't sure what burned more, her palms or her cheeks. A little further back, Mord noticed the blushing duo and could only offer them a sly smile followed by a nod and a thumbs up. "Not bad, little rookie." After calming down and subsequently addressing Haruheim's concerns, the two continued their walk and quietly arrived at the old bookstore that had been mentioned earlier. Inside the dimly lit store, the excess books that couldn't be placed on the shelves lined the aisles. Many of the books looked old and worn, their sun-faded pages showing their age. They came in different colors, sizes, and thicknesses, and some even had lettering that Belle couldn't recognize. However, that didn't stop her from happily browsing the shelves. Halfway through, she stopped when her eyes caught a familiar name. "What nostalgia, this is from the warrior Aguirre's." "I know that one." Haruheim jumped up excitedly beside her. "It's the story of a hero who was said to be completely invulnerable." "That's right, Aguirre's was captured in a citadel overrun by monsters and had to fight his way out." Haruheim pulled out another nearby book. "Here's one I've always liked, the story of Isan Daoji." "Haruheimson is really from the Far East, huh?" The Renard hugged the book and turned to him with a smile. "This hero looks a lot like Bellsama." No, I can't defeat 1,000 opponents at the same time like he can." The two then shared a laugh as they continued talking about the various heroes they recognized on the shelves. They were so preoccupied that Belle didn't even notice someone standing next to him before bumping into them. Phew, there was a thud as the person fell to the ground along with the books they were holding. Ah, sorry, Tiana-san. When Belle turned around, he was met with familiar chocolate-brown eyes and cocoa-brown skin. There on the ground was Tiona Hurute, one of the famous Amazon sisters of the Loki familia. The girl's eyes widened at the sight of him. She immediately stood up, a broad smile on her face and sparkles in her eyes. Oh, it's you again, Argonaut-kun. Are you okay? Haruheim approached Tiona and offered her a white handkerchief to wipe off the dust that had fallen on her. Thank you, Renardchan. While Tiona and Haruheim worked to dust the Amazon, Belle knelt down to gather the scattered books he had dropped. He piled up all the ones he could find before getting up again and handing them to the girl, who took them in one arm. I'm sorry, Argonaut-kun, I'm so clumsy, Tiona laughed, then hit the side of her head with her free hand and stuck her tongue out. Belle shook his head. No, it's my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. Tiona simply nodded before turning to the person beside her. She narrowed her eyes as she looked the blonde in the red kimono up and down. Kitsunechan is very beautiful. Then she pointed at Haruheim, a mocking smile on her face. Perhaps this is from Argonaut-kun. It took her a second to put two and two together, but Haruheim's cheeks flushed a shade lighter than her outfit, while Belle waved his hands in panic. No, 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 Haruheimson is an important member of the family to me. My whole being is dedicated to Belle-sama Ha. Haruheim sighed, her hands cupping her flushed cheeks. After taking a deep breath, she turned to the Amazon with a smile. Hello, I'm Haruheim. Oh, Kitsunechan is funny. And why are you two here? The three communicated with similar burning eyes. Together, the two replied, we're here to read about heroes. In the nearby park square, the three adventurers lay in a circle on the green grass. They were all reading the books they had just bought. Every now and then, one of them would talk about one of their favorite stories, their heart drifting back to their childhood. They'd also make exaggerated gestures, all necessary when it came to showing off their heroes. For the three of them, who were often told to stop reading fairy tales and act their age, it was a wonderfully liberating moment in which they could talk about what they loved most without having to hold back. Haha, Kitsunechan is amazing. Teach us more about the heroes of the Far East. In return, please also tell me the stories of heroes that Tiana-sama knows. The two girls held hands, chatting excitedly like children again. The sight made Belle smile. At first, he hadn't been sure how it would go because of their contrasting personalities, but it seemed like everything had worked out. Come on, Argonaut-kun, you two. Before he could think, Belle's hand was pulled in front of him, followed by Tiona and Haruheim placing theirs on top of his. Taking a breath, Tiona began, her voice filled with pride. Yash, let's swear it here. A person for what was he like? Tiona laughed as Belle and Haruheim nodded to each other, understanding what the Amazon intended. The two then raised their voices, matching Tiona's. All for one and one for all. Well, that is... At that moment, the trio of hero lovers was formed. The three of them laughed at her gesture before settling back into their seats. Glancing to the side, Haruheim then noticed an old, unfamiliar book in Tiona's pile. The Treasure of Ulysses. Curious, she picked up the book and showed it to her new friend. Tiana-sama, what's this about? However, this only elicited a confused look from the girl, her head tilted to one side. Ulysses, I don't recall buying anything like that. As the two wondered where it came from, Belle's eyes widened as she realized the answer. Maybe I'm sorry, it must have been from that time I hit you. I should have included it when I picked up the books. Belle felt bad because the girl had to pay for her mistake. I'm sorry, should I go back and return it? No, it's fine. The girl simply stopped him. Come to think of it, isn't it a fairy tale that none of us know, doesn't it excite you? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the unfamiliar book. That's right, it's likely the three of us gathered here today to learn about this book. Haruheim then blew the dust off the cover, holding the book delicately. You're right, Belle nodded. That book is sure to be full of amazing adventures. Yash, it's too much trouble to think about things, let's read it. Tiona bumped fists as she and Belle moved to sit across from a kneeling Haruheim, who then opened the book in front of her. All right then, I'll begin. Haruheim began to narrate the story before her, in a tone as fluid and smooth as a river. It all started with an encounter with a goddess. The two were absorbed by the story of the world, guided by Haruheim's beautiful voice. Incredible, it's the first time I've heard such a beautiful story. It's embarrassing, but thank you. Haruheim smiled at Tiona's compliment before looking back at the book in her hands. This is the record of an adventure. The Eleusinian Treasure. A story in which a young man fell in love with a goddess and decided to embark on an adventure. The story proceeded as if it were an autobiography, with the young man telling the story from his perspective. His story was similar to that of an adventurer from Aurario. The young man stubbornly refused any benefit or favor offered by his goddess. His final story became a solitary one where he hid until the very end, never revealing his feelings to the goddess he loved, and died alone. And to this day, my thoughts remain. After Haruheim finished her story and closed the book, she wiped away a stray tear from the corner of her eye, a lonely smile on her face. It was a rather sad story. What's wrong? She looked at the two of them who were trembling in front of her. Ooh, yo-hoo-hoo-hoo. They were crying. The two adventurers in front of her were shedding tears that streamed from their eyes, waterfalls that hit the ground as if the world were about to end. You were a man too, a man of the world. Bell slammed his fist on the ground, his face contorted with frustration. Why didn't you go back to your goddess? Tiona was also crying as she continued to repeatedly hit the ground. It's okay to cry, both of you, but please don't hit the ground, it sounds like there's an earthquake, cried a terrified Haruheim, sending a pained look at the two as she hurriedly tried to calm them down. Because a level 4 adventurer and a level 6 adventurer were tapping the ground in simultaneous rhythms, the place around them shook, making it difficult for anyone nearby, especially Haruheim, to stay on their feet. A little further back, Mord, who had fallen on his backside from the jolting, gave a sly smile followed by a nod and a thumbs up. Not bad, little rookie. Finally, Haruheim was able to calm the two of them, although her eyes were still slightly teary. When Haruheimson read, I didn't think that even the level of a story would be boosted. I wish Taioni were half as good. While smiling bitterly at the two of them, Haruheim reopened the book, remembering that there were still a few pages left to read. Her eyes widened when she noticed the words on the last page. There doesn't seem to be an epilogue, but there is a page about the treasure itself. Treasure? Yes, go on. Those who dive into the earths. At the end of an endless gray meadow, they entrust themselves to the nascent spring. Soon, the water will throw its fangs at you and break the tears of the Great Mother. The treasure that sleeps on earth ahead, I entrust it to you. Is this it? After finishing reading, Haruheim turned her bright eyes to the two in front of her, both of whom had the same expression as her. The three trembled for a moment before raising their arms to the sky in excitement and shouting as one, "It's a treasure." He said if we found him we could have him, but where could he be? Bell tilted his head as he thought about the lines. I've noticed, it's a story from a book, but isn't it similar to the city of Arario? Haruheim's words made Bell's eyes widen as the dots began to connect. It can't be, could that be what he meant by submerge in the earth? At that moment, Tiona's excitement had already reached its limit as she puffed through her nose. Yes, Argonaut-kun Kitsunechin, let's go on an adventure. The 11th floor of the dungeon. A gray prairie stretched as far as the eye could see. Rigid dead trees and scattered rocks were the only features of the land. Of course, monsters abounded, hunting for prey. In the dark, thin fog that covered the area, the screams of the monsters echoed through the landscape. Bell was a blur as his knife sliced through the large, fat orcs and the small, swift imps that littered the ground. His body was untouchable as he cut down monster after monster in a single, perfect movement. The path of his blade was a line of death. Just as expected of Bell-sama, you really are like a hero, Haruheim praised as she wiped Bell's sweat after he had taken down a large group of monsters. No, well, Bell could only lower his shoulders and look ahead. Adventure, fun. Leading the charge, Tiona skipped lightly as she hummed a tune. At the same time, she effortlessly knocked down monsters with her bare hands. Most of them had already begun to scatter. Bell could only smile at the sight of her in that state. Looks like Tiana-san is having fun. Yes, I feel great today. The dungeon feels completely different. Tiona replied as she turned to face them, her arms outstretched like a dancer. By the way, Tiana-sama, what happened to your weapon? Normally, the Amazon carried a large, double-edged sword that Bell knew she called Urga. She hadn't even brought anything with her when they reunited after Bell and Haruheim had gone back to retrieve their own weapons and supplies. The sword was lost on my previous expedition, Tiona replied, pouting. I'm still making it. Even with Tiana-sama fighting with her bare hands, it seems like it'll be easy to make progress this way, Haruheim sighed in relief. She was still learning how to be a support. The backpack she'd brought was much smaller than the one she knew Lily would use. Even now, she was gathering the magic stones scattered in a bag beside her. Kitsunechin, you should never underestimate dungeon because you never know what might happen, at least that's what Finn says, Tiona finished with a playful wink to the blonde. Yes, we mustn't let our guard down, Bell agreed. He looked around, seeing only fog and gray. Even so, if the aforementioned goddess's favors were the fauna and status, then the author must have come down at least this far without her or weapons. It's surprising, was he a monster? Bell recalled that he'd only felt comfortable going that far on level 2, and that was with Welf and Lily trailing behind him. The thought that the author had actually explored it so deeply amazed him. However, when he turned his gaze forward, Tiona's face was right in front of him. The terrible smile on her face was anything but happy. Argonauticon, it sounds like you're calling me a monster. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Bell was about to do a jump doja, something he had learned from Mikoto, but luckily Haruheim chose to help. That's right, Tionessen would be an adorable monster. Haruheim would know, having befriended one herself. Kitsunechin, you're such a kind girl. Tiona hugged the blonde, rubbing her cheek against her shoulder. Wah, Tiana-sama, your hug is so warm. While Haruheim calmed Tiona down, Bell looked around once more. I wonder if the treasure is really here. It truly seemed there was nothing on the ground but dead trees and grass. It didn't help that a constant fog obscured the place. Well, I think this must be the gray meadow he was talking about. In the Loki family's expeditions, I've never seen ground like this. Perhaps there's even lower ground, but I doubt the writer is capable of going any lower. Together, Bell and Tiona crossed their arms over their chests as they thought. After a few minutes, Haruheim suddenly clapped her hands, remembering something. I remember that in a story from the Far East, a traveler didn't know where to go, so he took a branch, picked it up, and went in the direction it fell. Bell frowned. We can't really. I like it, Tiona interrupted. Let's get on with it, Argonautkun. Huh? Are we really going to do this? At the insistence of the two girls, Bell reluctantly searched for a branch and then held it up, perpendicular to the ground. Tiona looked at him expectantly. Please do your best. Understood. Bell closed his eyes and tried to focus all his energy on the stick in front of him. For some reason, his back suddenly began to tingle intensely. Okay then, let's go. The adventurous boy let go of the branch, and the group began walking in the direction the stick pointed. Cautiously, a hesitant Bell warned the two girls. So far, I'm sure other adventurers have read the book or at least looked for the author. We shouldn't think he'd be so easy to find. It didn't take them 10 minutes to hear the sound of water splashing. What? Before the wide eyes of an astonished Bell, a clear jet of water shot out from a small spring in front of them. We've really found it. There's a treasure here, it must be calling us. On either side of Bell, Tiona and Haruheim each grabbed one of his arms, shaking it joyfully. They all gathered near the spring to inspect it. At least there were no monsters nearby or in the clear water in front of them. I said to trust the spring, Haruheim murmured as she looked more closely. Then she noticed something at the water's edge that pointed them both in the direction of the spring. Look. On one side of the spring, the rock face was open, and the spring water was being sucked in through a small gap. The opening looked large enough for a person to dive in and swim through, but it could be dangerous if it ended in a dead end. At least as you leveled up, your ability to hold your breath increased. Tionessen, what do you think we should do, Tionessen? When Bell turned to hear the Amazon's opinion, the girl was casually taking off her clothes. He immediately covered his eyes, his face turning bright red. Tiana-sama, what are you doing? How embarrassing. Haruheim immediately pulled a large towel out of her backpack and went to cover the girl. Tiona just stared at the two of them, confused. Well, if we've made it this far, we might as well go all the way. It'll be easier swimming naked. Hey, Kitsunechin too. The Amazon then turned to the nearby Haruheim, her hands gripping the chest edge of her kimono, as well as the ribbon that held it together. Tiana-sama, no, you can't. Please stop. Bell, who had his back to the two of them, could only close his eyes as he listened to Haruheim's plaintive voice. Even so, he couldn't help but feel anxious about what was happening behind him. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Suddenly, an impossibly strong grip fell on his shoulder as much as a hole in his stomach. Now it's Argonautkun's turn. Wait, Tionessen, I can do it just as I am. We've already bathed together, so it's fine. Oh, that time. No more questions. Wait, stop, no, not that. In the distance, Mord finished off an orc only to look up and hear a high-pitched screech. He realized that the kid must have defeated some kind of new monster. He could only offer a sly smile followed by a nod and a thumbs-up. Not bad, little rookie. Meanwhile, on the farms growing within Arario. My Belkun is in danger. With a shout, Hestia pulled a potato from the ground. She was dressed just like the other farmers around her, in overalls and a straw hat. Hestia is always worried about Rabbitchin, isn't she? Nearby, harvesting tomatoes, the goddess Demeter let out a giggle upon hearing Hestia's cry. Hestia turned to her friend, puffed out her chest with pride and smiled. Of course, I'm always looking out for Belkun. How'd. Bell sneezed. Bell-sama, please come closer to us. Bell did not respond, intending to maintain his distance. The three of them had proceeded to dive into the spring and through the hole in the wall. They surfaced and found themselves in a hidden grotto. For the moment, there were no signs of any monsters in the vicinity, and the only source of light was at the far end of the cave where they were. It was undoubtedly an unexplored area. The idea of being the first adventurers to find it had filled them with excitement. However, Haruheim's backpack and clothes were soaked, so they had all decided to rest for now and wait for them to dry. Despite being wet, the pieces of wood Haruheim had brought with her were still sparking after a small firebolt from Belle. Currently, Haruheim was cooking food in a pot she had brought over the fire. It was one of the things Lily had told her was normal for a supporter to carry. The food was the only thing that hadn't gotten wet because she kept it in an airtight container. Tiona was beside her, watching the flames blaze and warming herself with the heat. Belle was only a good stone's throw away from them, trying not to tremble. The reason was simple. To dry clothes, it was best not to wear them. So right now all Belle had to cover her modesty was a thin, dry cloth wrapped around her waist. Of course, the girls were the same. Larger cloths wrapped around their bodies like towels after a bath. Even without monsters, the situation had become very dangerous for him. Argonauticon, dinner's ready, Tiona called. The scent of Haruheim's rice porridge reached him soon after, feigning hunger. For a moment he looked up and turned away, but the sight of the two scantily clad girls made him duck and bury his face in his knees. "I'm sorry, I'll eat later." "Food is more delicious when you eat it with more people," Haruheim replied, but Belle didn't move. "It can't be helped." Sighing, Tiona turned to Belle. Then she slipped one arm under her armpit and the other behind her knees. "Wait a second. Hawawa, this is a maiden's romance." Haruheim watched with sparkling eyes as the maiden Tiona led a blushing Belle towards the fire. "Please forgive me. Stop worrying already, let's eat." Stripped of their resistance, the three ate dinner shoulder to shoulder with Belle in the middle. They all ate the hot porridge in comfortable silence to ensure that a monster wouldn't attack them, watching the flames crackle in front of them. Belle felt his cheeks warm up, not just from the food but from the beautiful faces of the girls beside him, illuminated by the quiet fire. "I have to give it my all tomorrow." There was a fire in his heart, one that looked forward to an adventure the next day. Then he felt his eyelids grow heavy and soon lay down on the cave floor, being the first to fall asleep. The girls giggled at the sight of the boy's sleeping face, which resembled that of a child. They lay down beside him. A large blanket which had just finished drying was then placed over the three of them. The three lovers of the heroes soon fell asleep together. The cave fell silent, with only the sound of the crackling fire and their faint snores echoing throughout. Without the sleeping boy hearing it, an old man's voice repeatedly shouted, "Now is the time. A man's romance is right here, romance." For the duration of his sleep, he went unnoticed. Meanwhile, on the farms that grew up inside Arario. "I'll take that." Demeter took a potato from Hestia's hands. Green sprouts covered the potato's brown skin. What's wrong?" The goddess of the hearth pouted. "Doesn't it look good with all those horns?" "Are you trying to kill Rabbichin, Hestia?" "What are you talking about? I'm going to give him a delicious sandwich of chips. That's why I agreed to work part-time with you." Demeter let out a giggle. "I understand your failings, but you see," the potato said, squinting, "this is poison." Hestia blinked. "Really?" "Yes," Demeter nodded. "To make a delicious dish, knowledge of the ingredients is important." "Incredible, Demeter, please tell me more." "Okay, fine." Back with the group, Belle's consciousness began to stir as he slowly awoke. His eyelids were still heavy, but he soon felt his mind awakening, and with it, a strange resistance. For some reason, he couldn't feel his arms. She blinked and her eyes adjusted again to the darkness of the cave. She tried to move her arms but couldn't. When did I fall asleep?" Belle could barely stifle his scream. He could finally see, so he turned his head to the side only to find Tiona and Haruheim's faces inches away, their breath tickling his cheeks. Worse still, the reason he couldn't move his arms was because they were holding him tightly. The Renard had tucked his right arm between her breasts while the Amazon had squeezed his left between her legs. After realizing he was trapped, Belle's body, knowing he could no longer endure the different sensations of the sandwich, decided to do the only thing he could do to protect everyone, including himself, and fainted in shock. Meanwhile, next to the unconscious boy, an old man's voice repeatedly shouted, get up, Belle. Now is the time to burn brightly and ignite your fire." The voice's cries were all in vain. It's more like this. How is this? Yes, exactly like that." Faintly hearing her companions' voices, Belle woke up. She sat up, rubbing her eyes as she tried to stifle a yawn. A little further away, Tiona and Haruheim were waving their arms. Taking a moment to stretch his arms, Belle stood up and waved. "Good morning." "Good mornings." "Good morning, Argonauticons." The two women waved back, stopping what they had been doing, with Haruheim nodding and Tiona returning the greeting. Belle nodded in turn before looking curiously. "What are they doing?" "Hestia." Tiona bumped a fist, her eyes blazing. "It's the development of a new special move." "Special move?" Belle tilted his head. Did he mean some kind of spell? Haruheim decided to answer him. Tiana-sama was interested in the bare-handed martial arts of the Far East. I tried to teach her the sword hands that I've often seen take Mikazuchi-sama do. Even without weapons, I can cut enemies with my bare hands like a knife. Tiona raised both arms, straightening her hands and fingers, then made a slashing motion. Want to try it, Argonaut-kun? Sure, that sounds interesting. Bell vowed to himself to become stronger in preparation for his duel with Asterius. He could no longer rely solely on his spells. Then watch me first. Tiona then walked toward a large rock that was almost as tall as she was. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She raised one arm, her fingers straightening like a sword. Ha! With a loud scream, her hand slammed against the rock. However, the rock didn't split as she had intended. Instead, it crumbled into tiny pieces. Is it broken? This is harder than I thought. I can't do it. The girl pouted as she inspected her work with her arms crossed. More than a cut, it was a crushing blow, Haruhi murmured, a tired smile on her face declaring that she was somehow no longer surprised. Yes, that's impossible. Bell's smile matched hers. I must keep dreaming after all. After reviewing her failure, Tiona turned to Haruhi. What about Kitsunechin? Does she have a special move? That's the fox girl looked away, unable to meet Tiona's expectant gaze. Her best skill was a spell that temporarily raised an adventurer's level. It wasn't something she could casually reveal or she'd find herself with a lot of people chasing after her. Oh, she's so encouraging. Bell spoke suddenly, catching Tiona's eye. She gives great encouragements, they really help. Encourage. Tiona stared at him, her eyes half-closed. She turned back to Haruhi. Bell tried to stifle the chatter in his teeth while cold sweat began to trickle down Haruhi's forehead. Tiona glared at them before declaring, cheering sounds great, we don't have anyone in the Loki family who does that. As Tiona nodded to herself, Bell let out a sigh she hadn't realized she was holding in while Haruhi stroked her chest to calm her heart. After that, the three ate once more, dressed in their now dry clothes, and set off on their adventure. Undeveloped areas, parts of the dungeon that do not appear on the guild map. This was the border, more or less. These areas were quite common, especially on the higher-numbered floors. Although some families focused on exploring and mapping every corner of the dungeon, they usually did so on the lower floors. That's why it was a surprise that the area they were in seemed untouched. To be fair, beyond the cave, the area was simply the same ground, a sea of gray prairie shrouded in mist. Even the monsters they encountered were the same orcs and imps they easily dispatched. The three adventurers simply followed the stream they had swum through, which flowed out of the cave. Its shimmering blue pierced the gray of the ground. After what seemed like an hour of walking and scaring away weak monsters, they finally reached the end of the river, which ended at a narrow cliff. The sound of the water crashing down could be heard. Wow, a waterfall, Tiona exclaimed excitedly. She walked over to the edge of the cliff and looked down, humming. Then, her eyes sparkling, she turned to her companions and said, "Let's jump in." Before the other two could respond, the Amazon leaped off the cliff without any problem, with a shout of excitement behind her. Haruhi was less excited. Cautiously, she approached the edge and peered underneath. The Renard swallowed hard, her face paling as she realized she couldn't even see the ground through the fog. Bellsama, it might take me a while to get down, but please go ahead, huh? Haruhi screamed in surprise as she suddenly felt her body floating. As if in slow motion, the image of the cliff before her began to draw ever closer until there was nothing but air. She only had to look up to see why. Bellsama. The blonde's cheeks flushed as she realized how close their faces were and the position she was in. Bell had jumped from the cliff, taking Haruhi with him. This is the romance of the maidens. She'd heard of the suspension bridge phenomenon, where you mistake the nervous pounding of your heart for falling in love. In this case, it was 10 times stronger since she felt something for the boy and at the same time was terrified of the sensation of freefall. She wasn't sure which of the two would make her faint first. Haruhi clung tightly to Bell, wrapping her arms around his neck. She would never normally be able to do something like this, but it seemed that fear ironically gave her the courage to do it. She tried to keep her tail away from Bell's face, but the wind whipped against it. All the while, the blonde kept her eyes closed and buried her face in the crook of her neck to keep from screaming, anxious in two different ways. Bell didn't mind, landing with a few hops to compensate for the force of his impact. Tiona immediately ran towards them, greeting them with a smile. Oh. You're holding her in your arms like a princess from a fairy tale. Bell took advantage of that moment to help Haruhi down. The blonde thanked him with a small bow, then she felt Tiona tugging at her sleeves. Hey, Argonaut-kun, do that to me too. She sounded excited, but Bell only gave her a bitter smile. But Tiana-san is stronger than me, so you don't need it. Moo, Tiona puffed out her cheeks at the rejection. Then she moved to bury her head in Haruhi's chest, complaining that he was mean. Haruhi stroked the girl's hair while giving Bell a weak smile. Is Bellsama perhaps too insensitive? Bell could only tilt his head, wondering when he had become the bad guy in the movie. The trio approached the end of the waterfall. The sounds of the crashing water echoed in the gray, misty world. It wasn't hard to imagine that there seemed to be a cave behind the waterfall, something one might expect from this kind of treasure hunt. However, the moment they approached, a furious roar tore through the air. There's something there. Oh, I was expecting this kind of thing. Bell placed a hand on the handle of his knife behind him as Tiona merely licked her lips. Haruheim pulled a potion from her backpack so she could use it immediately. They waited tense. It was then that a long, ugly dragon peered out from behind the waterfall. The child dragon roared once more, letting the world know that he was upset that something had trespassed on his territory. Hakugen was instantly in Bell's hand. His posture lowered and his eyes focused, ready to leap in the next second. Bell-sama. He turned to see Haruheim pointing at what appeared to be a cave opening at the back of the waterfall. The child dragon must have come from there. Soon the water will bare its fangs at you and break the tears of the Great Mother. The Renard repeated, slowly understanding in her eyes this must be. Bell nodded, pleased that it was clear they were on the right track. However, now was not the time to think about anything other than the fight. Tiana-san, I'll act as a decoy. Take Haruheim-san into the cave first before. Anything else Bell was about to say died in his throat as he turned to the Amazon, only to see that she had already leaped towards the monster feet first. Final move, Amazon kick. Water shot out in a loud splash as Tiona's foot struck the baby dragon's head. After a second, the monster vanished, leaving only a magic stone. She had brought it down with a single blow. Bell could only stare in amazement as the girl was splashed by the water from above. This is a level 6. When the monster left, Haruheim and Bell walked towards Tiona, but started running when they heard her scream. Asya. Tiana-sama. Tiana-san, are you all right? Tiona was crouching, her head in her hands. She looked at them, despair in her eyes. I just realized it's the same type of attack as Bite. I can't believe he copied it. The members of the Hestia Familia exchanged uncertain glances, but Tiona had already stood up, a serious expression on her face. She raised a closed fist. I've thought about it. Next time I'll definitely use the technique Kitsunechan taught me correctly. They both sighed, the tension dissipating as they realized it was nothing. Perhaps it was just the carefree feeling of being on level 6 in the lower floors. As the support, Haruheim moved to pick up the magic stone left behind by the child dragon. She turned around to find it, but then she froze, her ears perking up. Bell-sama. Her face turned blue, the fox girl pointed behind Bell. Her tail twitched nervously. Tiona and Bell turned to see several baby dragons surrounding the waterfall. There must have been at least 10 of them. Their roars almost drowned out the thunder of the water above them. The two then locked eyes. Their instinct for adventure, no, their instinct as living beings was ringing loudly. Haruheim-san, to the cave. Bell's scream was drowned out by the sudden roar of all the monsters before them, but Haruheim had already begun her retreat anyway. The unknown depths of the cave seemed a much safer option than the horde of child dragons. He was about to follow her when he heard a faint voice beside him. Ah, Argonaut-kun. He turned to see Tiona standing on one leg, the other dangling awkwardly in the air. It was probably from his earlier kick. He must have only realized it when he'd put enough pressure on her. However, the girl didn't seem too bothered, wearing an uneasy smile. After all, she was a level 6, even if she was injured and had no hands. I'll be fine, so whoa. Tiona's words were cut short when she felt strong arms envelop her. Bell lifted her up just as he had done with Haruheim earlier. She found herself strangely nervous. Argonaut-kun. Please hold on tight. Feeling unusually embarrassed, the girl did as she was told, clinging tightly to the boy's neck. Just then, one of the child dragons raised its head and launched a large fireball at them. Bell jumped back to dodge the fireball, which hit the ground and exploded. He turned around and started running. He had to make sure the girl he was carrying didn't get hurt, even though she was much more skilled than him. Water splashed under his boots and the current slowed him slightly. 2 more child dragons caught up with him, flanking him. One of them turned, lashing its large tail at Bell like a giant snake. Like a rabbit, Bell simply hopped onto the appendage, cradling the girl in his arms closer to his chest so they wouldn't be separated. However, the other baby dragon attacked with surprising coordination, thrusting its head forward with the intent to bite them. Bell twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster's teeth and jaws as it snapped its mouth shut on nothing but air. Bell seized the opportunity to kick the nearby baby dragon in the snout, landing far enough away from both of them. He continued his run immediately, but soon felt heat behind him. He turned and extended his right hand while cradling the Amazon with the other. Firebolt. Before the monsters could launch their attacks, the blazing electricity struck them first, emanating from the boy's hand. As the crackling flames burned, the Amazon could only stare, fascinated at the boy's face, illuminated red by the light of his instant magic. Finally, the two reached an anxious Haruheim who had been waiting for them deep inside the cave. Unfortunately, the monster's roars and heavy footsteps could still be heard, so they had to continue their relentless retreat, at least until the monsters left them alone. There was also the possibility that there were more creatures inside the cave that they couldn't stop to fight. Even so, Bell had to ask something as he continued his light trot. Tiana-san, are you feeling all right? What? The girl in her arms moved her leg closer to examine her sprained ankle. It didn't look too bad, and she was used to much worse pain anyway. Honestly, she felt worse for not being able to do anything while her classmates ran to safety. Okay. Oh yes, sorry you had to carry me, Argonaut-kun. No problem. Honestly, Bell was starting to get used to doing this. You know you're my first time, right? Tiona exclaimed excitedly. It's the first time I've ever done anything like this with a boy, and yet I feel so happy. You're like a prince who steals a maiden from his kingdom. Please don't say things that could be misinterpreted. While the two continued talking, a running Haruheim was pouting next to them. That's my spot. That's supposed to be Haruheim's spot. Meanwhile, come on, it's time to change soon. A certain goddess shouted as she kneaded and stretched the potato dough in her hands as if she wanted to destroy it. Oh God, Hestia, what are you talking about? Beside Hestia, Demeter was cutting vegetables. I suddenly remembered when my Belkun carried me like a princess. It seems like a long time ago, Hestia admitted with a smile, her cheeks flushing. Hestia really loves Rabbichin, doesn't she? Belkun is special, Hestia nodded cheekily. And you, Demeter, haven't you fallen in love with at least one or two of your children? The big-breasted lowly goddess emphasized this with a small movement of her elbows. I love all my children. Come on, I'm not talking about that kind of love. Demeter could only return a gentle glance to Hestia's bright eyes. There seemed to be a brief flicker of envy before the harvest goddess looked away wistfully. Well, that was a long time ago. Oh, please tell me more. Well, if you could finish your work, then we could talk about some equipment. It's a promise then. With her spirits high, Hestia began to knead the dough once again. Demeter turned to look at her workers toiling on the farm outside the kitchen window, her eyes narrowed with longing. After continuing to run, the group stopped hearing the sounds of the approaching monsters and slowed their pace, thinking it was safer. Indeed, there were no more attacks as they made their way to the end of the hidden cavern beneath the waterfall. The end turned out to be an escape to a grayer meadow. At that moment, Bell let Tiona down while Haruheim handed her a potion to help her leg. The potion would ease the pain but wouldn't completely heal her sprained ankle. Thank you, Kitsunechin. Smoke rose as the potion healed the red bruise on her ankle. Tiana-san, did it hurt that much? I'm sorry I couldn't heal it until now. Bell apologized. The girl had been so peaceful in his arms that he'd forgotten why he was carrying her. There hadn't been a single whimper. During battle, you have to forget about the pain, otherwise you could die. Bell's eyes widened at his words, which she delivered with a simple smile, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Her nonchalant tone only demonstrated how fiercely determined she was. He couldn't feel frustrated with himself. Seeing his expression, Tiona gently punched Bell's chest with her fist. Okay, Argonaut-kun, thanks again for the help even though it was a little embarrassing. With an unusually gentle smile on her face, she stepped back, tugging at her bangs. A rare display of feminine embarrassment from a girl who had no problem bathing with him. Meanwhile, Haruheim looked around. There seemed to be nothing in the immediate area. The most obvious landmark was another large cave surrounded by high cliffs at the far end of the gray meadow where they stood. At the end of an endless gray meadow, they entrust themselves to the nascent spring. Soon, the water will throw its fangs at you and break the tears of the Great Mother. The treasure that sleeps on earth ahead, I entrust it to you. The treasure that sleeps on earth ahead, it must be around there. Haruheim pointed to the end, which earned a nod from her two friends. They moved to cross the meadow, though Haruheim had to wonder. What kind of adventurer was willing to travel so far alone without receiving any status? Why would they go so far to reach that destination? With cautious thoughts in their heads, the three approached the cave. Meanwhile, a farmer made it to the 10th floor, and he wasn't even an adventurer. Hestia basically spat out the tea she was drinking before screaming in surprise. Demeter handed her a cloth, which Hestia accepted. Then she repeated for emphasis. Going into the dungeon without a god's blessing, why would you do something like that? That's right, even if you defeat the monsters, you won't gain anything. No matter how much I begged him, that man wanted to make something delicious without any profit. It was foolish, but I couldn't help finding that ideal endearing. Demeter shook her head, crossing her arms over her ample chest. Hestia was so surprised that she hadn't even eaten any of the cookies in front of her. Why would a farmer go to the dungeon? There were many reasons: to level up, to find different plants or materials, to earn money. Demeter's response was a broad smile. Who knows? Hestia's shoulders slumped at the lack of response. However, it seems you liked him. Can you tell me more about that child? He had talent as an adventurer. I'd say he wouldn't lose to Hestia's rabbit. Demeter's tone was melancholic, her eyes filled with longing. Unfortunately, he had no talent as a farmer. A small bird flew up and began pecking at the cookies between the two goddesses. I don't know what to say about your tastes anymore, Demeter. Well, we've come this far, so please listen carefully. It seemed Demeter had no intention of ending her love talk once her fire had been lit. In fact, everything he did was an absolute failure. However, even though nothing worked and none of his crops grew, I couldn't hate him. He was so hardworking, he was endearing. Hestia leaned back in her seat, knowing a long talk awaited her. She hadn't expected it, but it didn't seem like the conversation with the maiden would end anytime soon. Tiana-sama, how is your foot? He's a little sore, but it's no problem against this plant's weaker enemies. Save the rest of the potions for later. The three walked and chatted as they made their way across the gray meadow toward the cave. Although they were cautious, no monsters appeared along the way and they reached the cave entrance without any difficulty. However, instead of a hole, there was what appeared to be a large door at the entrance. They tried to push it, but it wouldn't budge even with Tiona's level 6 strength. I wonder if there's a key or something. Belle looked around but found nothing. Or something that might be a hidden switch. Haruheim ran her hands along the door, wiping away the moss that covered it. I don't think there's a keyhole. Tiona pressed her fingers against the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes, concentrating. Her eyes opened wide and she pointed at the door. That's it, it must be a spell. Like in a fairy tale, Haruheim tilted her head, a finger to her lip, thinking, so there's a magic word. That's it, it has to be that. Tiona nodded, certain that was the answer, but what would the words be then? Well, we'll have to guess. The three adventurers took a step back, took a deep breath, and began to say whatever words came to mind. Open up, salt. Chichapyoing. Answer my wishes, your name is Burning Fi. Open up, salami. Paparepa. Reality is for rent. Synapse rupture, east banishment. Open your mind. Where? Belle and Haruheim's screams suppressed Tiona's suggestion as a large rock fell from the sky and crashed down on the area behind them. How much time has passed? The sun doesn't reach such a dim place. All that stretches out before your eyes is a gray meadow. I've forgotten why am I here. Voices, I can hear voices. I have to move, I just need to move. Haruheimson, come down. Belle jumped up and pushed Haruheim to the ground, shielding her body from any potential debris. Tiona stood still, squinting as she watched the rock split in two and something black and shiny emerge from it. The dust from the crash had mixed with the fog, and yet it was easy to tell that there was something there as it stood at full height, towering above the three of them. Tiana-san, this is. I don't know, but I've never seen a bastard like this. An irregular Haruheim muttered to herself as she stood up again, her hands clasped tightly. This reminded her too much of another situation Lily had told her about. When the dust and fog cleared, a jet-black humanoid giant stood proudly. He was as large as the Black Goliath, but there was an obvious difference in the way his dark skin gleamed. He was a steel giant. In fairy tales, it was known to be made of clay, but here it appeared to be made of the hardest metals. The only difference was that its head was made of white metal, undoubtedly more resistant than the body. There was only one name for such a monster: Golem. As if it could hear Haruheim's whisper, the golem fixed its gaze on her. A fist the size of the Renard rose backward and then lunged at the girl, much faster than it seemed. She had no time to react. Without a doubt, a single blow from such a monstrosity would finish off a level 1 like her. There was a loud clash. Haruheim stared wittied at Belle's back, which had blocked the blow. With daggers in both hands, she gritted her teeth, keeping her fist steady so as not to hurt the girl behind her. Gah! With a single blow, Belle could already feel his hands going numb. The golem's immense power wasn't meant to be taken head-on. Its size suggested it should have been sent flying, but it stood firm even though it was being easily pushed back. I have it. Taking advantage of the situation, Tiona leaped onto the arm that extended over Belle, and with 2 more jumps, first to his upper arm and then to his shoulder, she was standing in front of his porcelain-white face. She raised a fist, spun her hips, and delivered a punch that sent the dust and mist surrounding them flying. The giant staggers, taking a step back from the devastating attack. Ow, that's hard. Tiona landed and examined her fist with teary eyes. It was glowing red as she blew on it to cool it down. Tiana-sama, behind you. Upon hearing Haruheim scream, Tiona immediately jumped aside just as the ground she was standing on was pulverized by another dark fist. Close. The firebolt. A fiery beam shot from Belle's right hand. Taking advantage of the monster's failed attack, he unleashed 3 beams of his instant magic. All 3 struck the giant's torso, but it seemed completely unaffected. With its body still ablaze, the golem turned towards Belle and punched him. The boy barely managed to jump but was sent flying by the golem's force. Argonaut-kun. Tiona leaped forward, delivering 3 consecutive kicks to the giant's legs, which he did not seem to notice. The Amazon leaped back like an agile dancer just as another fist was about to strike her. She clicked her tongue, seeing that she could barely see the dents it had left. Her leg hadn't fully recovered yet, so she couldn't kick with full force, and even if she did, it could easily break again given how hard it was. He glanced to the side to see Belle finally standing. They shared a look, a nod, and then surged forward together. Together, they were able to confuse the golem into attacking first as they danced around it. Belle left scratches and cuts all over its hard body, while Tiona inflicted small dents with precise kicks and punches. Tiona also made sure to stay constantly in the golem's sight and draw out its attacks, as she was the highest level attacker between them. Crusher and Rabbit Feet were constantly damaging him, but the damage they caused was questionable. Not to mention that they couldn't keep it going forever. If they stopped for even a second, the golem would start attacking Haruheim and they wouldn't be able to stop it. What do I do? Haruheim could only watch as the two fought the monster. If she were Lily, the Palom would have given her precise instructions on how to fight the monster, along with a variety of items and potions that could fit in the large bag. All she could do was bite her lip out of anxiety. Tiona jumped back just as another fist flew toward her. She bit her lower lip. The monster before her was roughly a level 5 floor boss. It wasn't too fast, but its durability was too much for her without her Urga. Perhaps she could have broken through it given enough time, but she also had to make sure Belle and Haruheim didn't get hurt. I didn't think either of them would survive a direct hit. The boy's breathing was becoming labored, and even his own body was injured by the glancing blows. The only redeeming aspect was that he did not summon or attract any nearby monsters to him. He immediately made an announcement. Let's retreat. Hearing her scream, they both jumped back, but that's when the golem decided to open its mouth. Particles of light gathered around the hole for a second. Alarm bells began to ring in everyone's heads. The giant turned toward Tiona, its mouth pointed at her, as a beam of silver light shot forward. Tiona landed and moved to jump once more, but felt her leg refuse to move at that moment. Gah. Immediately, a desperate light shot towards the girl, Tiana-san. The boy's voice was like a bell. Certain death approached the Amazon. A world of light stretched before her, devouring her entire vision. Past memories, both painful and pleasant, flashed before her eyes. Oh, I see, at least my last adventure was fun. I'm sorry, Teoni. Tiona closed her eyes as she felt the heat of death approaching her body. Did he accept his fate? It didn't matter. He would refuse for her sake. There was no way she wanted to die in a place like that. He would never let anyone die. Not anymore. A shadow jumped in front of Tiona, who opened her eyes in surprise as she felt her body move. In the light, the Amazon girl saw a smiling boy transformed into her shield, Belsama. The cry of a fox echoed throughout the gray world. Okay, I understand how much you loved that child, but if he didn't get into your family, are you telling me he went into the dungeon on his own? Hestia watched the Jagamaru-kun cooking as the oven's red light illuminated her face. Its preparation was complete, and now they only awaited the result. I wasn't alone, Demeter replied, weaving something as she sat nearby. Did he know other people then? Did he have friends? It was something deeper than friendship. That's probably why he never became a member of my family. Her tone changed as she continued. He wasn't alone. He grew up with a goblin he'd known since birth. What? That is... Demeter continued. Her voice did not change and her weaving did not stop. His father was attacked and killed by wild goblins. He had unknowingly followed him at the tender age of 5. When his father fought off the goblin pack, all that remained after the battle was him and a newborn goblin. The goblin could have killed him if it had wanted to, but it didn't. Hestia pursed her lips, recalling the bitter persecution directed against her family and Belle during the events with the Xenos. As absurd as it seemed, she was the only goddess who understood the problems that kind of relationship would bring. It must have been tough. The truth is no, Demeter recalled, her voice softer. At least not when I saw them both. And what happened to you? Nothing, we're goddesses. I'm not going to tell children how to live. I wouldn't do something as unsophisticated as that. She wasn't even part of my family, so it didn't bother me at all. And what happened to him? Only once I heard in the wind that he lived outside Arario, that he lived alone. The goddess continued weaving, her tone indifferent. Demeter. Hearing Hestia's voice approaching, Demeter looked up. Suddenly Hestia shoved a hot, freshly cooked Jagamaru-kun into the other goddess's mouth. Demeter barely had time to think before spitting it out, already feeling a slight burn in her mouth. Hestia. What did you think? It's hot enough to burn my mouth. The goddess of the hearth simply pointed at her. That's divine punishment. Divine punishment? Of course. Because no one will judge you as a goddess, so that leaves me alone to do it. You were wrong to do nothing. That's what you wanted to hear, isn't it? So stop putting on that dark face and accept my judgment. With a bright-toothed smile, Hestia gave a thumbs up. Hestia soon Demeter stepped down from her chair to embrace the shortest goddess. All right, thank you. If Hestia goes down the wrong path, I will be sure to deliver my own divine punishment too. Hestia grimaced but returned the hug. Absolutely not. You're the last person I want to offend. If it's Loki or Freya, they'll simply eliminate me. If I anger them, they'll create a food shortage. Both the children and the gods of the city will suffer a slow and painful death. Oh, really? Would I do something like that? Would I really be a city destroyer? You, absolutely. When their embrace ended, Hestia went to the kitchen window and opened it, breathing in the farmhouse air outside. She wasn't sure how Demeter made it smell so good. Hestia, aren't you worried about Rabbichin? Of course I'm worried. If it were up to me, I'd lock us both in a room forever. Oh God. But just like you, I'll only keep an eye on Belcon. I won't interfere. But what if he doesn't come home? He'll definitely come back. Hestia turned to Demeter, her eyes so full of certainty that the other goddess couldn't argue with her. That's the first promise Belcon ever made to me. He'll never leave me alone. So I'm wondering if I should invite him to dinner. What? To? I promise to return it. And so began a chase through the kitchen between the two busty goddesses. Even so, there was an expressionless smile on both their faces. Yes, no matter what happens, Belcon will come back, although how many times has he stood me up by now? Tiona opened her eyes, the smell of burnt meat and clothes surrounded her. She had been pulled aside at the last moment by Belle. Together they had managed to prevent the ground she had crossed from becoming nothing but dust, a brown scar in the gray world. She had mostly escaped unharmed, but when Belle's body was positioned over hers, she could see that he had been injured. The lightning hadn't struck him directly, but the scorching air surrounding him had knocked him back. His back was mangled, most of his shirt burned. Deep down, he realized that his true state was no longer visible, unlike when he attacked the Minotaur. Instead, all he could see were furious red blurs. Argonauticon. Tiona murmured his name, taking in the extent of his injuries he had inflicted on her. She felt a surge of relief at the sound of his breathing, and despite the dire situation, a small smile touched her face. The girl couldn't stop admiring him, the way he seemed to move naturally, like a hero straight out of her books. A hero who would defend the weak princess even if he fell in the process. One who would do anything to save the girl, even at the cost of hurting himself. When that happened, the princess would weep, tears streaming down her face, and call out the hero's name. She had always wanted to be a princess, hoping her prince would rescue her. That was the wish of a young Amazon who was forced to fight and even kill before she turned 10. Tiona felt a single tear roll down her right eye, a warm trail tracing a path down her cheek. I am weak. However, she couldn't be that princess. A single tear was all she let fall as she forced herself to stand 1 foot at a time. She knelt with 1 foot on the ground, looking at the boy who had sacrificed his body to save her. Unfortunately, the guardian hadn't given them time to rest. As soon as his lightning attack ended, he began moving toward them. With a powerful, dark hand, he reached for Belle. With just his grip, he could kill the boy by squeezing him in a closed fist. With his large palm, he could crush them both like ants. As a level 6, Tiona would easily see this attack. She could have jumped, rolled to the side, or even defended herself with her bare hands. However, he didn't because his eyes were fixed on something else. There was one thing Tiona Huruyut had always believed in since she finished her first book about heroes. That whatever the situation, heroes always rise again. Get up. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed across the gray meadow. With a single blow, a white dagger had deflected fingers far larger than those that gripped its hilt. The blade swung the golem's hand aside with impossible force. Woo-oh. Bellcranel stood on shaky but strong knees. His arm held Hakugen still in the air after deflecting the monster's grip. Tiona was captivated by the spectacle. Her eyes froze as if time had stopped around her. Clearly it hadn't, for she felt her mouth curve into a smile. That's it. Let's go, Argonauticon. The gigantic golem, unfazed by the deflection, opted to use its other hand to deliver another punch. The thick dark steel formed into a fist and launched itself at him with the charge of a dark bull that would trample everything in its path. What he hadn't expected was for Tiona to take a deep breath, plant her feet firmly on the ground, and raise her own fist to meet the golem's. Just like the boy in front of her, she too had decided to give it her all. The two fists collided, and the impact echoed throughout the floor. Gah! Tiona slid backward, her feet skidding against the ground before she was thrown off them and into the air. The golem's fist remained motionless after the exchange. It hung in the air for a moment before. Crack in the center of the massive fist, there was a tiny fracture. Like a spider's web, cracks emerged from the fracture and spread across the dark steel. The golem withdrew the fist, but it was too late, for the fist disintegrated, chunks of steel falling from the hand until nothing remained. The giant took a step back as if surprised. He raised his arm, now without a hand, in front of his face as if he believed the hand was still there. He was so busy doing this that he hadn't noticed the white-haired adventurer step forward and take a remnant that used to be part of his finger, a long, flat piece with a thin rod sticking out at the end. That piece was too big to call a sword, too big, too thick, too heavy, and too rough. It was more like a large chunk of iron that had once been part of the golem and luckily now had the shape of a dark sword. What were the chances of such a piece forming? Be that as it may, it didn't matter, for Bell made his move. He raised the improvised broadsword before the golem and forced its feet to carry it to its target. His body screamed in pain. It told him that the attack he had barely dodged had left him unable to fight. His back burned with a searing pain, and he couldn't tell if it was just the wounds or his condition. He shouldn't move, he shouldn't stand, he shouldn't fight anymore. And yet, her attacks had been faster. If the lightning was light, then she was ahead of it. A golden wind that raced ahead of everything. Her attacks were stronger. If lightning burned things to ash, then the blows of her sword disintegrated everything before her. Not even ash would remain, everything reduced to nothing. Faster, he had to move faster. Stronger, he had to be stronger. If he couldn't beat the opponent in front of him, then he wouldn't be able to catch her. He wouldn't be able to defeat her. With the steel in his hands gleaming, Bell leaped forward and brandished a sword that must have been far too heavy for him. He moved so fast that he dared to abandon his conscience and all reason. Rabid attack. Deep scars appeared all over the golem as Bell proceeded to skin it bare. Each of Bell's slashes shaved away chunks of its armor, and what it couldn't left deep gashes all over. The boy was impossible for the slow golem to keep up with as he proceeded to dissect the monster until nothing remained, a shower of dark metal raining down around him. However, the gigantic golem wasn't out of options. It didn't need to grab the boy to hurt him. Because of its size, the boy was mostly positioned around his legs. So it raised one of its no-marked legs, intending to stomp on it and send the boy flying. He would have succeeded if the boy had been fighting alone. The moment he started to raise one leg, Tiona was already charging at him at full speed. Bracing her arm against her chest, she rammed into his raised leg shoulder first with the full force of a level 6. The force was so immense that it immediately threw him off balance. He staggered for a moment before beginning to fall. The ground trembled, and a great gust of wind blew as the mighty gatekeeper tumbled onto his side. All around, grass and trees were ripped from their moors, easily uprooted by the force. Haruheimson. Even through the wind that whipped across her face, Haruheim was able to find Bell's gaze, an affirmation in those red eyes she trusted more than anything. Her lips parted as she closed her green eyes. Just as when he read the story to his friends, his voice sang the tale of a hero whom he had come to prefer above all of them. Kakino. Line. How long have I been here? Beloved snow, beloved crimson, beloved white light. A white-haired boy paced back and forth, just out of her reach. Though she tried to get up, the boy's attacks were relentless and the girl's unstoppable. These guys are supposed to be weak. A body that felt no pain, that shouldn't feel pain, trembled as it struggled to its feet. Pieces of metal fell from the golem, damaged by the continuous bombardment. Please let me be by your side, this love I have found at the end of 2,000 nights. Why don't you slow down? A bell rang and the blonde's tail split into 2 golden strands made of light. Why don't they break? My name is Magic Fox, Ancient Destroyer. My name is Ancient Song, Ancient Dreamer. For you who beat your wings like a bird, I will allow the 9 spirits to dwell within me. The golden particles danced within the gray world. They swayed to the rhythm of a golden light, a priestess's chant, a child's prayer, a love ballad to a hero. Why are they still standing? No matter what he did, the gatekeeper was powerless to stop the pair of adventurers' assault. Compared to before, their movements were faster, their attacks stronger, and yet it was clear they were far more damaged than before. Blood and metal stained the gray grass around him. Echo, golden song, sacred poem of Tamamo, white face, golden fur, king of the 9 tails. The black-haired girl's attacks were as powerful as the white-haired boy's were swift. The boy didn't stop, didn't catch his breath. He was a hero, always charging forward. O tales of the auspicious beast, consume all, grant all wishes. This body shouldn't feel heat, and yet. His remaining fist tried to strike them both, but the dark-haired girl managed to suppress his strength. All attempts to stop the boy were blocked by a girl who was closely watching his back, as if she wanted to observe the boy's adventure forever. Grow. Why do I feel so much heat when I look at them, so much heat? The white-haired adventurer lunged forward, slamming his makeshift sword into the golem's torso, shattering the blade but leaving a gaping gash. He landed, grabbed another nearby piece of scrap metal, and continued his attacks. As one piece broke, he picked up another that had come loose. That power in that vessel, abundance of wealth and abundance of desires, until the bells toll, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow. The blonde sparkled, the tails behind her covered the air with golden dust, as they pointed to the sky. A cloud of light opened above, the gold spiraling into the shape of a gleaming hammer. The hammer hovered over the blonde as if about to deliver its own divine judgment. Confine the divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. On the hammer and on the earth may it grant you good fortune. The gatekeeper, who had neither eyes to see nor eyelids to close, could not help but raise his arms to shield his pale face from the dazzling light. The golden light impossibly shone even brighter. It grows. 2 green orbs opened decisively, Uchad no Kazachi. The hammer in the sky shattered, the light that once resonated now flowing in the tail. The world was swallowed by gray once more, save for the blonde, who radiated at the edges of the shadows like a beautiful dawn. Dance. With a flick of his arm, the 2 golden tails shot out, forming balls that swirled across the ground. The light they carried bathed the gray earth in gold. A golden land, what nostalgia. The golem stopped as it took in the impossible vision. He could not do anything as the tails were absorbed by the bodies of the white-haired boy and the dark-haired girl, particles of bright light enveloping their bodies. What is this? It's so beautiful, I feel my strength increasing. Tiona could only stare in awe at the golden particles surrounding her. It was a mystical light that reminded her of fairies. Please do your best, this is my support. Haruheim shouted. Even now her knees trembled and sweat trickled down her body from simply summoning 2 tails. However, she wanted to help, so she did. So this is Kitsunechan's special move, this must be really lively. Tiona nodded to herself, smiling. I never knew such a hot animation could be so effective. Really, Tiona-san? Even though his body was ravaged by injuries, Bell couldn't help but burst into laughter. He felt the power of being a level 5 flowing through his body, and although he couldn't fully utilize it due to his injuries, he knew he was much stronger. Tiona-san, I need 30 seconds please. Okay. Tiona agreed with a wild smile on her face. She squatted down, legs spread, palms on her knees. Let's go, this is the final stage of this adventure. It's moving backward. Just as Haruheim shouted, the gate guardian moved but now positioned itself right in front of the gate, blocking the path to the cave. I will protect. His intention was clear. His body, once as black as jet and as cold as steel, turned red with the steam emanating from it. The amount of heat he radiated melted even the earth beneath his feet. Even though he was an enemy, Bell couldn't help but admire him. His image was easily seen as that of a hero protecting something with his life on the line. He channeled that same admiration and image into his fist as particles of gold and white began to glow from his closed hand. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of a bell ringing rang towards the end of the battle. Hestia. With a war cry, Tiona crossed her arms in front of her face. Her body felt stronger, faster, unstoppable. Her damage wasn't enough to use Berserk's max-out boost, but as for her other ability. Amazon. Tiona's eyes burned red as her forehead glowed for a moment. An intense heat flooded her body, boosting her stats and the temperature around her even further. The Guardian's smoldering red armor looked like a candle compared to her volcanic aura. When he kicked, the ground shook. The Guardian tried to block it, but it was useless. For a large golem, she was fast, but at that moment she was a red blur, a comet that would obliterate anything on impact. She was level 6 at the start of the fight. And now, the golem crashed through the door behind it, and the cliff trembled from the impact. 5 enormous claw marks were carved into its chest, nearly piercing its entire body. The steel, rivaling that found on the lower floors, tore through it like paper. Tiona landed, blinking. She hadn't expected it to get so strong. She opened and closed her fist. She barely felt it compared to last time. Before she had time to wonder, the golem had already recovered, approaching and swinging its arms toward her, even though most of its chest was missing. A quick jump back allowed her to easily dodge, and she soon realized that this was exactly what the golem wanted. His mouth opened once more and light gathered around him. The energy was even more intense than before. Shit. However, before he could do anything else, a stone hit the golem's side, forcing him to turn his head to the other side. This way. Haruheim shouted as she continued running, trying to divert the Guardian's attention. The Guardian reached out to grab the Renard, but Tiona easily covered the distance with a single leap. Then she seized the golem's arm where its sleeve would have been and squeezed its body. For some reason, she felt capable of doing something like this. She always wanted to do this. With her feet firmly planted on the ground, she twisted her hips, pulling the golem's arm with her and then pushing it to the ground behind her. Haruheim watched, mouth agape, as a girl her size executed a perfect judo throw on something that was possibly thousands of times her own weight. The resulting impact made the gray earth beneath them crunch, sending them both flying. Before the fox could scream, the Amazon had already grabbed her in the air, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. Well done, Kitsunechan, you've proven your worth. Would you like to join our family? I've already decided to stay with Belsama. Then we should bring Argonaut-kun too. Ooh, I don't think he is. The two continued talking as they ran off the path while the Guardian got to his feet. His body was barely held together. Most of his chest was gone, he had lost a hand, his legs were badly bruised, and now his remaining arm was cracked. But even so, he had a mission. He opened his mouth, loading once more. Soon he saw the nearest adventurer. The one with white hair was standing with his arm outstretched. A silver light was released, but this time Bell was more than prepared. Firebolt. Like a dam bursting, a river of sizzling white flames shot out in response, fire crackling with the heat of lightning. The two arrows of light met, one from a child who refused to stop running and the other from a giant who would forever remain in his place. The fury of an unstoppable force met the might of an immovable object. A thunderclap echoed through the ground. Bell was launched forward with ease, but because his attack had been faster, the collision occurred closer to the Guardian. When the dust settled, the Guardian's pale face cracked to reveal the end of a magic stone in his chin. Narrowing his eyes, Bell took off as soon as he landed. The gatekeeper seemed to realize his intention and raised what remained of his arms to conceal his face as well as the magic stone. Tiana-san. Leave it to me, it's time for my new final attack. Having already taken down Haruheim, Tiona had leaped over the Guardian. She raised her arms above her head, straightening her hands as she had been taught. Great demolition cut. His arms swung down with a sharp slashing motion as he fell to the golem's level. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but the moment he landed, there was a crunch followed by the giant's two arms sliding smoothly from his shoulders and falling to the ground. The separation was clean as if made by a sword. Do it, Argonaut-kun, Tiona exclaimed as she fell on her rear. Her expression was somewhat sad as she let Bell deliver the final blow. Take this. The hieroglyphs on the hestia knife glowed white as Bell held it in his hand. A boy running across the golden plains stepped forward to challenge the gatekeeper. Yes, long ago that same boy had fought in a golden land. Oh, that's where you were, welcome back. When Hestia's blade pierced the magic stone, the body disintegrated. The steel crumbled everywhere as if whatever held it together had vanished, as if someone had cut the strings of a puppet. The boy stood there, breathing heavily. Bell-sama. Behind him, the monster's head had suddenly moved, hurtling forward. But it passed right by the boy, slithering beside him and opening the cave door. Bell simply smiled as he approached the head. He paused before caressing the smooth, cracked metal. Yes, we had already realized that. Throughout their entire struggle against him, his intentions were never malicious. His intention was never to harm, but to protect. Protect the treasure of Eleusis. Perhaps he liked having his head stroked by the titular hero. His body and head soon vanished, leaving behind the magic stone with his knife embedded in it. Picking up Hestia's knife, Bell turned around. Tiona smiled, her arms behind her head, while Haruheim smiled in relief, one hand on her chest. She smiled. Come on. Together, the three adventurers set foot in the previously sealed cave. I smell something sweet. I'll have him. Hestia climbed the ladder, laughing in her good mood. She looked at her gift, a Jagamaru-kun tower that reached over 2 meters in height, and added another to the pile. As expected, you've taken a lot. Demeter smiled ironically, one cheek resting on the palm of her hand. The size of love, whether big or small, doesn't matter, Demeter. I think this is a little different from that. Now that I think about it, did you ever give that child a present? Of course, I gave him a secret cultivation recipe and the best seeds I brought from Tenkai. When they finished, for some reason, Hestia let go and fell off the ladder. Immediately, Demeter rushed towards the big-breasted lowly goddess. Are you okay? Zalhasa. When I heard about the depth of your love, I was a little surprised. Don't those seeds grow forever? Well, that's how it was in heaven at least. Who knows if the ground is the same here? But if that's the case, wouldn't that kid have become a billionaire or something by now? Demeter's response was a broad smile and a cheeky who knows, leaving Hestia to just mutter to herself, seriously, what is he doing? The Eleusinian treasure. The moment the three adventurers entered the cave, they couldn't help but stop and marvel at the sight before them. It was something very different from the tranquil 11th floor, shrouded in fog and gray meadows. A field of golden wheat stretched before them, shimmering like the sun. The sound of a running stream was clearly audible, and the air was perfumed with a sweet aroma that whetted their appetites. This was something that could not be considered part of the dungeon. It was a golden land. Tiona was the first to move, hurrying across the wheat field. She couldn't help but pout. Moo, this isn't something I can take home. She lay down on the floor, arms outstretched. Her eyes closed as her yawn was replaced by a nostalgic smile. Warm, this floor smells nice. Bell gently stroked an ear of golden wheat. He may have been an adventurer now, but he'd always been a farmer at heart. The countryside held memories for him, warm stories and even warmer dinners, a place to call home, an old man who had meant the world to him. The sweet scent in the air brought tears to his eyes, and he could almost see his grandfather standing beside him, holding his hand as they used to after a hard day's work in the fields. So this is the hidden treasure. No, it's not a treasure, but a secret method. Haruheim had been the only one to notice the stone tablets at the entrance to the wheat field. She wasn't sure what they said. She could make out that the author needed a water source and good soil. He glanced back. The light from the wheat field was reflected on the tablet. To make a wheat field like this in the dungeon. Argonautkan Kitsenechin. Tiona's screams brought the two of them rushing towards her. She was standing in front of a patch of bare earth where no wheat grew. In the center was a stone. It could only be a tomb. The three of them lined up while Bell took out a canteen and poured water on the ground and offered his prayers with the two girls following his example. Were you killed by monsters, by other adventurers, in an accident, or did you simply die? They will never know the reason, but even though decades, perhaps even centuries have passed, they decided to pay homage to the hero who guarded this treasure. After taking some time to look around and finding nothing but wheat, the three of them met once more near the entrance. Bell stretched his arms above his head. Well, what should we do? Bell-sama. It is written on these stone tablets that the adventure only ends after delivering this treasure to a certain person. Haruheim looked up from the tablets and turned to face the two of them, a gentle smile on her face. Before Bell could reply, Tiona had wrapped an arm around both of their necks, pulling them to the ground. A wide smile spread across her face. Anyway, I'm tired, let's rest. The three of them lay down on the warm floor, laughing at each other like children. After their laughter subsided, Bell smiled as he spoke to the ceiling above them. Perhaps those two could help you with something. So I was thinking about a new finishing move. Get out of my way, watch out. Hestia huffed and tensed her arms as she carried her 2-meter-high basket of Jagamaru-kun. Demeter followed behind her, watching with amusement. See, that's why I told you not to put so much in. Cheers and laughter could be heard throughout the farm as Demeter's family cheered on the little goddess. However, Hestia paid no attention. She was too busy smiling, thinking about a certain boy's reaction. Wait, Bellkun, today we're going to have a Jagamaru-kun party just like in the old days. The way back through the dungeon was easier. They had found a passage that led down to the lower floor, and from there they only had to climb back up the dungeon. When they finally left the dungeon, the sun had already begun to sink into the sky, painting the city of Arario red. Most of the adventurers were already returning as well. Hey, that was so much fun, so much fun. It was quite an adventure. With her seemingly endless excitement, Tiona hugged Haruheim, who returned the action, albeit much more gently. I could never have imagined that I too would have a heartfelt dance experience. Well then, let's go on another search someday. You're right, Argonautkans. With their backs to the setting sun, the three adventurers raised a golden ear of wheat in their hands as if they were swords, and then overlapped the tips like another trio of heroes that everyone enjoyed. One for all, and all for one. The wind rushed between the three of them as if fulfilling its promise. Goo. Meanwhile, a certain goddess was still struggling to carry and balance her basket of gifts. She was sure that most of them had already gotten cold and that some had even gotten dirty from the wind. Are you giving up already? If I give up, then my utopia will be over. That utopia was a dinner where they only ate potato sandwiches. How troublesome. Demeter laughed, a wry smile on her face as she watched her friends struggle. She was about to offer to divide it into different baskets when the wind blew, carrying with it a nostalgic scent. Her eyes widened as she turned her gaze toward the farm alley that stretched into the fading sunset. Her mouth remained open for a moment before she moved once more in a strong and authoritative tone. Let's throw a party. Her words caused all her family members to look up in astonishment, not expecting such a thing from their goddess. She ignored them and instead addressed the goddess who was still fighting. Come on, let's throw a party. Hestia, please help me. But I'm already going to have a Jagamaru-kun party with Bellkun, Hestia complained, pouting as she gave up on dragging the basket home. All right, I have a feeling Rabbichin will be here soon. Demeter walked past Hestia, heading back to the house to start preparing what would soon be a feast. Hestia could only ask, puzzled, how do you know? When Demeter turned around, the smile on her face was different than usual, much more mischievous. Her response, a wink, was just as cheeky. It's because I'm a goddess. A few days later, the discovered golden wheat fields were placed under the guild's jurisdiction. Security was handled by the Ganesha family, while maintenance was the responsibility of the Demeter family. And soon, found only in the city of Arario, a new brand of luxury wheat was born, labeled as the treasure of Eleusis. Bread made with this golden wheat was extraordinarily delicious. And although it wasn't really such a big deal, the adventure of the three lovers of the heroes remained a secret to the town. However, the adventure, which was somewhere between fairy tales and reality, would always be an unforgettable memory that helped them grow as adults, even if only a little. And above all, it was a story that deepened the bond between three people, one that will surely last until the end of their days, where they will tell their own heroic tales. The light of the full moon shone on Haruheim's face, illuminating it dimly with gold. By candlelight, the Renard rubbed her eyes as she put down her quill and left the study in the Hestia family home. She still had much to pack for her joint expedition with the Take Mikazuchi and Maich families. There were still many things to worry about, and yet she couldn't stop her pen from flowing. A wind blew through the study, passing over the book and closing it. The story of bellcranel Vol. Xi. V. The Adventure of the Three Heroes. Are you all right, Tiana-san? In the room of a certain Amazon, filled with posters of heroes and replicas of legendary weapons, Lefia, Eyes, and Tione surrounded Tione's bed. Ooh, I'm sorry. Tiona was lying on her bed, her face was flushed, her skin was sweaty, and she was having trouble breathing because her nose was blocked. Do you want something to eat? Lefia asked, sounding concerned for her friend. It's impossible. Food won't go down my throat, Tiona replied weakly, clutching the blanket closer to her body. I wonder how you got sick. I thought idiots didn't catch colds. Well, you'll know, won't you, Tione? You'd better go back to sleep or I'll beat you up. Tione not in front of the sick. Eyes' voice was soft but firm as she positioned herself between the sisters. Tione simply huffed, crossing her arms. It's because you dated that white-haired human that you ended up like this. Lefia puffed out her cheeks, her eyebrows furrowed. That human is truly unforgivable. It's not Argonaut-kun's fault. Ugh, my chest hurts. Tiona clutched her chest, wincing in pain. Hey, are you really okay? Tiona's waters. We should call Reveria-sama. The three of them shifted in their places, not knowing what to do. Okay, you can leave me alone for now. Tiona's laugh was weak, with a pained expression on her face. Tiana-san, Lefia's eyes were teary as she saw her friend in that state. If anything happens, I'll come right away. Eyes spoke softly, placing her hands on Tiona's. Tiona simply smiled at her friend and then turned to her sister, who was frowning. Thank you all. I'm sorry if I made you worry, Tione. You know you can be a real idiot in moments like this. You can count on us. I'll make sure to leave someone by the door. If anything happens, just call. Okay, thank you. The three moved to leave the room, leaving the frail Tiona alone. However, right at the door, Tiona stopped, remembering something. Oh, by the way, that Argonaut-kun came to visit you. Huh? Under her blanket, Tiona calmed down and looked at her sister. Well, he came to visit you, but since you're in that state, I had to send him away. When did he come? Tione tilted her head, pinching her lower lip. I think it was right before I came to check on you. It should still be there, but if you can't move then. Why didn't you say so before? What? Tiona's interruption was emphasized by her blanket being kicked in the air as the girl jumped out of bed. The three of them gasped as the girl appeared to have done a 180-degree turn. In an impressive dash, Tiona took off her sweaty pajamas, dried herself off, and put on her usual clothes, which anyway looked better than the pajamas. Good, Tiona is better. The strongest swordswoman in Arario smiled, her face radiant as she saw her friend back to normal. Halfway there, Tiona suddenly stopped in front of a mirror. She looked at her face for a moment before adjusting her hair and smoothing down the strands that had come undone while she slept. She did so with a delicacy that didn't seem out of place in a maiden. Tione and Lefia looked at each other, not truly believing they had witnessed such a trivial act. Meanwhile, seemingly satisfied, Tione smiled at her reflection in the mirror and turned to face Eyes. Great, what do you think, Eyes? Yes, I think it's fine. Tiona nodded to the sword princess and then ran out of the room, humming weakly. The room fell silent again until... That human, I'm going to vaporize him, a dark miasma, unbecoming of an elf or even a living being, seeped from Lefia as she turned to follow Tiona. Tione simply smiled ironically as she approached her younger sister's bedroom window. From there, she could see Tiona rush out of the mansion, waving to her visitor with an ecstatic smile on her face. So that's the guy, huh? Eyes simply tilted her head, confused. Eyes sighed, wiping herself with a towel. She wasn't sure what was wrong with her. She had thought about overcoming her initial depression by training with Otter. Fighting against the highest level warrior in Arario meant that one couldn't afford any distractions. However, right now his mind was anything but distracted. At first, it had been because of the Xenos and bellcranel. She thought she had overcome that by growing stronger, but after a brief trip to the Loki Familia to check on her friend, her mind was now elsewhere, which was dangerous since the slightest carelessness against Otter could mean death. However, now that she had a break, she could briefly think about what was worrying her. The first thing she heard was what her supposed sick friend had said. Apparently, Belle and a Kitsunechin had gone on an adventure, a treasure hunt. Her first thought was, if it wasn't something familiar, why wasn't she invited? She'd never been on an adventure like this before, exploring the unknown, deciphering a riddle, and finding a treasure all written in an ancient book. Besides, how come he never visited her to play? He had asked her to train him, but never to go on an adventure. Beside her, little Eyes puffed out her cheeks, waving her arms up and down angrily. It sounded childish but funny, something out of the books her mother had read to her. Hey, is it just me, or is the sword princess upset? Wouldn't it be? It has been beaten time and time again by our commander. They're imagining it's just a doll. What? Her second thought was when Tiona said that Belle had apparently carried the Amazon around like a princess. For some reason, Tiona's gaze made eyes uneasy. She wondered if this was something more substantial than the pillow comeback Riveria had planned for her. Then she recalled all of Belle's interactions that night when she followed him down Daedalus Street, and all of them had been with women. She couldn't help but think about a pet rabbit that had suddenly become popular enough that everyone wanted to play with it, leaving no time for herself. Beside her, Little Eyes was throwing a tantrum on the floor, flailing her arms and legs. Tears streamed from her eyes and her mouth trembled. With the logic of a child, she proclaimed that everything was unfair. Is she crazy? She's angry, isn't she? I can feel my bones trembling from here. Yeah, it's really scary. I'm scared, man. Besides, is it just me, or is it really windy here? They're imagining things, it's just a doll. Furthermore, the final note, the last thing Tiona had told him. Apparently, after their adventure, the three of them had arrived at the Demeter family's house and participated in what she called a Jagamarukan feast. It was a banquet that lasted for hours. The entire Hestia familia had been invited as well. Apparently, there were even Limite edition flavors that had never been released before. Tiona had told him there were enough potatoes to swim in. There were towers of that stuff in different flavors that reached all the way to the ceiling. Belle had also hand-fed Jagamarukan. 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 You ready? Otter asked, having returned a sword in his hand. Normally he wouldn't even bother asking, but he'd sensed a sudden surge of mass murderous intent in the room. Most of the members below level 4 had fainted, and even he couldn't help but feel a small tremor of excitement run through his arms. Eyes remained silent, her eyes lifeless. The girl eyes remained silent, with no light in her eyes. Eyes alter stood there enveloped in the black flames of her heart, her eyes burning with cold fury. The Alterial. A single word was spoken as a dark wind enveloped Eyes' body. Her hair had turned a lighter platinum blonde, while her golden yellow eyes lost their luster. Her silver armor also turned jet black and the blue outlines faded to red. The dark wind roared as it swirled around her sword and traces of black flame appeared on it. Otter could only squint. It seemed the sword princess had taken his words about controlling the black flame within her literally, but for some reason he felt something was off. She almost reminded him of his goddess. Later, Loki would be surprised when he updated Eyes' status to find a new ability. Acevenger greatly increases the user's attack power against rabbits, massively increases the user's attack power against Playboy-type humans, and the effect increases based on the number of girls the opponent regularly associates with. Arranged. Riveria frowned, her teeth clenched and full of malice. No, under no circumstances would she allow this to happen, never. She left that cursed forest to escape a prison woven with good intentions she wouldn't have liked any other. If you continue with this, count me out. I will leave this family, I will leave this city, I will leave this country if necessary. I will leave and never return. Loki crossed his arms and scoffed at the idea, but his voice lacked its usual nonchalance. He spoke gently, not letting his words be diluted by his usual accent. No, you won't, we both know that, not with what's at stake. And what exactly is that? A war born only of the arrogance of two goddesses. Please tell me, O great goddess, what is at stake besides pride and entertainment? What is so important as to condemn an innocent to such a horrible fate? Loki shrugged, it's not in my hands. Riveria clicked her tongue and straightened her back, giving the woman to whom she had sworn loyalty all these years a reproachful, contemptuous look. To think she had trusted this woman, this goddess, to lead her. To think she had assumed that someone would be different from her father's bastard. The good King Larfel Eljas Alf. Cowards, all of them. If you think for a minute that I'm going to agree to this, you're very wrong. I will oppose it at every turn. I will oppose it in every action. And you would condemn us all to the alternative. Is that what you want, princess? To see the streets of this city run red with blood, death, is that truly the future you wish to see? It was strange to see the goddess so serious. After years, even decades, in which the redhead did nothing but drink, urinate, and have fun, she wouldn't have believed it possible, yet the evidence was right in front of her. The Koine accent that almost everyone knew was fake had vanished, replaced by ponderous words uttered with a leaden tongue. Would you condemn this family to death? This city and its people to live under the hardships of war? Would you sacrifice them all those women, children, innocents to die, and for what? For your own misguided ideas about freedom and justice. Riveria said nothing, biting her tongue and doing her best not to hit the goddess in the cheek. Tell me, Riveria, would you condemn her to the same? The high elf growled. You condemn her despite everything. There is no destiny for her here that will leave her happy. Loki snorted, he really snorted at the comment. You're quite boastful, Alf. How do you know we're not acting in her best interest? How do you know we're not acting in her best interest? How do you know she's even against this? As if, when have you or Lady Freya ever acted in the best interests of anyone other than your own? The goddess narrowed her gaze, her delicate, almond-shaped eyes becoming even more slender as she looked at the woman and stood up. Do you think I don't care about you at all? That I'm making this decision lightly? That I don't have a shred of love in my heart for any of you? The high elf sneered. I no longer know anything of your motives, goddess. She spat out the name before straightening up and straightening her disheveled robe. Will you excuse me? Go away, Loki gestured to him. Leave me alone. Reveria rolled her eyes as she stormed out the door, muttering with pleasure as she left, and taking special care to slam it shut behind her. A series of shouts and screams echoed from inside the office she'd just left. Books and trophies crashed against the walls and shattered across the magically protected surface. Perhaps she should drop the runes, let the goddess's tantrum leave a permanent mark on the room so that what she'd done today would never be forgotten. An arranged marriage. Reveria gritted his teeth. A loveless marriage. How dare the goddess think she could get away with it? Reveria's respect for humankind had long since vanished, and the altars to the gods she had once visited in her homeland had long since burned down without her offerings. The last vestiges of her youth and innocence had been swept away with them. She felt no love for the lords and ladies of Tenkai, nor any hope that benevolent gods existed. It should have been quite obvious. They'd made their intentions clear when they left their own world for this one. They'd come to have fun, nothing more, nothing less. I was a fool if I'd trusted they'd be interested in anything more than that. Now more than ever, Reveria wished she hadn't accepted that goddess's offer on that fateful day. She should have waited, found another way to escape her father's clutches on her own. It might have taken another 10, 20, 50 years, but it would have been worth it. No more gilded cages, no more false promises, no more lies. She stepped over her elf sisters when they approached her, ready to comfort whatever was troubling her. There was no way around it. In the end, Loki had been right. She wouldn't run from this, not when others would suffer because of it. Not when. She shook off the thought. Falling deeper into her anger wouldn't help anyone. To think that her goddess would do something so stupid. Honestly, she couldn't even remember how it all started, who had shown the first scorn. Freya had always been a proud woman, and her family had succumbed even further to vice. Had she been the first, Reveria couldn't say it. And in the end, it didn't even matter. What mattered was that tensions in the dungeon city were at their peak. Twilight Mansion in the north and Folkvanger in the south. Metaphorical lines had already been drawn across the cobblestone streets, families were choosing sides, and civilians were crowding their windows with false hopes of escaping the coming conflict. The old non-aggression pacts had been doomed almost immediately. Besides, who could possibly expect to stop them? They were the two most powerful goddesses in the city. No one could possibly challenge them. Reveria doubted that even the combined might of the city's forces could stop either of the two families alone, let alone both. It's not that they had agreed to fight together, but the question remains. That was what happened when the supreme god, Uranus, gave the order in the halls of the Pantheon. Loki could have fought. Freya could have fought against her. And they didn't. They simply submitted to the high god's orders without even protesting. Oh, what's that? We two immortal goddesses started a petty fight that could have devastated the city. Oh, boo, we're so sorry. Here, take our children to be punished in our place. That enraged her in an unusual way. She was furious. It was vile. A disgusting and archaic practice that should have been outlawed long ago. She thought she'd escaped all that when she ran away from home, thought she'd finally found salvation. It seems she was sorely mistaken. Her father had insisted on finding her a suitor. Back then, the mere thought of it had made her blood boil, but now it was far worse, because this time it wasn't her. It was Eyes. Loki was going to marry Eyes. Eyes, a 16-year-old girl. Who would she marry? King Vana Freya. Perhaps someone weaker, less important, but not younger. Could Eyes ever be happy? Would she ever experience love? A girl, practically still a child, being forced into a lifelong commitment against her will, against Reveria's word. She had sworn to protect the girl, sworn to keep her safe from any harm, even if the words were never spoken aloud. He was failing in his duty. I was failing Arya, and what's worse. She knew that deep down, if it had been someone else, anyone else, she wouldn't be so outraged. The very idea made her nauseous. The thought disgusted her, but that didn't make it any less true. If it were Tiona, Tyone, even Lefia, it wouldn't be so bad. But Eyes, that little girl she had helped raise for the past 9 years. The same one she had watched grow into a beautiful young woman. That Eyes, the one who had persevered through all the difficulties life had thrown her way. Things that would have caused most people to crumble and never recover. That Eyes, of all the people in the world, why did it have to be her? The High Elf's only consolation was that things weren't beyond repair. There was still a chance to fix this. She could do it, she knew she could. And if that meant surrendering in the girl's place, well, that's a father's job, isn't it? Reveria knocked on the door in front of her and waited patiently for movement behind her. She forced a smile just before the door opened a crack, a single golden eye peeking out from behind the heavy wood. The tall elf watched as the girl's eyebrow lowered in confusion before the door opened, revealing the girl in all her glory. A soft Reveria escaped her lips as she tilted her head to the side. The high elf's lips moved gently in response, and a soft tilt of her head toward the room posed a silent question. Nodding, Eyes stepped aside and allowed the older woman to enter. Eyes' room was best described as clinical. There was nothing there that wasn't necessary. A wardrobe filled with copy after copy of the same battle dress. An armrest surrounded by various flasks and tinctures containing different oils and polishes. Her sword, desperate, leaned against the wall next to the stand, and a whetstone rested on the windowsill right beside it. I didn't have much furniture, just a bed and a nightstand. Speaking of. Eyes, what is this? The swordswoman followed the sorceress's gaze, and her own eyes immediately widened. Without thinking, she lunged for the open book on her bed, wrapping her entire body around it and not letting the older woman even glance at the cover. That. It's no big deal. Reveria raised an eyebrow at Eyes' rosy cheeks and obviously fake smile. Convincing. Anyway, why would Eyes be so upset about a book? It's not like Reveria was the type to discourage someone from seeking knowledge. Okay. She shook off her momentary surprise. The subject of the book was of little importance. What mattered was discussing the worrying news with Eyes. Reveria. A pause as Eyes waited for the tall elf to snap out of her thoughts. Why is she visiting? It wasn't something the woman did very often, at least not in her room. Eyes couldn't remember the last time the two of them had been here together. It had to have been years ago at least. You should probably sit down. Eyes blinked once, twice, 3 times. Oh, okay. She got up from where she was sitting on the bed before sitting back down with a frown. Reveria nodded almost absent-mindedly, murmuring a good, just like Eyes. How strange. Reveria was not usually so distracted. Is everything all right? Her eyes naturally drifted to the window, casually observing the array of reds and oranges that quickly faded into soft blues. She was lucky enough to have a room at the end of the west wing where she could watch the sunsets. She almost never did, too caught up in her own training to focus on anything other than getting stronger, but lately she felt more at peace, happy to let a day or two go by without pushing herself to the bone in training. However, she couldn't stop worrying. Had something happened? Why was Reveria acting so strangely? Everything. The tall elf swallowed heavily, but her eyes remained unseeing, almost empty. Everything is going to be all right. Eyes noticed the peculiar wording. It's going to be there, it's not there. Eyes, things are going to change very soon, and I might not be able to stop them even if I try so. Reveria's head bowed low as she clasped her hands tightly at her waist. Her face was hidden by a curtain of emerald hair, and Eyes couldn't help but feel a sense of evil creeping in. This whole image, the emptiness in her eyes, the bow of her head, everything was wrong. This wasn't Reveria. I want to apologize in advance. I tried to stop him. I'm still going to try to stop him, but she cut herself off with a strangled sigh, unable to force anything above her tongue. Eyes filled the void of the explanation. Stop what? What are you trying to stop? A mistake. The younger of the 2 first-class adventurers frowned, her body detaching from the book. She quickly slipped under her pillow. Slowly and hesitantly, she got out of bed and crossed the room. Reveria. What? The woman did not look up, and only then, only from this proximity, did Eyes notice the slight gleam of the floorboards under the woman's head. Is he crying? Reveria, what mistake? The only response he received was a whispered sorry as the elf shook her head. Honestly, it was pretty useless. I didn't even know why the woman was apologizing. Eyes pouted, but she did her best to make the woman feel better about whatever was bothering her. With 2 gentle pats on the head and a murmured, there, Eyes' job was done, mission accomplished. It was impossible for anyone to still be angry after that. Eyes was sure of it. So why was Reveria still crying? She'd done everything right, hadn't she? The pats on the head, the there. If she remembered correctly, that was all it took to comfort someone. Maybe I should reread that book. Reveria, I'd like to help, but I can't unless you tell me what's going on. Did she say that right? She really should take her notes with her. Although judging by the fact that the high elf straightened up immediately, she must have done something right. She was quite proud of herself for that. Meanwhile, Reveria was swaying. Had Eyes just asked her if she was all right? Eyes, since when did she do that? And that face. She was looking at the older woman with such concern. She never thought she'd see this day, such a momentous occasion. And after such horrible news, nothing less auspicious. Truly auspicious. Reveria did her best to compose herself, both from her embarrassing emotional outburst and her shock. She cleared her throat. Yes, well, I'm fine. A pause before she spoke again, this time in a much less mocking voice. Thank you, Eyes, it means a lot. The girl simply nodded, offering the elf a no less confusing, that's it, champ. Well, at least I was trying. There was a rather long silence before either of them spoke again, causing them both to express their thoughts at the same time. So what was the news? There's something I have to tell you. Startled, they both blinked at each other before Reveria let out a quiet giggle and shook her head in amusement. She guessed neither of them was very good at this. She'd spent most of her life as a reclusive princess, while Eyes was a traumatized young woman who never let anyone get close enough to lean on her. They weren't exactly talkative. Well, you should sit down. Eyes did it with considerably less confusion this time since she was standing. Are you aware of the current tension between our family and Freya's? Yeah. That was nothing new, was it? They'd always been at odds. In fact, all Eyes had ever known was tension. She'd arrived in the city barely a year before the Dark Years, but even then the two families had been the strongest in Aurario for many years. She couldn't think of a time when the relationship wasn't, at the very least, exhausting. Well, there was a skirmish, let's say, between the two sides. No one died, but there were injuries. And he doubted he would ever fully forgive Bite for the part she played in all of it. It was her irritability that led to the fight starting in the first place. As punishment, Uranus saw fit that the family perform a unity ritual. Eyes raised an eyebrow at that. Of course, she didn't quite know what it meant, but unity didn't seem like a bad thing. He has arranged a marriage between the two families. A marriage? Reveria nodded solemnly. Yes, a union between one of the favorite sons of each goddess to ensure that both parties have an equivalent desire to see it through to the end. Her golden eyebrows arched for a moment as the girl pondered the meaning of the information. However, finally her head drooped, falling to the ground as it dawned on her. Oh, is it me, isn't it? Yes, Eyes, it's you. They met on neutral ground, the Denatus Hall of the Gods. The reasons were simple. Neither side had an unfair advantage should a fight break out. Reveria thought it was terribly stupid. All things considered, it wasn't as if the Loki Familia actually stood a chance of defeating the Freya Familia, not with Otter in the game. Anyone who thought they did was deluding themselves. Therefore, the Tower of Babel. According to the conditions Uranus imposed, each goddess could have 2 escorts, not including the child she married, so she and Finn flanked Loki when he entered the tower's ground floor. Frankly, Gareth was a better choice than her. She wasn't much of a melee fighter and he was far more skilled defensively, but there was no way he was going to leave Eyes to handle this alone. Furthermore, he needed to be there for his plan to work. A day had passed since her conversation with Eyes, and it wasn't hard to notice how much quieter the girl had become. Reveria hated it. She hated that Loki was stealing what little joy the child had left. She hated it so much, and all I could do was watch. He felt useless. Absolutely useless. But Loki would never have agreed to let her accompany him if he knew what the elf intended, so he had to keep his mouth shut about it. As far as Loki knew, Reveria was simply there to support Eyes, to make sure the girl wasn't afraid, which was partly true, but it wasn't the only reason. Loki pushed open the lobby doors, his hands in his pockets as he walked forward. Very well, we're here, Freya, let's do this. The goddess in question turned away, having spoken in hushed tones to her 2 guards. Otter stood at attention beside his goddess, a paragon of strength within the city. On the other side stood Hedin, former king of the White Elves of Heisening Island. However, he couldn't see Eyes' intention. Why? Loki, it's good to see you, I suppose. Yes, let's get this over with. Who are you going to introduce? Freya raised an eyebrow, opening her mouth, no doubt about to utter some kind of sarcastic retort, before seemingly pausing, slapping her forehead and turning away. Belle. Reveria blinked. Belle, stop being shy, you're going to like this, I promise. What? The Loki family waited, nobody came out. Freya sighed and shook her head in her hands. Hedin, I thought you were watching him. He's very elusive, m'lady, I didn't realize he'd escaped. What, it just never mind, can you go get it for me? A pause, please. The plea wasn't really necessary. Hedin looked like he was about to run away before she had even asked the question. The room fell silent as the Elf King vanished, and the Loki Familia members couldn't help but feel curious. They had expected one of Freya's executives to appear as per the terms of their agreement, but none of them had ever heard of Belle. If she was honest, Reveria was doomed. She had come assuming he would offer his hand instead of Eyes'. Proposals were tentative at best, so if she wanted, she was sure she could persuade Freya to accept either Hedin or Hogni marrying her. It wasn't what she wanted, but it would appease everyone in the end. But this Belle, who was he? Beside her, she could see Eyes with the same bewildered expression. She was biting her lip again, her gaze darting nervously around the room as her hands fidgeted in her lap. The door opened, and a shy-looking elf entered. He wants to talk to his mother. They saw Freya's face soften immediately from the harsh expression it had previously held, something that greatly confused them. Freya, soft. Those 2 words don't belong in the same sentence at all. If you'll excuse me, I need to go talk to him quickly. Loki couldn't help but let out a confused noise. The guy asked about his mother. What the hell are you going for? I'm sure you can handle that on your own. Otter, please keep them occupied while I talk to Belle. Since he had never done less than his best to fulfill his lady's wishes, Otter turned his attention to the other group. his face completely serious and his expression unwavering as he asked them a question. Do you prefer juggling or imitations? Yes, they were lost, Belle. Freya found him huddled against the wall, his hands trembling as he sat there. Carefully, she knelt beside him and reached out to stroke his cheek before slowly guiding his head toward hers. Her thumb traced his skin as she smiled at him. There were tears in her eyes, and Freya had never despised Loki more than in this moment. It was his unmuzzled dog who had caused all this. He was the reason her sweet boy was crying. She knew it didn't have to be Belle, she knew it, but he had insisted. It was what had originally drawn her soul to him, his unwavering kindness and his ability to see the best in everyone. He was so pure. He was a breath of fresh air compared to the other inhabitants of this city. At first, she had seen him as a potential lover, perhaps her long-awaited Ord, the one destined to complete her heart and make her whole. He only fulfilled one of those expectations. She had approached him, the beauty of his soul blinding her to the past, to what she had learned through Ali. She had approached him and offered him a place among her family. He had been very excited, although a little confused, to accept. It took weeks to get to know him. Between his training with Otter and his studies with Hedin, he had quickly won the hearts of most of them. Even Otter, the very man who said, "You must challenge yourself to become stronger," had insisted that Belle needed more training before entering the dungeon. He had said it was because he didn't want his goddess to suffer if the boy were injured, but Freya knew that wasn't the case. Belle had a gift for touching people's hearts, except for Alan, but oh well, yeah. There's not much to say about that, it's Alan. Even Hogni smiled beneath that scarf when Belle was near. He made all their souls much brighter with his presence. And she loved him for that. Unfortunately, it only took one really, and I mean really awkward conversation for her to understand that he might not feel the same way. But now she has a son, so win-win. Clearly, the prophet she'd spoken to all those years, the one who told her about her Ord, yes, she'd been scammed. She doubted an Ord really existed, but if one did, it was certainly Belle. Her heart had never been fuller. And that's precisely why it hurt him so much more when he begged her to let him be. To please let him be, because he couldn't bear to see that fate forced upon anyone in his family. His family. She protested, of course she did. Hedin, too, wouldn't accept any of it, but Belle had insisted. He'd said that all the other options had already found love, and marrying them off to someone else would cause them irreparable harm. All the executives loved their goddess with all their hearts. He couldn't ruin that for them. As things stood, Belle was the only option that fit Uranus's conditions and ensured that at least someone had a chance to leave here happy. And now he was curled up on himself and crying. He didn't know how he hadn't seen the pain she was in, how he had missed something so monumental. He had used his divine gaze to check, but every time he looked into her soul, it was no less clear, no less pure. But now, it was as if there was an electrical storm inside him, so much rage and pain, and he was trying to hold it all in, trying to hide it from everyone around him. He had been keeping all this inside all this time, forcing himself not to feel his own pain, not to acknowledge his own sorrow. It broke her heart. Belle, honey, you don't have to do this. I love you. I never wanted this for you in the first place. If you're this upset, we can find another way, I promise. But people will die. They'll get hurt, Mom, and I just can't not do it. I know, darling, I know, but you're just a child. That shouldn't be your problem. This conflict goes way back, but I'm sure we can find another way out. You won't let me go to war, I know. She ignored his indignant squawk and his surprised, why would you want to do that? As she continued, but there has to be another way. We can find it. Belle shook his head sadly. We've already tried. There wasn't one. Well, then we'll keep trying. If we really give it our all, we can do anything. Mother, oh yes, what is it? It's not good, but it's okay, really, I'll manage. But, Mom, please, let's go back, okay. Freya frowned but nodded, quickly bending down and placing a kiss on his cheek before standing, dusting off her skirt, and extending a hand toward the boy. He didn't let go as they began walking down the narrow corridor, but instead offered a reassuring squeeze and a side hug. If you're ever unhappy, just... I know, and what if she's being bad? I know. They passed Hedin at a respectful distance. The elfman offered them both a smile before quickly turning his attention to Belle's appearance as he spoke quietly to the boy. I think you'll like it, Belle, I really do, so give it a chance, okay? The younger boy blinked. He hadn't expected Hedin's approval of anything. After all, Hedin had been one of his fiercest opponents. Hell, the man had even offered to do it in his place, but the boy hadn't heard a word of it. You think? Hedin nodded. I believe that. Love isn't always this immediate thing. Sometimes it takes time and for both halves to work at it to make it work. Just stay true to yourself and open yourself up to it, and you might be surprised. Belle quickly nodded, already feeling much better than before. If Hedin said he'd like it, then it meant he really could do it, but that raises the question, who is it? A pat on his shoulder, you'll see it soon. Well, that wasn't satisfactory at all. Is that the Amazon? Soon, Belle. But he wants to know now. So it's not her, maybe someone else, thousand elf. A quick glance at Hedon's face showed that she wasn't in fact the forest fairy. That was all right, he'd met her once before and she wasn't very frightening. Elif. Be patient. So that's a no, Belle gasped, 9 hells. What no, are you crazy? No other than, damn, he really thought he'd had it that time, who else was there? Amazon had a sister, right? What was her name? It started with J, but I couldn't remember it. Damn. He snapped his finger, Alchad. Hedon groaned as his mother burst into laughter. No, Belle, it's not Miss Autumn. They were approaching the gates again, so he thought it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. It's not Lamaorl either, nor Jormungand. So that was the Amazon sister's name, I'd forgotten. And Lamaorl, she was the human mage, wasn't she? Who else would have her? They weren't the Amazon twins, that was for sure, nor any of the notable elves. Her mother had also said that she was neither that cat nor the young fire mage. There were already more than half a dozen figures, but I couldn't remember who else was there. The doors opened and Belle found no mercy from his mother as she dragged him behind her. Now you see where I had messed it up. Yes, that was his fault. How did he manage to forget her? Oh, he was screwed. Faint applause reached his ears and Belle looked away from the golden hair to look at the rest of the Loki family's envoys. Why were they applauding? He followed her gaze. Otter bowed. Why was Otter leaning? Whatever it was, it didn't matter, his mother was talking. A wonderful portrayal of Ganesha, Otter. I think you've captured his eccentricities beautifully. Your compliments please me greatly, my lady. So he did his Ganesha impersonation. Damn, I can't believe I missed something so cool. That was a real treat. Eyes Wallenstein. The girl stood on her guard, turning her horrified gaze away from the stoic bows and addressing the goddess of beauty. As well as the young man who was next to him. The swordswoman tilted her head when she saw him. He was certainly no one she recognized, but who was he? I'd like to introduce you to my son, bellcranel. Belle, say hello. Freya sighed and pinched her nose, but no one missed the affectionate smile on her lips. He's usually more eloquent. She clapped her hands, now both were free thanks to her son's near-catatonic state. At least he was still standing, she supposed. I suppose I'll give you a brief summary. Belle arrived in Arario about 2 months ago and joined my family shortly after. He's very well liked by most of my executives as well as my adopted son, so don't think I'm taking this decision lightly. That said, he's a very sweet boy and I hope you'll all come to love him. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. What else, what else? A snap of her fingers. Oh, he wants to be a hero. A shocked gasp erupted behind her and Freya couldn't help but smile. She deserved it for hiding. Mother. What? Yes, Belle. I thought you said you wouldn't tell people that. I thought I had said I would try. Well, it doesn't seem like you were trying very hard. A self-satisfied smile. No, I guess not. Belle just screamed. Freya gave him a count of 3 before he realized he was no longer hiding. 1, 2, eep. So close, she sighed. Belle, I know you find Miss Wallenstein very beautiful, another squeal, but this will never work if you don't cooperate. He simply shook his head in a petulant manner. Okay, she didn't want to do this. Belle, you'll have my full blessing to enter the dungeon if you come out from behind me. Hello, I'm Belle. Eyes blinked, I know. Ooh, right, he scratched his head. Would you like to do some sparring? What? Beside him, Freya pinched the bridge of her nose again. Naturally, that's how he chooses to get to know someone. Not that everyone is as addicted to battle as he is. Clear. Is as addicted to battle as he is. Yes, of course, this was Eyes Wallenstein. That was probably music to his ears. Belle the little love gave the girl a smile, eliciting a small smile of his own, before sneaking off to the side and stealing Hedon's double-edged Ramphia, slipping away again before the elf could protest. The elf king could only shake his head and sigh fondly. I'll bring her back, I promise. You'd better. With a final thumbs up, Belle crossed the room to where Eyes stood, shifting from one foot to the other. One of his arms lay across his stomach, nervously rubbing up and down the sleeve of his other armor. List. Oh, no, good. And with that, the two of them left the room. Hey, Freya. Yeah. What level is that child at? Just 1, why? Well, our Izapu has a bit of a retention problem. 3 seconds passed before everyone ran after them simultaneously, hoping they hadn't arrived too late to save the boy. That's how it was. As they fell on top of each other, entering through the door of the training room in Freya's apartment, high in the tower, each of them could do nothing but stare with wide eyes at the spectacle before them. Eyes smiled happily as she handed a pillow to the unconscious white-haired boy. Loki looked at Reveria. Did you teach her that? No, Eyes looked away from Belle when she noticed them. I'll take it. Reveria blinked, but her carefully laid plans had not yet come to fruition. But Eyes, you don't have to. Oh, I'll take it. Okay, that was it, True Norths. Eyes hummed along to whatever Finn had just said. She wasn't really listening. How could she? The sky was clear, the sun was shining. She had a magic compass that would guide her to the black dragon so she could finally kill it and dance on its corpse. The wind was blowing, everything was good, even wonderful. Could she be blamed for not listening at all? She doesn't believe it. She and the rest of her family were outside the western gate of the city. The black dragon was believed to live in the north of the continent. The mountain range up there was called the Dragon Valley for a reason. That's why his family had been surprised when he first picked up the compass inside the Twilight Mansion and immediately pointed it southwest. However, it wasn't so suspicious. No one had actually been to the land west of the Chios Desert for many years. It was a land that held nothing but remnants and ruins lost to the passage of time. There was only one problem. The compass was now pointing east. It didn't matter. She and her family would only have to cross back through the city and exit through the eastern gate. Of course, the Black Dragon might be there too. Only a few decades had passed since the destruction of Lacryos and the other ancient, sprawling kingdoms to the east. The abandoned world would be an incredibly logical place for the Lady of the Skies to take refuge. No one crossed the swamplands since they had been reduced to ash and dust, and the country itself was populated almost entirely by monsters at that time. So imagine her surprise when she and her family arrived at the eastern gate to find that the Black Dragon was no longer there. Somehow, how is it possible that this continues to happen? Last night it was in the southwest, then it was in the east, now it's in the how come it's in the west again? I don't understand. Finn approached from his left, frowning. How did you say the compass was working again? As Fee said, it was aimed at what the owner most desired. The captain of the Loki Familia extended his hand to the girl. Eyes hesitated for a moment but finally lowered the device into the Palam's hand. Almost immediately the needle corrected itself, spinning as it tried to orient itself. It was south of their current location. Finn glanced over his shoulder and promptly tossed the compass into Kenki's hands with a grimace. He hurriedly wiped his hands on his trouser legs, backing away toward Reveria and Gareth, who were laughing for some reason, leaving a mumbled "it works" in his wake. Eyes blinked before turning towards where the compass had pointed and meeting Tyone's confused gaze. Is something wrong, Eyes? Or no? What was the point of all that? Tyone shrugged before turning to her sister and pretending to listen to Tiona's list of new foods she wanted to try on her travels. It was extensive. Her golden eyes returned to the compass, watching its needle flutter back and forth, only stabilizing when it pointed west again. Why, what was wrong with it? Finn said it worked, so why was it pointing in all those different directions? The Black Dragon isn't that fast, is it? It certainly couldn't circumnavigate the globe in the time it took her to walk from the west side of the city to the east. He shook his head. Of course not, the very idea was ridiculous, it wasn't possible. With renewed hope, Eyes set off once more toward what her heart most desired. Revenge. That was the reason she wielded the compass. She was the only one whose heart burned with enough hatred to ensure the compass would never lose its magnetic pole. Her world revolved around that beast, killing it and saving her mother. It always had been. Yes, she and she alone could control it, that much was certain. So he walked. He passed the Colosseum. He passed the Daedalus and the Industrial District. He passed the Entertainment District. Beyond Babel, meanwhile, his eyes never left the small metal disc in his palms, and the needle moved. Is it to the south? Behind her, the executives frown and share a worried look with each other. It was Reveria who approached her first, tentatively placing a hand on the young woman's shoulder and speaking softly. Eyes, do you think perhaps it's something else you desire most? She shook her head. The idea itself was unfathomable. What else could she possibly desire more than to free her mother from her millennia-long prison and kill the beast that had stolen her life? No, I was sure of it. Reveria nodded, still hesitant but no less calm. She would trust her surrogate daughter until the moment her trust was proven wrong. Eyes had always remained steadfast in her resolve. Reveria feared to know what might have shaken her resolve in recent years, but she kept it to herself. Eyes didn't need to hear her doubts, not now, not when she had been so close to finally ending her search. Then, the High Elf began to the south. Eyes nodded confidently before turning away. Her family spread out as she left, creating a direct path to the city center. Those relaxing in the plaza around Babel were treated to the fourth step of the Loki family, amusing as it was. Almost immediately, however, the group stopped again, the tips of Eyes' tall blue boots tapping idly on the ground as she glanced at her compass. Southwest, southwest, why the southwest? It didn't make any sense, I couldn't understand it. She threw the compass back toward the tall elf who stood a step away from her and glanced nervously over the girl's shoulder to see how the needle was moving. Try it, Reveria. In return, all she received was a sad smile. The needle kept turning and turning and turning. I'm sorry, Eyes, what my heart desires is no longer on this plane. He never found his way. The young woman's eyes widened as she stared at Reveria's face. What? And Reveria just kept smiling. I'm afraid the one I long for is already in the other world, but I can assure you this compass works. Because how could it not? Most of the other executives had already tried it, but only Reveria's turn had shown anything resembling it. The needle kept turning languidly without any pattern or reason behind its movements. Tyone's had been quite simple. The needle never moved from one person. The same thing had happened to Tiona. It was beautiful to know that what both sisters loved most in the world was each other. That despite their constant complaints about each other, they always put each other first. Gareth had abstained, whether because of the jokes about his drinking or his own fear of the results, nobody knew. North Beta was well, nobody liked to talk about it, not when they knew the reason why the needle never moved from a certain cemetery. It was strange how Reveria and Beta's circumstances remained the same, yet their fates were different. Perhaps it was the fact that the High Elf had already allowed herself to grieve, to accept her loss, while Beta hadn't even allowed herself the chance. In truth, perhaps they would never know, so why was her acting this way? Why wouldn't she tell her where she needed to go to finally free her mother? Perhaps it's something else you desire most. It was a silly idea, one she barely considered, but what if, could she have been wrong, could she be wrong? Wait here. Eyes, she shook her head. I'm going to leave the main street to be safe, just stay here. The needle had directed her on a path almost directly between West Main and Southwest Main, so he followed her. As I walked along Southwest Main, the needle drifted farther and farther west. Then once it reached a west-west direction, it continued north, rising until it reached its highest point. Eyes stopped where she was, raising her head for the first time and staring at the metal gate in front of a sandstone mansion, a building she knew very well. Eyes frowned as she pressed the door button, and then he waited, and when the Renard girl approached, Eyes simply shook her head. Belle. The girl didn't understand the message. What is it? Eyes shook her head again, this time more firmly. Bring Belle here, she paused before adding a soft, quiet please. And so the Renard girl left, and Eyes waited, and the compass remained still, and she waited, and the front door opened again and Belle approached. Eyes, what's wrong? Eyes smiled despite himself. He was now a level 6, but no less kind for it. She had wanted him to be there on the Loki family's journey to find the dragon, but in the end it was deemed unnecessary. It was just a scouting mission establishing a base of operations. A joint expedition didn't make sense. Instead of answering, he took a singular step to the right and then another one, and one more. Then he moved forward until he was standing behind him just past his right shoulder. All the while, his eyes never left the compass or its needle. He looked and looked, holding his breath, but he never lost his bearings. It was always faithful, unmoving, just as it had been designed. He never abandoned what his owner desired most, what deep down in his heart he wanted more than anything, and his heart had spoken. Belle. The boy looked at her worriedly as she held the compass in the space that separated them. Hold this for me. Please. Is that okay? He did so, and Eyes took a singular step to the right, and then another one, and one more. Then he moved forward until he was standing behind him just past his right shoulder. All the while, his eyes never left the compass or its needle. He looked and looked, holding his breath, but he never lost his bearings. It always remained faithful, unmoving, just as it had been designed. He never abandoned what his owner desired most, what deep down in his heart he wanted more than anything, and his heart had spoken. Unfortunately, there would be no conquest for the black dragon that emerged from the dungeon city that morning, but perhaps, just perhaps, something better was in the works. Cardinals. Do you know the history of the cardinals? Haruheim looked up from her book, and her gaze shifted to the tree trunk under which she sat, towards the boy who was sitting high on one of its large branches, watching over a bird's nest. I can't say yes, Belsama. She smiled sadly when she met his gaze, her dangling legs stopping as her body went still. She watched as the mother bird tended to the chicks, who emitted a cacophony of tiny chirps. It was something my grandfather told me. Though, he had to squint because the morning sun was peeking through the leaves, but he could make out the clouds drifting aimlessly. He said that cardinals were not like any other bird, that they were a gift, one from the Lord of the Skies himself, Zeus. The falcon fixed her gaze on the nest with a critical eye, observing the slightest hint of moving red feathers. She didn't have the best angle to view it. She could only really distinguish the mother's head among them all, but she couldn't see anything particularly divine about them. He said that Zeus felt bad for the fate of the children of the underworld, to love and to lose. It broke his heart to see the brightest, the strongest warriors, the best men grieve. He hated it, but he couldn't fully understand it either because he wasn't like them. He was a god, immortal. He lost nothing and no one, at least not death. Haruheim couldn't say that sounded exactly like Zeus, but who was she to question Belle or his grandfather? She doubted either of them would tell such an embellished story if they knew better. Somewhere, a wrinkled old man looked up from his fishing rod and cast a wary glance toward Aurario. He briefly touched his lip before shrugging and reeling in his line, determined to try again somewhere else when the wind wasn't so bad. There was no reason to shiver while fishing. Still, it was strange to be shivering in the middle of summer. In any case, Zeus created the cardinal to be easily recognizable, bright feathers, joyful songs. As if in response to his call, the mother raised her head to the sky, opening her beak and intoning her melody. They were meant to be seen because they meant something important. Haruheim smiled as she stood up again, gently brushing away the dust and blades of grass that had clung to the hem of her kimono. She turned to face Belle and raised a hand, tucking her book safely into the roots. Her own hand reached down and grasped hers before easily lifting her to her side. She sat quietly as they watched the mother fly back and forth, gathering small insects for her chicks to eat. And what do they mean, Belle-sama? He looked at her, his bright ruby eyes clashing with her emerald ones. He said that a cardinal would appear whenever a loved one was watching over you. She hummed thoughtfully as her tail curled around the arm between them, the tip gently brushing against Belle's forearm. It was only a little, but she would take all the physical attention she could from the man she adored. Who do you think these are for, Haim? She shrugged carefully as her eyes moved towards the sky just like his. I don't know, I suppose it could be any of us. We all have loved ones who might be watching over us, don't we? The white-haired boy smiled as he turned around and leaned against the tree trunk. I suppose so. His voice was impossibly calm as he gazed upwards. His friend did the same in front of him. They were both content to observe and speculate in their mutual silence. Belle vaguely remembered the day his grandfather had told him about the cardinals. It was warm, he knew that for sure, and the sky wasn't much cloudier than it was now. Just a few stragglers drifting across the sky on their way west. They were light and fluffy, and there was a sense of peace. She could also remember the faint glimmer of tears in her grandfather's eyes as he confided his secrets, the sad smile on his lips as he rocked back and forth in his porch chair. How old was he when he first heard the story? 7, maybe 8. He could remember a string of throws between the branches of the great oak tree that stood safely between his house and his neighbors. It was next to that small grassy hill he loved to sled down, even though his grandfather got angry every time he took the wheelbarrow apart to do it. His grandfather had pointed it out, his hand trembling slightly as his index finger followed the bird's movement. He explained the truth behind the bird's comings and goings, and Belle believed him because what parentless child wouldn't want to think that someone long dead loved him enough to watch over him? It was a comforting thought, and he clung to it with all his being. And up above in one of Tenkai's main kingdoms, a mother sat and wiped away silent tears as her pale green eyes met those of her son, a sight she had not had the pleasure of seeing since the day he was born and the day she had passed away. A few tears ran down her cheeks as a dizzying smile spread across her face. Hello, my dear little one. Are you being good to your grandfather? He wouldn't answer, he couldn't, she knew it. She hoped he wouldn't answer for many, many years. As much as it hurt to part with her beloved son, it would hurt even more to learn that he had died young. She wanted him to live and grow up and be happy. So for now, he was content to just watch. She smiled as he ran off to play with his neighbor's daughter, his cardinal perched easily on a branch in the woods, hidden enough among the leaves not to disturb the child. And perhaps she frowned slightly when she saw the other children in the village and how they didn't want to play with the little girl, who was a real sweetheart, just because she wasn't like them. Human. It wasn't fair that she was treated differently just because she had 2 cat ears and a long tail. So yes, maybe I tracked down the boys' grandparents and gave them a stern lecture on how to raise their own children well enough to actually raise the kids properly. It was a bit of an overreaction, but she felt vindicated by doing it. He watched him for years, sometimes making his presence known and other times not. What was that old proverb again? Was it even a proverb? Too much of a good thing or something like that? Whatever it was, it didn't matter. She didn't care anymore. She simply didn't want Belle to lose faith in his grandfather's words. She wanted him to believe that every time he saw a cardinal, it was just for him. If he saw one every day, he might start to suspect otherwise. He might lose faith and begin to think that cardinals were just birds. They weren't. She continued to watch over him no matter when or what he was doing, playing in the river. He'd surely be there waiting for the first sign that something was wrong so he could fly off and get Zeus's attention. Did the rules of Tenkai prevent him from interfering? Of course, did he care? Not in the slightest. He was his son, his job was to watch over him and keep him safe. What if she was just relaxing in the sun? You can bet your fat ass she'd be there too during the day. She was there at night. He was still there, she was always watching until the day he entered the dungeon. I'm going to kill him. What? You can't do that. I'm sure I can. He's a god, Materia. I can find a way. Ulfia sighed and put a hand on her sister's shoulder. Your son will be fine. She scoffed and sat back down on the sofa, her arms crossed over her chest and her brow firmly furrowed. I'd better be, or else Zeus will be praying I never tried to make my son a hero. Ulfia settled down next to her sister, her back leaning against Materia's side before one of her mother's long arms encircled her chest, pulling her closer for a tighter hug. They watched in tense silence as their cardinal perched atop a tree in the city's central square, simply waiting for the boy's return. You shouldn't worry so much, most adventurers never get past the beginner levels. Bell won't face anything truly dangerous there. He would undoubtedly eat his words 2 weeks later, as they sat on the edge of their seats, watching the adventurers gather outside the Pantheon. The air around them was tense and with good reason. I can't believe he was so bloody. What could have made him so bloody? Was it his own blood, another adventurer's, monsters, what was it, Alf? The Minotaur on the 5th floor. Ulfia swallowed hard and started moving toward the door, a strained smile on her face as she moved. She flinched when the sofa creaked under her weight and closed her heterochromatic eyes when Materia turned her head to look at her. They would always tell him it was the primal fear he had felt at that moment, but he would swear by the fact that steam literally came out of his sister's nose when she closed her eyes. What were your words, sister? That she won't face anything truly dangerous up there on the lower floors. It must have been a coincidence. It's impossible that he's so unlucky that something like this has happened to him multiple times. Besides, he survived, he's fine. Gone was Whisper, the level 7 talent monster that plagued the dungeon city, replaced by a woman who would do anything for her sister. Her sister, who had been weak and sickly all her life, was now here in the heavens, no longer held back by her condition, and was terrifying. Materia just squinted before turning back to the screen and watching Bell leave the guild an hour later, screaming, "You'd better pray you're right." He did it, I didn't have it. If Materia doesn't kill her son as soon as he enters Tenkai for causing her to have a heart attack, Ulfia will surely do so because of the amount of fear she was forced to endure at her sister's insistence. He came in without armor. I swear by Zeus that if he doesn't come out again right now, I'm going to Silverback. What the hell do you mean? He killed a Minotaur on level 1 and leveled up in a month and a half. Ulfia, you'd better get your ass over here and explain this to me. I'm going to kill him. No, wait, I'm going to skin him alive. He's a god, Materia. If you skin him, you'll never see Bell again. Besides, he's still alive. His skin is firmly out of your reach. What? My dear Bell would understand my position and make sure to win this farcical war game and deliver me to Apollo for his scheduled flaying. Is that so? Materia collapsed onto the sofa after the war games as Apollo was escorted out of the city and not in her prepared arms. She could only mutter an annoyed "shut up" as Ulfia laughed beside her. Materia. What? I'm awake. Ulfia shook her head but didn't even turn to look at her sister. Her eyes were glued to the screen in front of her. Materia blinked to wake up and looked gloomily at her sister before following her gaze and turning to look at the screen. Zeus, you bastard. Damn it, as if her son were going to enter the pleasure district. There would be war once that lecherous old man she once called Dad returned to Tenkai. The streets would run with his blood and she would bathe in his tears. Haruheim jumped and clutched her chest as her heart raced. She smiled shakily at the small bird that gazed intently into her eyes as it swung on the clothesline. The shirt that had been hanging loosely over his knees rose into the air and folded quickly before he stood up completely and took a tentative step toward the bird. If Belsama is right, then someone must be watching me right now. But who? She hadn't had many loved ones in her life, and those she had were still very much alive. Honestly, she considered herself blessed to be able to think of so few names of those she had lost over the years. Even if some of the people she knew from her homeland had passed away without her knowing, she could say with certainty that none of them would have kept vigil over her at the Tenkai. Perhaps one of the mansion's servants would have watched over her, but certainly not her father, as much as she hated calling him that, which really left only one option. He raised his right hand in the air, tilting it so his palm faced his chest and extending his index finger. He gave the cardinal a sad smile as his ears drooped slightly. "Hello, mother." She received a small chitter in response as the feathered creature took flight, causing the clothesline to emit a soft hum from the sudden vibration, and landed on her finger. It lowered its head and rubbed against the girl's thumb, snuggling even closer into her hand. Renard let out a sigh as she left the laundry and walked slowly towards the tree under which he had sat a few days earlier, while Belle explained to her his little visitors from the sky. Her golden hair swirled idly as the wind rose, carrying with it the scent of food from Love Square. It was both a blessing and a curse to be so close to the popular romantic spot. She longed to go there someday with her beloved, but she knew it was impossible. She was tainted, impure, and simply not good enough for Belle. She refused to tarnish her name by pursuing a relationship with him. On the other hand, if one was brave enough to sit alone in one of the many cafes or restaurants, the food was delicious. Haruheim wasn't brave enough to do so, but she still reaped the rewards every time the wind shifted direction and blew west, enveloping the chimney mansion in the wonderful aroma. The little messenger made another noise as she settled her back against the tree, before hopping from his hand to the knee she had lifted to his chest. The bright red feathers contrasted beautifully with the white apron covering her black dress. It was another day off for the family, and it was her turn to do some of the chores. Although she insisted on doing them all, they always refused. Haruheim tried to recall her mother's face as she studied the bird, but the traces of the images in her mind faded more than ever as she moved farther and farther from her family's house. She could remember vague fragments of what the paintings had shown. The same golden hair but cut much shorter, amber eyes unlike those she had inherited from her father. But that was all. Was there anything else? Her smile, her face. What did she look like beyond her hair and eyes? Why couldn't he remember those damned paintings and what they looked like? He had studied them quite a bit in his younger years, trying to imagine what it would have been like to have a mother, so why couldn't he remember any of it? The bird did not answer in any way she could understand, unless she found a way to interpret the preening and the chirping. "Why are you here, mother?" Chirp. Haruheim let out a weary sigh as she rested her head against the tree bark, her ears pressed against the top of her head. She closed her eyes and let the wind caress her, allowing herself to rest from the realities of her life. "Have you come here to tell me how disappointed you are in me? My father never seemed to say it enough. Do you disapprove of my life choices, of my shameful past?" Well, that got a response she felt she could understand when the crimson bird took to the air, flying around her head and furiously pinching her ears. She squealed when the first peck landed on the sensitive tips, pouting even as she raised her hands to protect them. Okay, you don't have to be so mean, Mom." Chirp, she sighed as the bird perched again on the side of her finger, picked up her companion, and gently stroked the top of its head. "I wonder if you're really the one in control, or if the bird is simply relaying your feelings." Chirp, she hummed thoughtfully, "I suppose you might be right." She listened intently as the bird continued to sing her praises. She nodded when it seemed appropriate and smiled at it each time it turned to look at her, hoping her mother wouldn't be too offended that she didn't know what on earth the little creature was trying to tell her. She had to admit it was a little strange to learn that the bird visiting her was a male. Bell had explained the difference between the two in great detail. Apparently his grandfather was an avid bird watcher. It was the only reason she knew that male cardinals had brighter colors than females, something about mate selection. She couldn't say she understood everything he said, but that didn't stop her from listening intently and hanging on his every word as if it were gospel. Her mother smiled proudly at her daughter through her personal divine mirror in the Tenkai. It was nice to have the opportunity to be there for her daughter. She hadn't had the easiest life, that was for sure, and her husband would pay dearly when he finally kicked the bucket for how he treated their daughter. Even if this was the best way he could show Haruheim that she would always have a loving family, someone who would stand by her no matter what life took, he would accept it without hesitation. He would have liked to be there, but fate can be too cruel sometimes. She rose slowly from her seat and carefully waved a hand across the screen, dispelling the window to the underworld. Her daughter would be fine without her bothering her for a while longer. She had good people with her. Bell's boy was sweet and completely oblivious, but despite all his flaws when it came to noticing his daughter's yearning glances, she knew she could count on him to keep her safe. And that Aisha, oh, how she loved that girl. It wasn't as if she'd been raised in the arms of the nobility herself. Unlike her beloved husband, she was of humble origins, and if pregnancy hadn't taken her away, she would have made more than a few changes to the bland atmosphere of the home. Why did everyone have to be so rigid all the time? Certainly that was no way to live, not by a long shot. So sue her for thinking the Amazon was a good influence on her daughter. She was simply happy that Haruheim had someone there to protect and guide her. How could she forget Mikoto? Sweet, sweet Mikoto. Her daughter's first friend, finally reunited. She'd be lying if she said she didn't shed a few tears, and she wasn't one to lie or twist the truth. Renard's mature wife gently closed the door behind her and stepped outside, gathering the neckline of her kimono over her chest as the breeze blew. Her gaze shifted eastward when a voice called to her, and a soft smile immediately graced her lips as she leaned toward her friends. "Hello, Materia. It's good to see you. How is Belkun?" Her white-haired friend smiled back and stood beside her, keeping up with her easily as if they had been friends all their lives, and not just the 1 week since they sought each other out after Bell and Haruheim's first meeting. "He's doing well, although knowing him he's probably looking for something else to give me a heart attack. I'm sure he doesn't do such a thing intentionally, he simply has the heart of a hero." The other woman shook her head with a sigh. "Please don't remind me, but enough about Belle. I'd like to know more about her new friend. Is Haruheim here with the family? I know you care about her, Akikaga-sama. I wouldn't want her to be unhappy." Akikogo nodded happily, clapping her hands with a radiant smile on her lips. "Why, yes it is. All thanks to a certain hero, if I remember correctly." Materia hummed as they turned the corner, walking along the candlelit streets toward the restaurant district. Sure, technically it was paradise, and they could make food appear before them whenever they wished, but life quickly lost its meaning when everything was instant. She found she preferred the slow pace of dinner, especially when she had such wonderful company to enjoy it with. "What would you like tonight, princess?" "You know I'm not a princess. I don't see why you insist on calling me one." Your daughter is a princess. My daughter is a noblewoman, a dishonored one at that. Even so, how does the fact that my daughter is a princess justify them calling me that? Would you like to be called queen? I can do that. Or perhaps you would prefer your excellency or your royal majesty. Please no, never. The shorter woman bumped her shoulder against the golden-furred foxes and stifled a giggle behind her fingers as they walked. You dodged the question. Good, I'd like that. He tapped his finger against his chin as he scanned the buildings, hoping something would catch his eye. Oh, let's go there. Materia raised an eyebrow at the sight of the restaurant. Really? Hamburgers? Akikogo nodded wildly, her shoulder-length hair flying through the air. Yes, yes, yes. I've never tried one and I've always wanted to. I don't care if I have to bribe you with paintings I made of baby Haim if I have to, but you're coming with me. Belle's mother just laughed and let herself be swept along to her fate, completely ignoring the trio of girls she didn't want to deal with right now. She shuddered at the memory of the last time she'd tried to interfere with those love-med women, and with Bite of all people. She didn't understand them one bit. The former noblewoman of the Sangiano family placed her at the end of the line before glancing over her shoulder. You know, I hadn't noticed until now, but where is your sister? Materia shrugged involuntarily. You know how she is, she always has someone to keep an eye on. For a woman who wanted nothing to do with motherhood, she's surely taken many girls under her wing. The Astria girls again. She nodded. I think he feels guilty, but it seems he never wants to leave those who have decided to stay and wait for Ryu's arrival. The two friends shared a miserable sigh as they took a step forward in the line. In the short time she'd known the two sisters, Akikogo had joined them with surprising ease, and she already knew their eccentric personalities quite well. There was a reason she wasn't going anywhere near Materia's fries, even if they looked absolutely delicious, which they did. On the street in front of a food cart, two girls, plus one, stared at the ground with barely concealed disdain, while a nervous-looking vendor bent shakily forward with a wrapped crepe. Rien accepted it with a disarming smile, wagging her tail from side to side as she rolled her eyes and walked over to the other two girls. Will you stop arguing already? I've already made this song and danced enough to know it's pointless. If you were so keen to sort out Bite's love life in the underworld, you shouldn't have died. The words were harsh and completely out of place with her innocent face and large red eyes. She bore a striking resemblance to the Renard woman who had just walked past the group without realizing it. If not for the slight racial differences in ears, tail, and abilities, they could have passed for close relatives. Of course, she was a werewolf of the Loga tribe who lived on the western plains, not a noblewoman from the far east, which certainly didn't help to connect the two any further. Line and Selenia turned and looked at the girl with a piercing gaze, one that screamed, "Do you really agree with this?" Honestly, who was she to judge? Who cares if she's a prostitute? She's completely crazy. I prefer to say she's spirited. Line rolled her eyes, stepping away from the conversation with a murmur of sunshine girl and letting Selenia take her place. He liked being punched in the stomach. I'm not ashamed, Selenia. That sounds bad coming out of your mouths. Rien just shrugged and skipped through the streets, happily humming with increasing volume each time she took a bite of her cupcake. Did I become infatuated with Bite when he fell in love with you after my death, Selenia? A nod of the head. And what about you, Line? Did Selenia and I show you any evil after you died for loving Bite? Another jolt. That's it, we didn't do it, Lena can. She faded away, her face crumpling in confusion as she stared at her crepe. Rien, are you with us? Oh, I'm sorry, it's just I've realized something. The werewolf's mouth moved silently as she ran the different words over her tongue. Her expression soured as she placed her hands on her hips, a soft hum of disbelief escaping her throat. What's it about? Well, I was thinking about sprains, weren't I, and it still sounds bad. Line's concerns were quickly dismissed as Rien continued. Well, it's just that all the girls who have shown interest in Bite have somewhat similar names. Damn, you're right. Selenia Parpadio, Rien Line Selenia Lina Que Demonios. Right, do you think Bite likes names like ours? Selenia shook her head. No, I think it's more that there's something about him that attracts people with names similar to his. He never actually showed any interest in Line. Hayes, I'm here, you know. But he was in love with Kenki. Do you think it's a skill? Selenia hummed thoughtfully for a moment before her face split into a smile, one that was reflected on the other two girls. Race home. I'll beat you. Humans don't stand a chance. And so the trio set off, darting through the crowd and throwing the occasional elbow to shoo away the competition. Rien stayed in the lid, even as she used her body to shield her crepe and occasionally nibbled at the treat, since her werewolf features were too much for the other girls without the benefit of their blessings. The three of them crowded onto the sofa in their small apartment. The responsibility of placing the divine mirror fell on Line's shoulders, as she was the last to arrive and the first in the pile, which she did quickly. Come on, come on, come on. How can we be sure that it's the right time? Line and Selenia rolled their eyes at their sweet and naive Kuhai. Of course, Rien wasn't actually the youngest. But in Tenkai, one can choose the age at which they feel most comfortable, and the girl had simply opted to remain at her current age, stating that it was too difficult to readjust to walking at a new height. Bete always showers after dinner, saying it prevents him from catching the weakness of the other adventurers. Just like that, his interest returned with a vengeance, and perhaps just this once it would transform into a bigger form to make it less strange. The mirror came to life, and the trio let out a sigh of love in unison as a cardinal landed on the windowsill of the inn's bathhouse, giving them a perfect view of Bete's abs as he sank into the warm water. You know we can't see his condition, right? We won't be able to tell if he has a seductive ability or whatever. Who cares? Luna entered the room and immediately moaned before going back out, grumbling to herself about perverted roommates and her innocent older brother. Elsewhere in the dungeon city, a pair of crimson birds soared through the air above the Twilight Mansion, each focused on its desired target. The two celestial observers didn't know each other as well as Materia and Akikogo. Not everyone in Tenkai desired such connections simply to keep an eye on their friends. Albert preferred privacy. It wasn't that what he was seeing was particularly moving. A wife suffering alone in the clutches of the beast she could. A daughter desperately trying to succeed where he had failed, but unable to reach the summit of the mountain he had climbed long before her. Hurts. It hurt so much, damn it, I hated him. Don't get me wrong, he was very proud of his daughter. She was doing better in her situation than he could have ever dreamed. She was strong, independent, she was a warrior. And it hurt him to see it because it shouldn't be like that. He should have been strong enough to protect her, to protect them both. They could have lived a long, maybe not too long, because the world was still a mess and happy family life. Of course, he would have had to find Eyes a good, respectable husband, but that would be years away. She should never have had to worry about any of this. His mother, that damned dragon, nothing. So yes, this hurt more than anything that Beast could have done to him. He failed in his job to protect his family. The mercenary king went from the mirror that showed his daughter to the one that showed his wife. It was no coincidence that a little bird appeared in the tunnels that formed the palace of the Queen of Heaven deep in the northern reaches of the continent. The cardinal's life was of no use to him in the divine mirror. He could still see her even if the black dragon incinerated the intruder. However, she never did, and he despised her for it. No, the dragon intentionally left the birds alive. He knew what they meant, the purpose they served, but things have multiple uses. It just so happened that reminding someone of the life they hadn't lived for almost 1,000 years was terribly painful. Even worse when it also meant that the man who died protecting his family was still watching over her, suffering just as she was. In the end, both were prisoners of their pasts. It pained him to see her in these hellish corridors. It pained her to know the pain her beloved husband suffered seeing her unable to help her. And the dragon bathed in it, reveling in it in his chambers as if it were the lifeblood that runs through his veins. A colossal Blackfoot crashed to the ground in front of the small cardinal. Its claws cracked the stone, crawling across the rough slate and digging furrows much deeper and wider than the bird. A puff of steam rose from the shadows as the head appeared. First came the snout, its nostrils still glowing from the monster's theatrical entrance. Then came the forward-pointing tips of the horns, obsidian ornaments capable of easily piercing lesser beasts. His jaws opened carefully, with strands of saliva connecting the two lips as he bared his fangs. A flash of midnight flames ignited at the back of his throat, hell begging to be unleashed. He was left wanting. The dragon simply sank back into the shadows of the cave, melting into their embrace and leaving the duo with nothing but a deep laugh-like roar as it departed. Albert could only watch as his wife curled up, her head tucked between her knees and her arms clutching them. Arya swayed gently from side to side with a few gusts of wind, a far cry from its former power shimmering around her. He turned away from the screen, wiping away the tear that trickled down his cheek. Unfortunately, that only led him to see his daughter sparring with the Amazon twins, still trying to build up her strength to face that monster. I'd prefer almost anything to that. Luckily, there was another alternative. A third divine mirror appeared before him, showing a young man engaged in his own morning training. He was training against the shadows, of course, but he was doing his best to become stronger. Good. Was it wrong to wish that the boy would fight the monster instead of Eyes? Perhaps. Did he care about anything more than his daughter, his wife, and their happiness? No. The boy wanted to be a hero, let him learn what that means. Elsewhere in Tenkai, another figure watches the same battle of the Loki family. It was rare for an Amazon born in Telskura to be watched, even if only because of the island's traditions. Girls separated from their mothers at birth, trained to kill anyone, even their friends. That didn't exactly encourage romantic relationships that were carried into the afterlife. Zelda's didn't care much for normal methods. So what if she was watching over the girl who killed her? Tayoni was a good person, she didn't want to do it, neither did any of them. They were sisters in every way except blood, she didn't care if her own blood was on the girl's hands. I was so happy that they finally escaped, Tayoni and Tiona, I was so happy for them. Okay, I wish they had realized they could ask to go home before they died, but as they always say, beggars can't choose. Was that applicable to death? I didn't know. He watched as Tayoni dodged one of Aiza's kicks and jumped and cheered as Tayoni's Urga crashed heavily into the ground of the fighting circle, splitting the earth in two. He made a couple of mock punches toward the screen as Tayoni jumped forward again. Grab her, girl. Tayoni in fact didn't catch her. Not that time nor the next, which was frustrating for her young viewer and even more so for the girl herself. Zelda's let out a silent, uh-oh, as the gigantic huntress from the Loki familia began to use her berserker ability. It was a great ability to increase strength, but... She sighed as Tayoni's fist whizzed past eyes and collided with Tayoni's exposed stomach, sending the younger sister flying towards the outer wall of the facility. She winced when the Amazon emerged from the rubble and found herself agreeing with Kenki's decision to back down and not confront the two sisters. She loved them truly, but neither of them possessed the benefits of progressive thinking. Honestly, I doubted that berserker ability was the sole reason for the infighting. They just did it. A lot. Sometimes I wanted to hit them over the head for it, although he'd be happy just to kick Bach and Argana in the ass. They deserved it, Kali, stupid little goddess. I swore the only reason Telskura organized death games was because the goddess needed a way to distract herself from her ugly face. He'd be happy just to kick any of them in the ass. Especially after the mess they made in Melon. She longed to go to the nearest god or goddess and threaten them with severe bodily harm if they didn't resurrect her immediately so she could go after her sisters. She didn't even care if they returned her to her 8-year-old body. She'd kick a level 6 monster's ass from a meter off the ground if necessary. It was their little sisters they were trying to drag back into their miserable little lives. Can you take the warrior out of Telskura, but you can't take Telskura out of the warrior? Does that make any sense? The point is, she's still a warrior. She was the strongest in her small cohort in the island kingdom, until Tayoni killed her, but still, more important than his scheduled kick in the rear whenever one of the affectionately nicknamed trio of terribles reached the upper plane was slapping Tayoni for being so upset about his death. It wasn't that she wanted to kill her, nor that Zelda's wanted her killed. They were forced to do it, and Zelda's was glad it was a good thing, so the idiot had to stop complaining already. She was dead, there was no point in mourning it. Honestly, the fact that he was complaining was more annoying than death itself. Really, death was more of a minor inconvenience than anything else. Heaven, he dared say, was quite pleasant. It was definitely better than shitty furnished rooms and a monotonous life separated only by brutal and bloody death battles. Shocking. She smiled at the divine mirror as Tayoni took her sister's hand and lifted her off the floor, slipping an arm under her shoulder and pulling her toward the kitchen. She knew exactly what the younger sister would want in a moment like this, and that was food. Despite the bruises rapidly forming on their bodies, they were all smiles as they sat down at one of the tables. Tiona looked up when she heard a fluttering outside the window and smiled at the cardinal who was watching her from the windowsill. He nudged his sister in the ribs, getting her attention. Her fork quickly abandoned its stack of waffles and pointed towards the window. She was all smiles when her sister turned to her with a questioning look. Do you know the history of the cardinals?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.